We've witnessed some amazing battles so far, but it seems like it's going to be the start of a new war tonight because, of course, since we approach the last day of week one, ladies and gentlemen, teams inside of Group Red, they are going to be fighting for that amazing bonus points. Of course, we are here at Battlegrounds Mobile India Pro Series 2023. My name is Salty and I'm going to be your host for the day, joining alongside Mr. Myth Legend. Super Johnny, how are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling super excited. And the phrase that you just said, last day of week one, we're going to see the bonus points being handed out to the teams of Group Red as well. And of course, at the end of the day, the cumulative leaderboard between the 96 teams. That is what I want to see. So, because earlier on, I was comparing the teams from Group Blue to the teams from Group Red.
Yeah.
And trust me, there are some very stark differences till now.
Absolutely, there are some amazing stark differences, but in spite of the difference, it seems like teams from Group Blue, they're waiting for their arch nemesis. I'm talking about the parallels between the standings of Group Blue and Group Red. Of course, Hydra Esports, they are up there at the number one spot, but who inside of Group Red will be the number one inside of this particular tournament, inside of week one especially, because right now we have two contenders. Do we have two contenders or more than two actually?
It's more than two because there is an opportunity for the teams to actually bounce back, especially considering that the teams sitting on the first and the second position just have one game left. And it's going to be an exciting journey to see how the story of Group Red will unfold to its conclusion for week one today.
Absolutely. I mean, the story, of course, will unfold as the days keep passing by. But, of course, one thing will never change. Of course, the stakes at the end of this massive journey. I'm talking about the prize pool, ladies and gentlemen. A massive prize pool is going to be underway. A whopping amount of 1 crore rupees on the line, where the champions take away a line share of 40 lakhs. I mean, Johnny, we have talked about this all the time. You've also got to look at the MVP of BMPS and Best IGL. And so far inside of this competition, it seems like Apollo is leading the charts.
Exactly. Apollo has been quite phenomenal, and it is going to be exciting to see how far they can make it into this tournament. Because, again, ladies and gentlemen, today we might come to an end of week one, but there are 2 more weeks remaining before we eventually move on to the land finale in the beautiful Eka Arena in Ahmedabad, where eventually the top 16 teams from the 96 teams that are competing will get their hands on that prize pool.
And I've just heard from production as well that there are going to be a lot of people in the stands as well cheering for these 16 teams. So we'll have to find out how many exactly. Is it going to be more than 10,000? Is it going to be 15,000? But let's just talk about what we have on our screens right now. The points distribution, of course, it's been basic. It's been the same for a while right now. For that chicken, and you get that 15 position points, of course, and you love the fact that a lot of teams, they have relied on these 15 position points.
Of course, I mean, getting the chicken dinner, nothing in a game of BGMI can be better than that. Unless you end up securing like 15 eliminations in the game, that means you basically have the same number of points. But these bonus points are handed out without the teams even playing a game. This is based on the overall ranking at the end of the play days for every single group. For Group Blue, it has already been done. For Group Red, it's going to happen today. When the matches end today after the last game, based on where these 48 teams finish in the overall rankings for their particular group, they get a set number of points. Whoever is first, 25 points. Whoever is second, 20 points. Whoever is third, 15 points. 4 to 8, you get 10 points. 9 to 12, 8 points. 13 to 16, 6 points. 17 to 20th, you get 4 points. 21 to 24, 2. And 25th to 48. That's a lot of teams, by the way. Get nothing.
Absolutely. I mean, we've talked about this particular region. I personally call it that danger zone, but we are going to come back to the bonus point conversation because I think this is what kind of sets BMPS 2023 apart. But for now, of course, let's just talk about the teams who are going to be playing. We have got group number 7. We know that there are going to be 2 contenders who are still fighting for the number 1 spot. I'm talking about Revenant and Insane. It's been a fantastic journey for these two teams so far. But for Insane, it seems like there's been some hurdles inside of day 2.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest hurdle for them is Revenant Esports. And the best part about this rivalry is the fact that you can't ignore it. Both of them are in the same group. So they have to go up against each other every single time. And the competition with how it's unfolding, it's something that I've been enjoying. But again, as you mentioned, there are other big names in this group as well. We have Hyderabad Hydras, We've seen them struggle throughout the journey so far. Marcus Gaming 0, same thing is happening to them.
Yeah.
But moving on to Group 8, we have TWM, One Power, Newman, OST, Hub Esports, Global Esports, U4G, and Godlike. From this particular group, I think majority of the expectations are from just two teams, Global Esports and Godlike.
Even you can't really count out Team Newman and Team TWM as well, because Newman, as a matter of fact, we know that their firepower is absolutely amazing. When it comes to destroying opposition, they can do so. And TWM have had past experience, but just cannot convert it into actual performance.
But as we move forward with our journey, we have Group 9 on our screens, where we have OR, 8-Bit CS, Nade, Vintage. A surprising entry that is still stuck around in the top 8 of the overall rankings for Group Red. An exciting team to watch out for, ladies and gentlemen. We have Forest Apes, a lot of expectations from this team, but until now they haven't really lived up to those. Then we have Team 10, Execute Esports, and of course Clue Esports. All three teams, they are having a struggle of their own, to be honest.
I mean, to be honest, a majority of the teams from that group are in this group. Of course, you've got Team Midwave Esports, I think one of the contenders for that #1 spot, in a very good position, having played 3 games so far. They are going to be playing 2 games today, so a lot of things will depend on Midwave and 7 Habit. As a matter of fact, 7 Habit have been absolutely brilliant.
7 Habit indeed have been absolutely brilliant. This is again the level of consistency. The chicken dinner that was there on Miramar yesterday was so flawless. I mean, it wasn't flawless. I'm just building up to it, but it wasn't flawless. It was one filled with a lot of hurdles, but still, everyone is facing their hurdles, including teams like Genesis, 4AM, and Glitch. And these 3 teams, they are also performing very well. Genesis yesterday, unfortunately, wasn't a great day. They took a tumble from being in the top 8 to being on the 16th. But today, I expect them to bounce back.
And so is for Glitch X Reborn as well as 4AM, because these 2 teams were phenomenal inside of the BGIS finals, but it seems like consistency has sort of taken a big hit. But as we transition, ladies and gentlemen, inside of Group 12, we get to see some amazing names in the form of Burnix Officials, in the form of Team Psych. You've got Growing Strong as well, still another solid contender for that #1 spot. And of course, you've got Stellar Titans, Invincibles, Team Mayhem, Downhill Esports, and Mayur Gaming, of course.
But I think as we talk about Group 12, there's that one team that everyone wants to see them bounce back, Mayur Gaming. We all know the legacy that was built by MICI during the GIS, and people are expecting the lads to live up to that legacy, bring that same performance in. Well, let's see. 5 games to go. Can they make it happen?
Can they make it happen? Of course, the eye are going to be on these 2 groups, Group 9 and Group 11, as well as Group 10, as a matter of fact, who are supposed to be playing 2 matches today. The schedule, of course, ladies and gentlemen, will be the absolute same. We are going to see 2 Miramars, 2 Erangels, pardon me for that. And then you've got 1 Miramar, 1 Sanhok, and 1 Vikendi. You've got 3 solid maps to kind of score all your points, Johnny. Do you put all those eggs in that one basket, or do you try and go for those off maps?
Never put all your eggs in one basket. I mean, that is a recipe for a disaster to happen. But again, we always talk about BGMI Erangel being one of the most important maps for all of these teams. But again, as we move on to those off maps, that is where the teams have, majority of the times, the teams come back into the action and bring themselves back into the ranking. As of now, this is again another interesting thing. We're going to have a look at the overall ranking, and I think you guys will also notice this. The team sitting on the 4th page of the leaderboard, they have 1 win, not even 1 win. They need 20 points and they will instantly just jump into the top 16.
Exactly. I think that is how cutthroat the competition has been. And let's just validate your point by looking at the overall standings once again and see exactly where things stand as of now, right now. These are the cumulative standings after day 5, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, there are going to be 2 contenders for that #1 spot, Johnny. You've got Team Insane with those 2 chicken dinners after that first day. We thought that it was going to be a one-sided affair, but it seems like the second day hurdles for them and Revenant Esports just bouncing back, it sort of evened the things out.
Exactly. I mean, day 1 Insane was amazing. Day 2 Insane, I don't know what happened to them, but it allowed the opportunity for Revenant and the other teams to actually catch up. But as we move to the next page of the rankings, this is where things get interesting, because on the first page we still had 66, 63 points teams there with 50, mid 40 points. But from here on out, it's specifically I want to talk about where the players from Genesis are on that 16th position with 28 points to their name. 3 teams above them, Till Psych, tied up with just 30 points to their name. Now watch what happens when we move to the 3rd and the 4th page of the rankings. From 28, we just dropped down 4 points on OST on that 24th spot. That is just 4 points. covering 9 different teams.
Yeah,
6 points covering 11 different teams.
absolutely.
12, sorry, my apologies.
You know, the difference exactly. I think the point that you were trying to make is that the difference is not massive,
Yeah.
and it's very easy for any particular team to kind of come back from situations like these. Because if you look closely, majority of the teams in the second and the third page have 2 games remaining. Certain teams, of course, have played the 4 matches. I'm talking about Team Newman, as a matter of fact, who seem to be in some danger, but all the other teams with 3 games.
Yeah, exactly. Newman is in danger, as you mentioned. Why? Because they just have 1 match left.
Yeah.
They're going to play their last game today. And if they fail to break into the top 3 one way or the other, it's going to be a troublesome position for them. And here is this, ladies and gentlemen. This is another exciting point that we need to mention. Because right now, what you are looking at is the rankings for the teams of Group Red.
Yeah.
But we all know, we've been talking about this. The way this format works is at the end of the week, we will have a look at the overall rankings of the 96 teams. And that is where these teams need to figure out how to be in the top 16 within those 96 teams. Not just be the best in their group, but you have to look at the overall as well. And right now, the way things sit, Group Blue, they have a very clear advantage. The teams over there have done a lot better for themselves, because we saw Insane with 63 points sitting on the first position for Group Red, right?
Yeah.
Do you know where Insane fits in the overall leaderboard right now if we include the teams from Group Blue? They're on
Somewhere
the 13th spot.
Exactly outside the top 8. It seemed like for Group Red, the competition has been a lot higher, and it seems like the points have sort of been distributed along the way, because of which teams at the very top are kind of lacking over there. And I think the way you sort of explained it, right, for every single team who is sort of participating right now, the journey ahead so far, it seems like you not only have to look at your overall standings of your particular group, you also have to associate that with the standings from Group Blue as well. And speaking about that, for all of you guys who are still wondering where are the standings from Group Blue, there is a link which has been pinned inside of the live chat. Just go out there. It leads you to Crafton India Esports' Instagram handle, and that is where you are going to find all the action. But Johnny, let's just break the ice. The first game for the last day of week 1 is about to begin. It's between Group 9 and Group 11.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting one, because both these groups have 2 matches left to play today. Group 9 and Group 11. It is going to be very important that you convert the very first game so that you have momentum going into the next one. Specifically for Group 9, because they are playing their last 2 games back to back. So it is going to be very important for teams like OR, 8-Bit, Nade, Vintage, Ape, 10, Execute, Clue, all these 8 teams to do whatever it takes. But if I'm being honest, and if we go based on how the performances have been through the back in the past in the last 2 days, I think Vintage and 8-Bit have the highest possibility of making it through and being in a decent enough position in the cumulative ranking of the 2 groups to qualify inside of the top 16, at least for the first week.
Exactly. I think Vintage Esports has definitely surprised not just us, but also the folks over at the Hindi studio as well, because we were talking about inside in the back room that Vintage Esports just do not really engage in firefights initially, but all of a sudden inside of the final circle, you will see them pop out of nowhere and take a great positioning, actually 2nd position, 3rd position. But it's not just Vintage. I think we also saw teams from group number 11, GlitchX Reborn, 4 a.m. will be one of my prime targets. But since we're already discussing teams for the first match, I want to know your prediction. Who do you think is going to get that first chicken dinner?
I want Vintage to win this game. I want Vintage to have
been
that
due.
chicken dinner. It's long due from the team. They have been doing very well for themselves. They've been consistent.
Yeah.
They have been considerate about their own flaws, because we know Vintage, we've seen them. We've hardly seen them be a part of those clustered up team fights where you have 3 or 4 teams fighting together, which these days has been happening quite often.
Yeah.
But still, Vintage, if they have that one win, that will not just get them the momentum, but it also gets them in a position from where they end the day with a lot of bonus points in the bag. And that in turn leads to a good ranking in the overall leaderboard. It's all linked together.
Absolutely, it is all linked together. And I'm pretty sure for Vintage as well, if the stars are linked together, they might actually go up to that number 1 spot and get those 25 bonus points. That is what we are talking about, ladies and gentlemen. But with that being said, it seems like the big bird is back up in the skies and we are flying over the lush green fields of the map of Erangel. Here we start our journey from the side of Mansion towards military base. A flight path that just sort of deviated on that right-hand side alienating the entirety of Georgia Pole and Zarki. We have seen some off-flight parts
Yeah, we
since
have.
yesterday, Johnny. I
Yeah.
want to know your thoughts about this one.
I mean, this is still better than what we saw in game number 1 yesterday.
Yeah.
Yesterday, it was starting from hospital and it just went towards the western side of military base. It
Yeah.
was quite short. This is still decent. At least you have the option of dropping towards either Yasnaya, School, Rozok. You drop towards Farm Milta, pick up vehicles, and then maybe you can traverse towards the western half of the map. Yesterday, that was a little bit of a challenge that teams faced. This time around, though, we see a early cluster already building up towards the northern side, and there's one team, and I believe it is the side of Genesis, who have decided to start from that Stalba Kameshki hill, and they're not the only ones there. The players from the side of IM have also decided to drop towards the northeastern part of the map.
Yeah, they have. You've got Team 10 as well trying to move towards parts of Kamishki, and I think there has been a lot of stress towards the northern hemisphere of the map itself. I want to find out how these teams will sort of
Oh.
react as soon as the first circle drops.
Look at that split from IM, the 1-3 coming in. 3 players towards the northern side of Yasnaya, 1 towards the south. But that is a conversation for another time, ladies and gentlemen. Towards the southern Yasnaya farms, we have an early drop clash. The players of G Edge going up against OR Esport. And it is going to be Trigger looking to start things off with the help of the Uzi. Secret with the shotgun is attempting the same, but both the players, they are just trying to juke each other out. Shots connected on the man indoors, and that's going to be the first knock of the game and the first finish as well. It's going to be Draken taken down by the players of OR.
Absolutely. I mean, Team GH, Game Hub, they're not really in the best of positions, right? Just got out there in the middle of nowhere. And right off the get-go, it seemed like Team OR were just going for those finishes. Now, if you talk about OR, I think this does not really surprise because they know their position on the overall standings. They know they have to get those finish points right off the get-go to try and even find that respectable spot on their overall standings, on the cumulative standings that we were talking about. And even Team GH understand that. But look at this. Look at the red-hot chase that we have in front of us. Team GH just trying to run for their lives.
If you don't have a vehicle with a mounted weapon, you make a vehicle with a mounted
Oh,
weapon.
yes.
Would have been better if it was an M4, but what is that? A quick assault coming in from the Forest Ape, and that was a quick drive over. Hyper taking a nasty hit before they could even realize what happened.
This is an absolute gang war that we're witnessing inside of Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, Forest Apes driving by Team Hyper, and it seems like revenge has sort of been found, at least in form of one finish point. And Forest Apes, I think, will be looking for more, will be scouting out for the rest of the players. Meanwhile, the circle, of course, stage 1, Johnny, has dropped, and we have a very basic Erangel circle to talk about.
Yeah, a central one at that, centered towards that potato hill. You can see that spot right towards the southern side of school. As of now, no team has taken control of that hill area, although Dragon Esports have the highest probability of making it happen the quickest. NON, they're going to have to step out into the open, and when they do, 4 AM will have the potential of securing a few extra points for themselves, but it will be a little bit challenging for all of these teams, and at the same time a little bit more comfortable in the early stages of the game, because in the mid stages, when we have those hard shifts, that is when there's going to be trouble in paradise. As far as the early stages are considered, apart from the drop clashes that we just witnessed, it's going to be a slow start to Erangel.
Possibly, because to be honest, I was sort of thinking that the circle was a little anticlimactic, especially looking at the approach from the teams in the bottom of the rankings. You've got OR Esports, you've got Apes, we just witnessed, and these teams are here, I think, with vengeance in their eyes. They know what their priorities are, that is to get those finish numbers very high, because even Forest Apes, as a matter of fact, have only 12 points from the 3 matches that they've played. They need a lot to cover up that journey from the 2 games that remain.
Exactly. I mean, it's all damage control for these two teams, looking to secure whatever they can get their hands on. In fact, not whatever they can get their hands on, but in fact, they're going to go for those big points. I mean, every single game in the 2 matches that they've left, they're going to look for at least 13 to 14 points minimum.
Yeah.
And if they can actually make it happen, I think it should be enough to put them in a decent position in the overall rankings for Group Red. And once we have the addition of the bonus points, I think they will be okay for Week 1 at least.
You know, speaking of the bonus points, of course, right, a huge conversation still remains regarding the fact that the bonus points, I think, is the only factor which kind of allows bonus points along with the groups reshuffling. I think will be the only factors which allow the teams to kind of make a comeback
Yeah.
inside of week 2, I guess. Because, see, I mean, as of now, you've got teams who are building up massive leads if you look at it. You've got teams like Hydra who've crossed 100 points. You've got multiple teams from Group Red who are also en route to crossing 100 points. How can teams from the bottom of the overall standings inside of week 2 make a comeback? Just try to top Group 2, Group Blue or Red inside of week 2, as a matter
Yeah,
of fact.
wherever you are, if you top your group, you will get those 25 bonus points, and trust me, they will help the teams to catch up. So there's still an opportunity for the teams, even at the last page of the rankings, to make a comeback. Because think about this, Salty, right? 15 games were to be played over 3 weeks. 5 in week 1, 5 in week 2, 5 in week 3.
Yeah.
Technically, you still have 10 more games left. 10 games is enough to push through, especially if you know that there's going to be bonus points at the end of every single week. And if you do well in one particular week, it will reap more benefits for you.
And
it's as simple as that.
Also, to kind of mathematically display on how the bonus points sort of will be the differentiating factor is that even if you...
Oh, it's okay.
That was a good balancing act, by the way. It's very difficult to find that center of gravity.
Doom. Having his own Doom.
Yeah. What? Wait, inside of Doom, there were bikes, not buggies. Yeah, it was a super bike fest, and I think we're going to have a lot of bike fest here as well, especially I think in the map of Sanox, so we'll have to wait for that. But coming back to the conversation once again, the point that I was trying to make is that even if week 1 does not go your way, you get 0 bonus points from the overall standings. Just imagine the fact that if you top week 2 and week 3, you get 50 extra points without really working hard, without really working extra.
Yeah.
And that will help you overcome the difference that was established in week 1. So every team inside of every group, inside of every week, I think, will have the opportunity of making that bounce back.
Including this one on our screens right now, OR Esports. They're starting the game on a angle this time around from that Georgia Pole area. They have control of the containers. They have control of the Georgia City. And there's absolutely no one around them to bother them as well. But as we switch focus to the players of IM, they are going to be bothered a little bit, but not right now, in a few moments. Because right now, this team is holding towards the Rozhok area and towards the northern half of the map, just across the river. But we'll come back to that in a bit, as it is going to be the lads from 8-Bit CS who are trying to stop the players of Nade Official in their tracks. Nade crossing the Novorapnoi Bridge, having made it to the gas station area, are going to look to move even further inside the circle. And they have to be very quick about this, Salty, because there's one more team still inside that Novorapnoi city. That is Vintage.
Yeah, they certainly are, and I think they might be following suit, but it seems like Team 8-Bit CS just loosening up that chokehold on top of that bridge itself, the Novorapnoi Bridge. I mean, Juicy was still there in that position, trying to take shots, but as soon as the entirety of Team Nade officials had made the rotation, it seems like 8-Bit CS also made the decision to disengage. They were like, alright, fine. They must have felt that the formation for the bridge hold was not optimal. Maybe they have higher priorities. And for now, it seems like they are on their merry way, of course. But talking about Team Vintage, who are still yet rotating, I think this is something which I like about them, is the fact that they time their rotations perfectly. They do not rotate early. They do not rotate late. And finally, when the blue zone will start apparently to shrink, Team Vintage are back in their vehicles to try and move.
I mean, the timing can be perfect, but it can also backfire as well. It depends on where they are going. If they try to breach the circle from that southeastern edge, then they're going to run into the cluster that you see with Team Execute, Nade, Dragon Esports, 8-Bit CS, and passing through these 4 teams, it's not going to be easy, so they might lose 1 or 2 players. On the other hand, if they try to rotate wide, they're going to run into an already bleeding squad of GH, who, by the way, having lost 1 player in the early stages, are still playing a 2-1 split. That's a much easier position to challenge. But Vintage is not the team on our screens now. It's the side of Nade, who somehow did manage to avoid the players of 8-Bit CS. 8-Bit also giving them a chance at life. Did end up moving up north, as you pointed out, and Nade had a free entry inside the circle, and they have good cover to work with now in the mid-game stages.
They certainly have good cover, and even 8-Bit CS as well. I mean, both the teams doing pretty good about their respective journeys inside of the game, but you've got to talk about Team EXC, of course. Team Executors, they have been absolutely brilliant so far inside of the competition, and currently it seems like they are not going to find any sort of difficulty, especially because the majority of teams are in the central side. Genesis, Bunny 9 in position to try and take those shots, but Hyper still trying to fight back. It doesn't really work that way.
He has dished out damage to all three players, but hasn't been able to secure the knock. In fact, so many opportunities ahead of him, and since he was the one who failed to seize it, the opposition, they're going to pay him in kind. And a solo man from the side of Genesis knocked out on the flank. Hero, he's going to try and go for the hero play, try and make sure that his teammates aren't really getting picked off for no reason. Bunny, luckily for him, still has cover in front of him, so the players of Hyper don't really have a direct line of fire to take him down. Plus two more of his teammates are approaching him, so it should be an easy revive from the side of Genesis. And after the reset, maybe since they have the players from the side of Hyper Pincer down in this one compound, they can look to make the push.
Yeah, they certainly can. And Team Hyper, they've looked to kind of head back, but it seems like from their approach itself, they're not moving out of this territory, or they're not looking to escape from the situation. I think they're prepared to take the fight or the ambush from Team Genesis. But knowing this team, I think this team likes to stay in the shadows. This team likes to stay in the back lines. Always reminds me of the chicken dinner on the map of Sandhawk, where they were just lying behind the firing lines, and as soon as the timing was right, they struck when the iron was hot. But even for now, right, they've got that massive split which is working out for them. Team Hyper must not have any information about that positioning.
And Genesis right now desperate for points because the chicken dinner you just mentioned happened on day one.
Yeah.
And that one win helped them stay inside the top 8. Yesterday wasn't a great day for Genesis. In fact, to be honest, yesterday I believe they just played one game and it did not go their way. But it resulted in them taking a tumble from the top 8 to that 16th position. That is something that no one is going to be happy about, including the players of Genesis. So let's see how this game is going to turn out for them. Along with this team, NON have been interesting to say the least. I mean, we've seen them take those fights, awkward moments right now. Monk, I think, is just trying to bait shots from anyone in the surroundings. When have you seen someone do this in a competitive lobby, especially with 16 teams still present?
I mean, nothing outside the first circle, and this already, ladies and gentlemen, is stage 2 that we are talking about. Stage 3, in fact, but still no real action. Still waiting for Team OR Esports to kind of make that cross, but will they? Is going to be a big question, because the circle right now will be a big question mark for teams, because which side do you want to choose? Do you want to go towards the north, or do you want to go towards the south? A hard shift towards the northern hemisphere might just kind of throw every team off guard.
It can be, but I think at this point, they have a good position to work with the Rozhok City. As long as that is in their control, it should be a good time for them as soon as the team fights are headed their way. But it's going to be a massive cluster of teams approaching from that southern and specifically that southeastern. Let's look at that. Clue, you have GH, you have Vintage moving in. And the players from the side of 10 as well are there, still inside the circle, but they're joining the cluster towards the south. And this is where things get interesting, because as you mentioned, Salty, right now the IGL, they are in a dilemma. Where do they play from? Do they play from the city side, or do they play from the hillsides, just a little bit north of the river? No matter where you go, it's not going to be an easy game for you. It's going to be filled with a lot of challenges. This time, the challenges are being brought on the players of 4 AM by the players from the side of Nate. Gunmaster dishing out a little bit of damage, but is going to be forced to reset.
Yeah, I think the dilemma right now, of course, is not just going to be the fact of where you find that shelter. It's also going to be the fact that there are so many teams in close proximity, and majority of them will be forced inside of battle, inside of stage 2, ladies and gentlemen. 4 AM do have a little bit of that Rozhok control, but I think will want to kind of spill even further, get themselves more real estate. But I think instead of Rozhok City right now, we have at least 3 or 4 teams right now. So it's going to be absolutely deadly, even for native fishes. Look at the shots coming.
Yeah, and it's going to come towards him from both the sides, because remember who they pinched earlier, the players from the side of 4 AM. And now they find themselves right in the faces of I Am Official. It's not going to be easy for the side of Nate to survive, but luckily there is a distraction for I Am. From the backlines, OR Esports still trying to pepper down the players of I Am with bullets. Haven't really managed to catch them off guard till now, but still, as long as that pressure, that passive pressure from OR is there, Nate Official are going to be safe.
I'm actually very surprised because of the fact that OR Esports, in spite of holding on to the northern territory, they're still not looking for any sort of a split situation, because in situations like these, you would usually expect IGLs to send in a scout, try and
Yeah.
get a little bit control, a little bit of a positioning on towards the other side. So OR Esports just holding on to that position. Ooh, for now, but look at that. Pixel B coming in from Superboy. Almost got that head onto Zeus OG. Meanwhile, the other player has no idea.
They have no clue that Superboy still has vision on the opposition, but what is happening towards the northern side, and specifically what's happening outside the circles on DSC? Still teams sticking around. Vintage, they've just moved from Novorepnoy towards the western fields of Yasnaya, moving back south again. Meanwhile, though, the players from Dragon Esports sitting at the northern edge of the circle along the shorelines are trying to gatekeep the teams from coming from up north. They're trying to take down the players of Clue Esports, but the spray not really as accurate as they would want it to be. Nade official, they can take advantage of this. But Clue, they make it. Oh, I thought they were going to get their squad free, but Ujwal gets knocked out, and Superboy, I think he might be looking for the finish. He's going to look to blow up that buggy, and as soon as that buggy blows up, that man is going to blow up along with him.
Yeah, Ujwal is almost down and out, and there
goes.
he go. You paint that final picture for him. And Dragon Esports, I mean, as a matter of fact, they've done a very good job holding a very nice spot, and not just holding a very nice spot, but also pressuring the opposition in every single way by limiting their rotation options in terms of that. But Genesis, I love the fact that they're making this late entry inside of this, but Hero, of course, has that one first hit kit, wants to save it before he actually enters the circle, but so much pressure from the blue zone. I think as soon as he crosses this ridge, he's going to be under heavy fire.
I mean, he's trying to pick up his teammate. That's just going to be a bait for both of these lads. It's going to be so difficult to move out into the open for both the teams, in fact. But talk about moving, and that movement being extremely difficult to pursue. We have the players of Vintage in school apartments out of all places, and a few moments ago, one of the players was knocked out, I believe, by 8-bit CS, but as of now, the squad has recovered. Slay needs to be careful. That was his own nade that dished out the damage to him.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we've seen this happen quite a while right now, but Forest
Oh,
Apes,
Rocky.
I love the fact that Wizgod is still holding the backlines because he knows that there will be teams rotating.
Look at Rocky. That is such a beautiful spot to work with. He sees the head, but it's going to be baited out now. Needs to go back into the cover, needs to heal up. Otherwise, just one nade even close enough is going to be enough to knock him out. There it is. Phoenix doesn't even need to point it perfectly. Just needed to be close. Slay in a world of hurt now. Abe, they have the perfect opportunity to finish off the players of GH.
Yeah, I love the fact that even Wizgod from the backlines has been targeting nade officials as well. But now look at this, right? Where Forest Apes will try and sort of charge inside. There's just one man who will still hold on to hopes from Team GH. It's going to be Slay, a 1v4, an absolute impossible of a 1v4.
Yeah.
He does get knocked out, and that leaves us with just one survivor.
That was such an easy play for the Forest Apes. Look at that, they had 6 eliminations in the game already. They've just been phenomenal. The last man from the side of GH. If you guys are... Wait, what? Yeah, I mean, he has a car. But as we were talking about GH, the last player, if you guys are guessing where he is, the fight happened on the southwestern edge.
Yeah.
The last player is towards the southeastern edge. He's still outside the circle, by the way.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Possibly just trying to go for a heal battle or something. Maybe just did not want to include himself in the squad fight. But speaking about including himself in the squad fight right now, Team Jemison and Forest Apes, they're taking jabs at each other right now, Johnny.
Yeah, and it's an open fight as well. Both the teams have 1-1 ridge each to work with. The Apes taking advantage of the vehicles, can try to move inside the circle since the shift is going to be a hard one towards the side of school building, and Apes are the closest to the zone. Of course, the exception of NON is going to be there, who are already in control of the school building, but the Forest Apes focusing on the flanks, trying to see if they can pick off the players of Glitch. And while they were there to put in the effort, it's going to be NON converting the knocks into the finishes. Glitch Reborns, the struggle is still going to be there inside the game. Two players still left alive, Scuba and Ralph.
Yeah, the struggle is going to be there, but at least the circle has sort of made it a little easier for them to actually work with. this school region is sort of at the smack center of the circle, of course. So both NON as well as Glitchix Reborn will have massive advantage for themselves. But look at this particular fight. OR Esports finally making that rotation, forced by the blue zone. Trigger is going to get played out from the play zone itself. But Genesis in such a lovely position. This ridge kind of separates them from every other team out there, and they can focus on just one team up front.
Yeah, and that team is going to be OR Esports. Genesis, they need to be a little bit careful as well. You never know what Forest Tape are thinking, but OR, they've taken a massive hit, and for no reason at all. Trigger getting knocked out by the blue. Genesis, they will be able to recover Bunny, and with a 3-man lineup, they can look forward to moving towards a safer area, but it's not going to be easy, especially with OR Esports still across the ridge. But we'll talk about that fight in a bit. Right now, it is the school building where there's a class in session, ladies and gentlemen. It's a class about how to hold on to your compounds. NON, no clue. They're split across the building. TN is putting up a lot of pressure upon them. And the players of Glitch, look at them. They have that pool area all to their control.
Yeah, certainly have the entirety of that area all to their control. But I love the fact that Glitchix Reborn were also holding it. But as soon as I say that, Pain is going to find that knock on towards Scuba. On the other side, even Forest Apes have taken a major hit, especially from OR Esports. And the way they have challenged them, Robin and Edmino, not just trying to take down Forest Apes, but also Genesis in the process. It's been a fabulous effort from this team so far to make that rotation. But now it's all about survival.
I think OR Esports, they're going to hit the bed before they reach the school area. Look at that damage from the flank. Robin barely surviving. And in fact, I'm going to take my words back. They are done right there. That was such a risky move.
Yeah, there certainly was, right? But having said that, we only leave us with 8 teams and 24 players inside of the lobby so far. That entire skirmish inside of the school building, it's still happening, but we only have uninvited neighbors, and that's going to be Dragon Esports finally making up to that fence of that school building. NON, of course, it's still holding on without any trouble. Speaking of trouble, Legit right now might just be charged by 2 players.
They are in a lot of trouble, Salty. NON, there's no recovering from this. They have control of the first floor area, but eventually the circle will force them to move out. And when it happens, there is no way NON makes it out alive. Look at that. Legit is going to be the first casualty. And this is the opening that TN were looking for. Monk, right now, there's only one way NON recovers. You head to the rooftop, you get that revive in, and then all 3 players hold the school building as close towards that western edge from the rooftop as possible. Clear out the front lines, forget about the players in your own building, clear out the front lines, take a leap, and then you try and make a run for that small wooden shack that's there. That's the only play.
Well, speaking of the only play, it seems like also winning these battles will be important. Getting those angles isolated will be important as well. In the back lines, just like you mentioned, you've got Forest Type still try to challenge. You've got Dragon Esports just eyeing out the territory right now from the outskirts, of course. But Team Executors have also slammed inside the compound. And in spite of the explosions, they still managed to find that invasion. What exactly is happening, Johnny?
It is just chaos. It seems like this school is the cool school for everyone, and everyone wants to be a part of this. TEN still holding Zayan on our screens. His armor is all gone, and that is the worst possible position to be in an urban fight. But whoa, bro, just jumps out of the way and takes Mighty down. What was that move?
I absolutely have no clue, to be honest. Inside of the smoke, bro, just turning into a smoke criminal. And not just that, I think he has also kind of saved his team from elimination. Will also get back his teammate up as well. That is just so brilliant to watch. Of course, coming back to live, Team Need officials with 2 players might just be able to challenge Glitchix Reborn for that pool region. But look at Forest Apes.
Forest Apes need to back off. I mean, actually, no. This is the perfect play from Forest Ape, because look at the map. They have 1 player guarding that western edge of the circle, 2 players right next to the building. So these lads who are next to the building, their job is to stop anyone from exiting. The man towards the western edge, his job is to maintain the control of the map that the team has, and both the units needed to work in tandem. But unfortunately, Forest Apes, they lose 1 more player, and with just 2 players, it will be very difficult for them to secure this match, secure the win of this game, which could have actually happened.
could have potentially happened, but Ralph, it seems like he's kind of spotted Vizgod out in the open. Phoenix, of course, from the backlines also will not be able to make a huge contribution in this fight, especially because the entire region right in front of him is completely out in the open. The rotation, of course, the timing of it has to be precise so that he can actually join forces with Vizgod.
In about 30 seconds, we will see what chaos manifested looks like. Because as of now, there are 4 teams inside the school building.
Yeah.
All 4 of those squads are forced to step out in the open. The circle is out in the open. Dragon Esports is there. They're going to have a fun time hunting all of these bodies. Phoenix from the side of Ape, he needs to be as accurate as he has been in his entire career right now to secure those points for his team. Otherwise, Forest Apes, they're going to have to settle just for a good amount of placement points. The other teammates, they've put in a little bit of work before they went out, so there's still going to be a position to recover. And with 6 teams remaining in this game, all that is left to do in this end game is just survive for the top 3.
Exactly. I mean, they have finish points already. They have roughly about 10 finish points. I think it's all about Vizgod holding on to that periphery and Phoenix just trying to kind of chip in a couple of damage, get in a couple of finish points here and there to kind of help the team even further. But I think Forest Apes have done a good job so far. Could have been better, but GlitchX Reborn have also done a fabulous job, not just spotting out these players, but holding on to this pool region for such a while. But I'm not really sure why such a caster's curse exists. As soon as I say that, Forest Apes were doing good, GlitchX Reborn just relieved them out of their miseries.
It was just unfortunate, but Glitz, they have taken a nasty hit as well. Forest Apes eliminated from the game, in which they were doing so well. Had they made it to the top 3, it would have been 20 points in the bag directly. But it is all in the past now. Dragon Esports, let's talk about them for a minute. Because this is a team that right now, according to me, sits there with the highest win probability inside the match. They are outside the compound. They don't have to run into any unnecessary fights. They can protect themselves. And before any of these other teams come their way, they're going to be so low in their HP bars. The Dragon Esports, for them, it's just going to be about 1 or 2 bullets connecting. And they're going to have the chicken dinner.
Exactly right. I mean, speaking of the win probability, of course, Dragon Esports have so many things working their way through the smoke. My man legit just jiggling and spraying down, but of course also gives information from the backlines. Nades flowing in. Dragon Esports, such a lovely job. But look at this, GlitchX Reborn are just not giving up. Still holding on to that skull region, and the topography allowed them to give so much information.
Exactly, they have the advantage at least against NON, and they're making sure, or at least trying to see if they can convert it. Scuba leading the charge for his team. Ralph in the backlines is trying to see if he can dish out the damage onto the players of Dragon Esports. And whoa, what a nade from Ralph. Takes Toxic down. Wanted, the man in the front line, is the last man left standing. Now Glitch, they have the numbers equalized at least for a few short moments. And Ralph with the second nade. It feels like this is going to be perfect to take down Wanted. And well, the damage is just not going to be there. It is still a 2v3. Scuba and Ralph against the 3 players from the side of Dragon Esports in the form of Wanted, Toxic, and Superboy. And you know exactly where the threat is coming from. Scuba, he's down to 2 smokes in his hand.
Oh no!
Some damage at least dished out. Ralph, he's out of all throwables. Just smokes remaining on the players of Glitch. This is going to be a tough fight. They're going to have to reposition. Oh, the jump shots with the DBS. Are they going to connect?
This fence, of course, is going to do so much damage, especially for Dragon Esports. But of course, both these 2 teams will kind of play it out. He had this sort of a nade working out, but I don't think it connected over there. It's Dragon Esports trying to survive for their dear life, but the nade from Ralph is going to break open Toxic and his skull.
Look at Scuba, he's on the outer side of the fence, and Wanted fails to notice. It's going to be Ralph who has taken that knock. Glitch Reborn out of nowhere on the verge of winning the chicken dinner. 9 eliminations on these 2 players on the back. And Superboy, he's hiding behind the wall of smoke. This is going to be a cheeky play. Ralph is going to be extremely low. And yes, they are not aware of his position. Scuba, he needs to prioritize the target. Finally, they are made aware. Scuba has the opportunity, he has the HP. Ralph, he's going for a revive on his teammate, but Scuba needs to be careful, avoiding the line of fire, still sticking the revive.
Oh
even
no!
if he bait his teammates, enough, he has the DBS equipped. With the DBS, he's going to put an end to it, and Glitch Reborn in the game for an epic win. 10 eliminations, I believe, not 10, I
12.
9 and 12, yeah, impressive.
12 eliminations on GlitchX Reborn for a winner chicken dinner of a lifetime. It just seems like this entire team has taken a rebirth as of now, to be honest, because holding on to
Yeah.
that pool region for so long and not giving up in spite of the entire world coming crashing down on them, it seemed utterly impossible.
I don't think anyone thought they were going to make it past that pool building. I thought that is where we will see the last crates of Glitch Reborn.
Same.
But Ralph and Scuba, by the way, these two players are responsible for every single finish point their teams have gotten. Like, just an incredible play from the entirety of Glitch Reborn, specifically these two men.
They had 6 and 6 eliminations each. That is how brutal, that is how beautifully they kind of stitched together
Yeah.
a partnership. And I think this is about the hero moments from every single team. And I think for Glitch Reborn as well, this might be a table turner, might push them on towards that number 1 spot. Because always remember, they have still that one more game remaining.
Yes.
And that is going to be absolutely brilliant. Might be targeting for those 25 bonus points. But before we speak of bonus points, let's just break down the game for a second. The entire world of Erangel coming crashing down inside of school. It's been some time that I've seen
Yeah.
such carnage happening inside of this territory.
I agree with you. It's been a while since we have had a school endgame, and they are always very exciting to witness. Even this one, we thought for a long time that Forest Ape was going to be the winner of the game.
Yeah.
Then for a while, I thought, oh, maybe it will be Dragon
Esports.
Up until the top two teams were remaining, I did not think Glitch Reborn was going to win.
You know, to be honest, Glitch Reborn with this victory, they've done one thing, and that is just absolutely shut us up. But I think for you guys, we've prepared something which might shut you up as well with some amazing content. It is Bolti Band, which is coming across your way. Have a look at the promo right now.
BGMI, it's not an easy game.
Hi guys.
Mummy. गाड़ी लेकर आ गया और वो भी बाइक. हाँ, इधर क्या भेलपूरी चाटपूरी खाने को जा रहे करे? वैसे तूने गेम तो प्रैक्टिस किया है ना?
वो ना स्टोरेज फुल हो गया है.
BGMI, it's not just a game, it's an emotion.
Help!
तुम लोग गिट गुड कर करके चैंप्स बन गए और मैं नुबड़ा का नुबड़ा ही रह गया ना.
To be honest, Johnny,
I like that dance.
You're not supposed to replicate that. I think we'll just wait for it to actually come out and see it in person to actually do the dance once again. Possibly we're going to make a lot of reels because we have been making a lot of reels inside of the studio. But coming back into the game, of course, we're still kind of inside of shock on how Glitch Reborn pulled the almost impossible. With so many teams in contention, you talked about Forest Apes, you talked about Dragon Esports. Who can forget about Team NON in the mix of things? Who can forget about Team 10 involved in the mix of things as well? There were so many teams in that region.
Yeah, NON almost messed up a few times inside of the game.
Yeah.
First of all, trying to take control of the ground floor again and again, and then from the rooftop, just that dive that happened between pool and towards the southern fence of the school area where they knew the players of Dragon Esports was, because as soon as the players of NON started to come down, they took damage as they came down, and that just made it very easy for the players of Glitch to sort of squad wipe that entire team and move forward with the game. But it was an interesting game, not just towards the end, from the start as well, because in the beginning we saw all of this happen.
Yeah, I mean, just weird collisions happening left, right, and center. And the only way I can sort of explain it was an absolute gang war happening, because you see the way Forest Apes were playing, right? It seemed like they were trying to chase down Team GH, Team Game Hub. Even Genesis, as a matter of fact, could not really find any sort of space, any sort of room to work with wherever they went. And at least for Team Glitch Reborn, Duke is back in the playing force, so that is something which is great. Rising Star back in action, but at this time around it was just Ralph and Scuba doing all the big things.
Exams are over, now it's time to focus on a little bit of competitive BGMI for Duke, I guess. But still, I mean, even though he was back in the game, I don't really remember how long he was actually present inside of the match, because it was Scuba and Ralph from the side of Glitch who literally just pulled the entire team on their backs and were able to secure all of those points. Because I think Glitch lost both their players even before they were able to reach the school area. And once they eventually made it towards the pool position, it was just Ralph and Scuba. Two men holding on for their dear lives, and they did such a phenomenal job. It was such a stressful position to be in, but still, it was very impressive, to be honest.
In spite of that massive pressure, which I think Glitchix Reborn were, they never really forgot about the micro mechanics when it comes to just crossing fences, when it comes to using vehicles as advantage to gain a little bit of territory, and the usage of utility in the final third. It was absolutely brilliant. And you mentioned this Scuba just slipping through that fences to find himself that off angle. That was absolutely brilliant. Superboy could have also been like the X factor for Dragon Esports, because his position was unmarked, but he could only get one person.
My thing is, like, how did no one see Scuba? Because the man who was running towards Wanted was also, like, using that third-person perspective to check his back in the meanwhile, so that no one was able to jump shot him from the other side of the wall. Yet he fails to notice one man just lying on the floor. There was no smoke in front of him. He's just lying there out in the open and just starts to spray, making it easier for Ralph to secure that knock for his team. But then again, I mean, it was an intense game. One hilarious moment from this particular match, at least for me, it was hilarious, was that one player from the side of NON just emptying out clip after clip inside of that smoke, hoping at least, one finish. There is one man, I'm going to get this point. Goes after, I think it took him 3 clips to make it happen.
Exactly. I mean, people usually have been looking for hit markers inside of smoke, and we've seen that happen. But especially if you guys equip this beautiful Scarl Fool's Blessing cosmetic, then maybe you don't have to look for hit markers. Your bullets will go and you will become a better player automatically. That is my expectations, of course, when I equip this weapon. But hoping that you become as good as Johnny, you become as good as Arca. But of course, you will be better than me. But speaking of being better, I think it's not just Glitchix Reborn. Forest Apes have also come here with a better version of themselves. What do you have to say about that?
I mean, Forest Apes were very impressive, to be honest. But one thing that made me question, alright, what is happening is that split approach that happened when they tried to move towards the school building, and there was Phoenix in the back line. But even that can be made sense for if you think about the fact that it was a plan just in case the zone moves away towards the school area. And even if it was out in the open, had those two individuals right next to the fence stayed alive, it would have been Forest Apes' game for sure.
I think trying to invade inside the school compound, especially with fences being all around, it is one of the most difficult situations, and Forest Apes kind of fell short in terms of that. But of course, somebody who never really fell short inside of this game, it's going to be a tough choice between two players of Glitch. It's going to be Ralph, who will be the MVP for this particular game. 6 finishes and of course 50% finish contribution, because his counterpart, Mr. Scuba, also has the same number. It was a tough choice, but Ralph takes it home this time.
Yeah, I mean, the man deserves it as well, because in the final few moments specifically, he was making brilliant moves, just dealing with the pressure. All right, we noticed at one point he was out of throwables, no nades, no molotovs. He ran back into the blue zone, looted up a crate, and came back with utility to re-engage. And that nade secured the opening knock for the side of Glitch Reborn, because of which they were able to win that final fight.
Yeah, I mean, that was the awareness that I was talking about, the mental awareness, the spatial awareness of Glitchix and their players, of course. As we talk about the top 5 players, you've got Scuba with 6 finishes, you've got Wizcod with 5 finishes. Wizcod has been phenomenal in this tournament, especially with his mechanical prowess. Individual performance being brilliant, but team performance has been sort of below par. But let's just have a look at the point standings. And Glitchix Reborn, 27 points, a massive shift in their fortunes, because they had about 36 points from 3 games played. This one equates all of that performance and takes them so many stairs upwards.
This is going to push them in the top 4.
Yeah,
that's a massive leap for Glitch Reborn. And again, this is a very strong team. That is, again, one of those finds of BGIS. A team with a bright future ahead of them. Players with a lot of potential. And this is the development that we wanted to see from their side in the Pro Series. So happy it came early. And same can be said for NON as well. Because NON, as I talked about them, yes, they were making mistakes, but they were also recovering quite nicely and finishing in the top 3 with 8 eliminations. That is not an easy feat. 18 points secured. Forest Apes, they could have done better than this, I have to say.
They could have done better, of course, especially in terms of the position points. Only 6
Yeah.
position points acquired. You were looking for that 20-pointer, but that did not happen. As we look at page number 2, of course, you've got OR Esports in the mix of things. In spite of having an early advantage on the northern part of the circle itself, they just never really could capitalize. And of course, it's not just OR. You've got 4AM, you've got Vintage as well.
Vintage, yeah.
Another team who sort of was in contention for that number 1 spot for Group Blue, but a massive downfall for this team.
Yeah, Vintage, I think, are going to be, it's going to be a massive point of concern for Vintage, because now with just 1 game left, it is going to be a difficult position from where they're going to have to bounce back. Genesis, I believe, they're going to drop out of the top 16 entirely. And at this point, I think for all these teams, because Genesis has lost momentum, Vintage has lost momentum, OR are struggling to build momentum from the start. 4 aggressive men, they have had a few decent games, but nothing where we can say, all right, looking like one of the best team in the Pro Series, we can see them moving on to the finals. Nothing of that sort. So I think at this point, one priority for all of these teams, at least for now, is just end within the top 25 of your group, so that you get at least some bonus points. The more, the better. That is, of course, going to be the case, but at least get those bonus points in.
At least get those bonus points. I think this is something which we'll have to talk about IM officials, because for this team, the slumber has never really ended, and they're still in that hibernating phase where they haven't really shown up in every single game that they've played. It's been all binaries, of course, and I think something which might change fortunes for them will be the Avalanche X suit. It looks absolutely brilliant, feels brilliant, and it feels like when you are confident in yourself, maybe your game will improve as well.
Yeah.
Does it sound like I've sort of made it my agenda that looking good will improve your confidence all of a sudden?
Isn't that just you, though?
Anyway,
Isn't that how you roll, Salty?
yeah, that is just me, of course. But
You're a
for
good-looking guy. I mean, it's okay.
But for the pros, I think what actually matters is finding where they are going to be playing, where they are going to be shooting exactly. And speaking about where they are going to be playing, the next map is going to happen in the land of the desert. It's going to be the map of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. And the 2 groups who are going to be duking it out are coming in front of our screens right now. It's group number 8 and group number 9. Of course, some crazy big names that we are going to be talking about. You've got Godlike coming back in the picture. You've got Global Esports coming back in the picture. Newman and TWM. Like I said, big names for sure. But group number 9, they are going to be playing their last game of week 1. An attempt to get as many points as they possibly can. Of course, the only teams who might be able to make a difference inside of this group might just be 8-bit CS, might be Team Vintage, or Forest Apes if they come with an absolute blockbuster. But that blockbuster has sort of been long awaited. Speaking of blockbuster, ladies and gentlemen, we've got somebody who is a blockbuster himself on the panel. It is Mr. Arka, back in his formals. Man is back suited up, and I think he is ready to go with his stats. I'm just going to give the mic to you, Arka, and let you explain on what to expect from this matchup of Miramar.
It's a little hard for me to actually explain what is going to happen next, but I was able to crack a code as to why several teams were playing so aggressive when it comes to the map of Erangel.
Yeah.
Now let me ask you a question which makes it much more easier for me. So you have 2 maps, one is Vikendi and one is Erangel. Amongst these 2 maps, which map would you choose to go a little offensive?
Possibly Vikendi.
You'd like to go on...
So, in my opinion, I think Erangel is a very rotation-centric map where I'll have to play according to what I have discussed in the back room. Vikendi will be the map where I'm going to experiment. I'm not really going to consider Vikendi as one of my biggest point pools. So, I'll just try and go check out my gun game, see if I can get some early finishes. If it doesn't really work out, I'm okay with bowing out. That is my perspective on how I look at Vikendi.
Okay, so you would like to survive until the final circles when it comes to Erangel, right?
Yeah.
Now let me tell you the teams which are playing Vikendi next and who have played the game before this. That's the map of Erangel. You had Glitch, you have Dragon, you have Genesis, you have NON, you have Hyper.
Yeah.
And these were the teams who actually took it so seriously because they understood when it comes to the map of Vikendi, they can't perform as good as how they performed in the map of Erangel. So that's why we saw them in the final circles picking up finishes as well. So that is what I'm expecting from the next team to come as well, because it's their final game, and then you have the side of OR as well.
side of OR. I mean, for OR esports, things haven't really been bright for them. I mean, the players are there. We have been talking about it. The firepower is certainly there. We see how OR esports start things off,
Yes.
especially with Secret and Trigger just charging and getting that first finish. But in terms of rotation, it seems like Robin, who used to be a pioneer in terms of allowing God's Reign, ex-team God's Reign, just move around in beautiful fashion inside of OR. That hasn't really been the case, has it?
Now, somewhere I would like to spit in facts a little bit over here. After OAS came in, that is when Robin became a bit more confident when it comes to his rotation
Okay.
in India versus Korea. So somewhere I feel when he came back to OR over here, is still experimenting.
It's still experimental phases, of course. But speaking of experimental phases, another team who has sort of experimented with their lineup will be Forest Apes. They still have that last game working out for them. And not just Forest Apes, even 8-Bit CS, as a matter of fact, in contention for that last game. I mean, for their group, of course, this will be the last opportunity to get as many bonus points as they possibly can.
Yes.
And having said that, 8-Bit CS also hasn't sort of impressed us massively. They're still in that dicey situation inside of the top 16, but not something too absolutely brilliant.
I think it's because it's all about making it into the top 16 and not being the champions by the end of this, group stages. So that is why they have a little bit of a controlled aggression. But since this is the last map both these groups will be playing, so we can expect them to be going all out.
Going all out is what we are expecting, and going all out is something which we expect from Godlike as well, right? Godlike,
Yes.
Global Esports, some big names coming back into the competition once again. And since we have seen that Godlike, the initial performance was absolutely brilliant, and then they took a downward curve, do you think they are going to be bouncing back in this one?
Yes, very much. Because they have the right kind of assaulters for the map of Miramar. They have mid-range assaulters who are really good like Jonathan and Aditya.
Yeah.
And I do believe that they'll be able to do so.
I mean, rotation has sort of been like an initial problem. I mean, Jelly is
Yes.
absolutely brilliant with it, but it sometimes feels like Godlike has forgotten what absolute domination looks like. Maybe on this map of Miramar, they'll come back to their absolute best. Ladies and gentlemen, this is map number 2, and the plane is back up in the skies, of course. It starts off from Valadilmar and ends at Al-Azhar. I love this kind of flight path because it kind of gives you the opportunity to go anywhere across the map where you want. Maybe La Cubrera is going to be the only place where you cannot really go. El Pozo is also kind of within your reach, especially if you found those vehicles.
The best part about the map of Miramar is that no matter how close you are, you're still far away.
Yeah.
So if some team is going to hit that Picado region or the Graveyard region or the Mount Nuevo region early, they're going to look out for those birds no matter how close their drop location is and might able to register a knock and a finish.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of those initial knocks and finishes, I mean, the drop collisions will be something that we'll be watching out for. And so far, I mean, I was initially expecting Arca a couple of teams inside of the Minas del Sur island, but nobody dropping around that. We've got Team 10 inside of Valle del Mar, so they are going to be completely comfortable. But there is, at least it seems like there is going to be a massive cluster in that Chumas Era region. You've got Team TWM, you've got Hub Esports, you've got OST as well, all around in that similar spot. Once they land, there will be a potential battle brewing out, but look at that, as the circle does pop out, does center up on top of that Los Leones region. Do you think we are looking at an urban finish?
I don't know. It's very hard for us to say that, but you can expect a little bit of that, hard compounds to be present. But somewhere on the northern side of the map, we're able to see that Hasi and the Del Petron is going to be the place for few teams to be. And this is what I was explaining about Nady Sports now hitting the ground first and then trying to bring out the bird, which is still up there in the sky.
Yeah, I mean, getting these birds will be important, especially when you are in urban warfares like these. And it's sort of been like a place where you get these early finishes and potentially get them in your bag. Your opposition can't really do much in terms of defenses, but it's also possibly the toughest target to hit, because in Uzis, in early weapons that you find in lobbies like these, you've got to use the Winchester, you've got to use the Uzi, possibly even the Thompson as well. No scopes equipped. Just try and take those shots. If it does hit, you're going to be lucky. You're going to be calling yourself a bird hunter. But Nate officials, for them right now, it's not going to be the case. On the other side, Artho has been knocked out. Now, Arka, I'm not really sure how this happened. Did you catch this?
Nope, I did not, but I can sense that it's TWM from a distance who have done the dirty job as they're looking forward to come a bit more closer and register this finish for themselves. It's going to be Destiny stepping out of his cover, but he needs to be careful as well because on the other side, the retaliation which can come in from the side of Hub can be a little excruciating as it's going to be Bijlu who has done a bit of a damage and is sending Destiny back to his teammates.
Sending Destiny back to his teammates. Lucifer from Team Hub will just try and save his teammate from absolute demise, but will he be able to do so, especially with TWM in the mix of things? They're still sort of moving around, trying to kind of create opportunities for themselves, but it seems like the revival is still going to be successful. This initial skirmish is so awkward, to be honest. I'm not really sure how did Hub Esports find themselves in the middle of things like it, but it seems like finally distress has been resolved. But look at this once again. You've got Team Godlike, Jonathan and the rest of his boys, Jelly, Z-God and Aditya. You've said, Arka, that you seem to think that a comeback might be on the cards, but it's not going to be easy, especially because the run of form has sort of taken a dip, and of course the teams, the rest of the competition, they've moved forwards. I want to know from you, Arka, where do you anticipate this team is going to finish at the end of week 1? On which position do you see them finish?
4th or the 5th, to be specific, because it all depends on how Johnny is going to perform. He's there in that run for the MVPs on the 3rd position.
Yeah.
He'll need around 8 to 9 points. I know as an individual, he's going to have that aim to get a very good number of finishes and probably be on the top of the table when it comes to the MVP of the league stages itself.
Speaking of the MVP of the league stages, currently it is Apollo from Group Red who is topping the charts. And it seems like Apollo has sort of performed really well, has been very consistent in terms of taking those duels, in terms of leading his team from the front. I mean, man has been an absolute monster with the weapons that he actually possesses, and we've seen similar signs of brilliance from Jonathan. But like you said, I think Jonathan will be looking for those 8 to 9 extra points. And it's not just him. I think for sure the MVP rankings have given us all the players who can perform really well. But speaking of players who can perform really well, I think global esports, every single young player inside of this lineup, they sort of have the potential of becoming a fragging superstar in their own right when they are being groomed well. And they certainly are being groomed well under Mavi, right?
Oh, very much. The kind of experience Mavi carries, both national and international, itself is enough for these youngsters to be, completely abiding by the rules he's going to set within the team and within the game itself.
Speaking of rules, Team 10, what rules are they going to follow? Are they going to follow a passive route where they still stay on that Valle del Mar region for a while? They haven't really surprised us as of now in terms of their performance so far. I'm still looking forward to some amazing 4v4 fights from Team 10, looking for those mid-rotation fights. Most of the fights Team 10 has been taking are inside of the final circles. Now, of course, they have been able to reach the final circles, but I want this team to be a little more aggressive, get a couple of finish points under their belt so that their position on the overall standings is also kind of going to improve a little bit.
Let's see whether that's going to be the case. Because looking at the circle, I'm able to see that the Apes and Godlike, both of them are now trying to make it inside the circle. As it's a vast, vast radius under which the circle is still placing itself. It's going to be important for other teams to also realize that they need to equip the right kind of ammunitions and carry a lot of throwables. Because the final circle is going to be very, very interesting with a little bit of lostliness inside it.
I think there will be a little bit of lostliness, to be honest. And I completely agree with the fact that you mentioned. I think utility on the map of Miramar is going to be the king. It's going to be the king team, to be honest. Because if you want to survive the open circles, you will need a lot of smokes in your team. You will need a lot of nades on your team for offense as well. And not to forget the first aid kit. So it's not just important to find these utility, but also important to kind of balance your resources as the game progresses. Cannot really exhaust majority of those resources in the mid-rotation fights. Just try and keep them for the ending stages, I think, Arka.
Yes, very much. In the previous game as well, we saw how GlitchX,
Yeah.
one grenade in the final circle, how it changed the complete fate for them. They made it even Steven when it comes to the manpower, and then from then on they were able to pull off a beautiful chicken dinner for themselves. So I'll be looking forward to see if someone from all of these teams will also be able to do so.
Now, of course, as the circle is pretty big, there will not be initial scrambles happening. Max Karsh does have a little bit of a vision, does have a little bit of a line of sight on towards OST in the distance, but it seems like shots are not going to be taken. Just a couple of pot shots here and there just to unsettle the opposition. But coming back to the point that I was trying to make was that the last game kind of did give us a kind of an approach which all these teams are taking. Forest Ape specifically just going all out, guns blazing. And it's not just them. I think majority of the teams who are very much lower on the overall standings just taking a very ruthless approach today. Do you think, in fact, this is the kind of approach that we are going to see throughout the entirety of the day today?
A little bit, if you ask me. Those teams on top of the table who have got maximum amount of finishes will now be concentrating on those position points.
Yeah.
You know, it's important for them to have it. That's the best way for you to get the biggest chunk of points.
Yeah.
So I would say that in this game we can expect the side of OR or Group 9 to be specific, to go a little more offensive compared to the others.
Yeah, Group 9 obviously just playing their last game. This is going to be their last opportunity to get as many points on the board as they can. And to be honest, there aren't really a lot of contenders. We are talking about the one contender for the first page will be 8-bit CS. You've obviously got Team Vintage, who has been consistent throughout, but last game was not good. And apart from that, you've got Forest Apes, while the rest of the teams, they are still in that danger zone. And having said that, I think we are in that, since we are in that danger zone conversation, I want to know your opinion on the topic of bonus points. Me and Johnny were discussing about this during the pre-show, where he mentioned that bonus points and the group reshuffling will massively alter how week 2 plays out. So I want to know your thoughts on what do you think of how much of a difference do you think that there is going to be in terms of the gameplay and the performance from the teams that are coming?
I feel it's not going to be that much of a difference because everybody are just going to be aiming at the cumulative points table rather than how they're going to get shuffled.
Yeah.
The agenda is going to be pretty simple. Get up to 100 points in every single group you play in, and make sure that you have at least 250 to 270 points on an average, or at least 300 points to be on the top 16. The reason why I bring such a big number is somewhere the cutoff might drop down to 180 or 195. But still, when you have that bigger cushion, it allows you to have that breather, and then you can experiment on things on the final days.
Kind of makes a lot of sense, to be honest. Just get as many points as you possibly can. Ark, I think you were a little too optimistic over there, but I kind of get from the analytical approach what you're saying. Getting as many points on board will be the key, of course. Now look at this. What do we have here? You've got Godlike. And of course, in the distance, you've got Team Newman as well, just separated by that one road that kind of goes all along the way. But I think they sort of understand there's a presence of opposition. Jelly himself will try and test the waters, but this is extremely risky, in my opinion, Arka. This does not seem to be good. And as soon as he witnesses that, I think Jelly, he will turn back and try and regroup with his team. But will he be allowed that space to do so? That is going to be the question. A lot of shots coming his way, but nothing to be feared of. Godlike, they survive a massive scare.
Yes, and it was also from the very angle where his teammates were ready to shoot at players who are trying to come over the horizon to attack the IGL. So I do believe that, it was a calculated risk which right now Jelly took up. But what's more important is how Jelly is placing his bets way too high. He feels that the circle might end up towards the very location which Godlike is, and I have not seen them do that much.
Yeah, but of course the circle will shift, Arka, and it seems like we are actually heading towards Lost Lunas once again. Whatever you've just said, coming out to be true. And look at that entire cavalry just approaching it. You've got Team Forest Apes and Team Vintage coming in from the southeastern side of the circle itself. Meanwhile, the central part of it just completely scattered with colors. You've got Team Clue, you've got Nate Officials, you've got Newman, you've got Team One Power as well. And speaking of Team One Power, it seems like I hear some gunshots, and it's going to be between Team OR Esports and Forest Apes. And right off the get-go itself, Secret cooking up that nade, trying to establish early contact. Was at the right distance, in the right angle as well. The trajectory was perfect, and that is going to discourage AKOP from taking that high ground. Lovely stuff from Admino right there. And OR Esports managing to push back Forest Apes.
I somewhere feel that Trigger is gonna be that magnet, you know, unknowingly manifesting that, you know, apes come towards him. Because this is not the first time we are witnessing them going in for an early battle. I mean, in the map of Sanhok as well, they were always together. Now in the map of Miramar, we are able to see that again, they're coming together. I do believe it's that probably subconsciously, Trigger is going to guide his IGL, telling that these rotations are better and we might be protected by apes in case required.
In case required, you might be protected by the apes. But the thing is, right, nobody is here to protect you. All you've got to do is just protect yourself inside of the game.
The reason why I said that is, it's like my enemy's enemy is my friend. So they understand that they can somehow hide behind the action which takes place up front. But let me remind you this, Trigger is also a person who doesn't let go of opportunities.
Oh, yes.
So as soon as he understands the apes are injured, he's immediately going to pounce on them as well. So vice versa, if you ask me, from the side of apes as well.
Vice versa. I mean, I 100% agree with what you just said, right? It will be a case where Trigger will look for opportunities to try and take his opposition down. And speaking of opportunities, Stark had that opportunity over there. A lovely little high ground. But the only drawback of this region, of course, is that he will have to sacrifice it. Team Executors just rotating right underneath his nose, but he cannot really do a lot over there. In fact, will be pushed out of this territory by the Blue Zone. Can manage to tank it. It's still third stage, but I would recommend against it, especially with the kind of resources that we have.
Team EXC now will look forward to take the revenge. I think UG4 have pulled the wrong strings by attacking the side of EXC, because they were outside in the blue, but still they dare take those shots against the side of EXC. And for now, it's going to be the fight between GE and OR. And it seems like Mavi says it's time for us to take the fight. And look at how he gets knocked out. Ninja Boy. That was a blank rush in front of a Rich. And support of the Rich OR Esports seems like they can dominate more.
They certainly can, right? I mean, as soon as Ninja Boy kind of realized the shot from Secret was there, and the DBS has always been doing the damage. But speaking of heavy damage, it seems like the nades have been exchanged, and Global Esports, what a recovery can we get to see from them. Ryder, of course, is still being knocked out, but Mavi, the hand of God, is still there. And you've got Beast, an amazing young player. Secret and Trigger have so much responsibility on their shoulder as shots get exchanged, but it seems like a little bit of a stalemate has been established, which gives the opportunity to go in for the revival. OR Esports will be looking to bank on the services, but Pixel B coming in from them. Beast finding the flank angle. So many shots being taken, and Trigger, another player, goes down, and it all comes down to Team OR Secret. But that's all she wrote for him. This man Beast just changing the entire game just courtesy to his positioning. What a beautiful play coming in from him.
Now this is where another action is taking place. TWM, they really want Violence to be on their side as they're stepping out. It's got to be Lucifer, the last man standing. Bijlu, I do understand, is on the inside, but is in deep, deep troubles as shots are going to be coming against him. I really like that bait coming through. Peyo, he just unpinned a grenade and then switched back to the gun to finish things off against them. But HUB Lucifer, he's gonna be the man with the final laugh as he's done the damage and finished off the side of TWM. Some wonderful fights we are witnessing, and there on the other side, the fan favorites down on their knees.
Down on their knees, and it seems like they have been hit really hard. Zygot and Jonathan, two legacy players from this lineup, has been taken down in a flash. Now, we did not really catch up on how this exact thing happened, but it seems like the world is coming crashing down for Team Godlike. Not in a state of comfort, to be honest. And to be exact, with only one player surviving, that's going to be Aditya. they haven't really kind of helped their case, especially after that good performance in the first game that they played in this week. Godlike, just massive, massive shutdown in every single game, and you can feel the silence. You can feel the silence not just inside of the game right now, but also in the hearts of all the fans who are waiting for this team to perform, waiting for this team to dominate lobbies. And speaking of dominating lobbies, it seems like Global Esports, in spite of taking that early hit, they're still dominating every single fight. You can see Sneak has sort of been knocked down, and Team Executors, they're still trying to recover from that fight against Global Esports. They're holding a very good position, by the way, just trying to gatekeep Team Executors. It's not going to be easy for them to enter the circle.
Apes down on their knees. Ash is the person who needs to be revived. Wisgod, he has shown us brilliance in the previous game as well. Got 5 finishes for himself. Will look forward to somehow revive his teammate as well. As the grenades is going to be tossed in. VNT, if this grenade connects, I think there's a push against the Executors. As I don't know how come he's still hiding behind that with no Molotov loft in towards him, and finally they're going to come in a bit more closer, and they do not see that Jin is right behind those containers, or inside the containers rather, would like to step out and finish things off against them.
And with that being said, it seems like Jin as well as Killer, both of these two players, they're still trying to hold on to that pressure. Team Executors right now, they've sort of switched focus. Nathan, lying in the background, does have the S12K in action. Nade, of course, being thrown in his direction. But through amidst all of these smokes, it's difficult to find visibility for Team Vintage. There are so many teams who are open firing in their direction that this entire warehouse might just be the floor of lava for them.
Apes still holding that rich region. They understand now it's important for them to make it inside the circle. But can they avoid the crosshairs of TWM? Can they avoid the crosshairs of another team not far away? Yes, it's going to be TEN. And I somewhere feel that amongst all these fights, they were the clever team to avoid all these collisions and immediately make it inside the circle.
Immediately making inside the circle is what Team Forest Apes are going to be doing as well. But on the other side, it seems like Nade officials are going to be on the receiving end of an entire artillery warfare. But look at this. Pro will find the opening, especially on top of Aryan. He jumps down to try and confirm what he has done. But there is going to be backup, and the UMP goes off track. 4 bullets inside of the chamber, and man just runs out of it at the nick of time. This is not good news. The Nade officials have been hit massively hard. Crimson as well is under so much pressure. How will he be able to retain his team's life? It's going to be the question. But for now, of course, he just moves up on top of the roof itself. The second floor is... Wait, what? They have no information. This man went upstairs.
Now this is where Crimson can actually strike, if you ask me. As they're coming one player at a time, he can finish things off against them. There it is, one valuable finish point which he's got. Now we'll have to make it inside the circle, as Nate are going to be taking that revival outside of the circle. Or probably heal himself outside of the circle. It's not going to be easy as Clue comes in a bit more closer. But 8-bit are going to be a blessing in disguise for him.
8-bit certainly will be a blessing in disguise, as so many fights just broke out in front of us. That warehouse region, like I said, was on fire. But finally, One Power, it seems like they found themselves a little sigh of relief. That little bit of a valley situation is going to help them protect from all the shots coming from multiple directions. They've got a little bit of space to move around, but even Hub Esports, as a matter of fact, have got that little bit of a dip to work around. But this also does one thing, and that is going to be attracting all the nades and the smokes coming your way, Molotovs coming your way as well. So they will have to protect themselves from that. Look at that, right? Just nades being lobbed in from Bijlo in multiple directions, hoping that it connects somewhere, hoping that it finds someone. But that's not really the case, Arka.
HUB, they are just digging their own graves, if you ask me. The more you throw grenades in all different directions, the more crosshairs are going to be placed in towards you in the later stages of the game. But if you're looking at the mini-map, there's going to be one team who has done a phenomenal job. OST men, all 4 of them still standing inside the circle, or rather 3 as of what we can witness. But yes, the topography in their favor, they'll be now able to welcome the rest of them with a pour of bullets.
Speaking of the topography, it seems like the circle has taken a massive shift. I mean, Team OST are the ones who will have majority of that circle control right now. The hard shift of a lifetime. And I think Team One Power, they will have a massive disadvantage to work with. But they do have the buggies to work around, so they might take that last-ditch rotation. But I can see your disagreement over there, Arca. It seems like you're not convinced the Team 1 Power will be able to make the rotation.
Because they're stepping into the dunes, and in the map of Miramar, it's always the dunes of death. It's just one grenade connecting inside it. But at the same time, the vehicles were also completely damaged. So it's not going to be easy for them to make it inside the circle, as they have several other teams. Now, 8-Bit makes it inside the circle, keeping OST busy, which gives an opportunity for the rest of the teams to make it inside the circle. But guess what? They are busy engaging in those fights and concentrating on finish points rather than the circle itself.
Concentrating on the finish points is what every single team, Arca, will be doing right now, because they are looking for carnage. They are looking for absolute destruction. And the one team that we were talking about, 8-Bit CS, are still in the midst of things. They're still completely dominating the circle itself. The only team who can possibly overthrow them from that particular throne is going to be 1 Power, but they're not really putting all their resources in action right now. Even Team OST, as a matter of fact, haven't really moved much. It's just been nades and smokes that are being exchanged. 4 teams, 15 players, but just one hope of getting that winner chicken dinner here on Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, as Team 1 Power slowly transition into rotation. It seems like they have been shot down. Even Adi, as a matter of fact, has been brought down. Multiple teams breaking the deadlock. Even Clutchcourt, as a matter of fact, man has been knocked down, and that was an absolute disaster.
Obviously, right, Gil was supposed to give that cover fire, but was a little too late, as the last man standing from the side of OP. Since the location has been compromised, a Molotov has got to be tossed inside that building, and in case it connects, it becomes much more harder for both these teams. 3 men standing, still retaliation coming in from the other side, very low on HP, shots are going to be connected, as Wixie will be the person to put him down. Newman Gill with that grenade is going to be getting the confirmation as well, and out of nowhere, Newman have got 12 finishes for themselves, and they're looking forward to get some more, since they have the circle under their control pretty much as of now.
Oh, for sure, Newman are in a very healthy position, but look at Final Boss. I mean, in the backlines, going in for a heal battle, he still has those 11 first aid kits to actually work with, and he only needs to survive for 2 more minutes. I think that will be it. Will get that second position finish for himself as well. But on the other side, 8-Bit CS will be looking for the arch nemesis. Look at that split onto the radar. The 2-2 split coming in from 8-Bit CS, I think, covers entirety of the circle itself, and nobody else has any ground inside, be it OST, be it Newman, or be it 1 Power. And I think this is what domination feels like. Newman will be choked into kind of trying to find a little bit of a space inside the circle itself. Do you think so?
No, I don't think so, because they've got a vehicle to work around with, and guess what? They're going to heal themselves, immediately mount on those vehicles and make it inside. Whereas, oh my goodness, and 8 AMR is what I saw. One good shot, and then you see how strong of a gun that can be in the final circles. Yes, the knock against Newman is going to weaken them to make it inside the circle, but you shouldn't pop up your head like that over the horizons, especially when 8-Bit Juicy has got that 8x on his mini.
Absolutely. Leo Whitey does have a weapon intact, but it seems like Whiskey has sort of found a way to hit back as well. This is absolutely brilliant. Team 8-Bit CS, they have 9 finishes already, and they're looking for more. But the only problem is Leo Whitey needs to get back up on his feet. Otherwise, it's going to be a 1v2 affair. Devotee in the backlines, of course, the only person who was trying to go for a heal battle, but I think he wouldn't have time. First hits after first hits being popped up, but that's the last one left in his arsenal. Now he will be forced to take a fight. Can he get a finish point for himself? He gets 2 knocks, but he finally gets finished off. I did not really catch if 8-Bit got the finish for themselves, but what a beautiful game coming in from this team. We were considering if Team 8-Bit CS has what it takes to go in for that #1 spot, go in for those bonus points. It seems like they have chased after the bonus points with an absolute phenomenal chicken dinner with 9 finishes.
I would love to see how 8-Bit was not restricted by the side of OST, and they're going to be biting their tongue for not doing so, because they had the complete control of the circle, and there was a small ridge through which they could have gained all information about the teams making it inside the circle. But since they failed, yes, the chicken dinner was snatched away from their hand, but yes, Newman At one point of time when he picked up that buggy, if he had just sat inside that and made it inside the circle, there would have been another fighting chance for a team out there.
I think the only problem was another pointer you just mentioned, right? The terrain of the map of Miramar.
Yes.
Had it been Erangel, had it been any other map, honestly, Newman possibly could have challenged Team 8-bit CS inside of that final circle. But 8-bit CS, especially with that 2-2 split, I think they completely dominated the final circle without any troubles whatsoever. And of course, speaking of dominating without any troubles, 8-bit CS, we'll have to see where do they exactly stand on the overall standings. Because one thing is for certain, group number 9, for them, all their matches have finished. And I think they know where exactly do they stand. I want to know one team that you're looking forward to. But before we actually go there, we'll have to talk about something which is going to be extremely interesting. Of course, Arka, there has been a fabulous new set which is out there. It's called Fool's Blessing. So let's just show to the audience what do we have in store for us. Be it the set, be it the Scarl, be it the DP28, I think Fool's Blessing has got you covered. So why not just check it out in your rewards section? But of course, speaking of the rewards section, it's not just for you who is watching back at home. For the pros who are playing inside the Battlegrounds, we have a very big reward for them at the end of the week. Since we are at the end of the week, of course, there are the rewards of bonus points. Now,
Yes.
I was having this conversation with you, of course, from group number 9, that there were only few contenders in the overall standings. One of them was 8-bit CS, and
Yes.
they just made their case a little better, especially with this chicken dinner. I want to know from you if they have done enough to stand a good chance on the overall standings.
That depends on the next map to come. Because the next map you're going to have Revenant coming in who've got 61 points for themselves. Insane with 66 points. Because if these two teams get an average of 12 to 15 points by the end of this map, I believe that it's going to be hard for the others to, catch hold of them when it comes to the overall standing. But let me tell you this. If you are there at the 4th position and if you fall short, you'll be losing 15 points when it comes to the bonus points. Because the first team, 25, and you getting around 10 points is what the maximum you can.
This is what happens, right? The concept of diminishing returns. As you keep progressing further, you get the difference between your rewards get even more bigger.
Yes.
But of course, Arka, I would also like to talk to you, since you talked about Revenant and Team Insane. GlitchX Reborn in the first game, of course, with that chicken dinner, they've made a massive jump and they still have one more game to go. So I'm so interested to find out what is going to happen inside of Group Red. Excitement is there, but before that excitement unfolds into the point standings, I want to show you what exactly went right across the map of Miramar itself. It was not lacking action in any way whatsoever. Team OR Esports as well, right? They tried to go up against Global Esports, but what exactly went wrong for this team in this fight?
Mavi went wrong for them.
The nades.
Yeah, because the golden hand came into action all of a sudden. You saw him holding that off angle.
Yeah.
He was using that high ground for himself. He put 2 grenades, got 2 knocks, and then after that rotated a little more to get some more finishes. And that is one of the most clever things you can do when your teammates are busy holding off the opponents.
That was not the only place where teams were being held off. Team Forest Apes as well tried really hard to gain control of this factory situation, especially because it was leading them to a direct entry inside the circle, but it was being held by Team Vintage, and Team Vintage successfully held this region for quite a while, but also on the contrary received a lot of fights themselves. We just witnessed Team U4G also sort of in the midst of some random battles, because this happened in the mid-game stage where there were so many collisions abruptly erupting in this factory situation.
Yes, and as I said, you shouldn't be in the dunes in a circle like that because a
Yeah.
lot of throwables is going to be coming your way, and it's going to be hard for you to avoid all those things. VNT as well, all three of them behind one single vehicle.
Yeah.
And it's just an easy target for all the pros out there.
It's definitely is going to be an easy target if you are someone like Newman Gaming. They had about 12 finishes working in for them. I'm not really sure which number did they end up with exactly, but Newman Gaming, me and Johnny were talking about it, they only had one game left for themselves. And this performance, this was a very good performance to be exact. Not just a lot of finishes, but also good placement points. But it just seemed, Arka, that this performance came a little late.
Now that was the game-changing moment where Leo struck with that AMR. You saw the opponent was busy healing himself,
Yeah.
standing out in the open. The small textbook mistakes which you do not rely on, and eventually that causes for your whole team to get taken down. But yes, Devotee, that was some phenomenal things he did in the final circle. If he was inside the circle and yet pulled off a 1v2 or a 1v3 like that, those two valuable points would have allowed them to come on top of the table, because OST is also one of the most consistent teams when it comes to this group as well.
You know, I think had he been inside of the circle, then
Yes.
maybe he would have had a chance against 8-bit CS, but otherwise the players were just too strong and kind of add that extra pressure of the final blue zone, which just takes away so much HP
Yes.
from your arsenal. But coming back to that same conversation again, Global Esports for them, that initial fight was lovely, especially against OR Esports. But after that, rotation has been a problem. You never really see Global Esports inside the final circle. Why is that the case?
Because they love to play from the corners of the circle, try to engage themselves in fights whenever possible.
Yeah.
And sometimes when you don't get the amount of finishes you're aiming for in fights like that, and also lose players. You saw, right? They
Yeah.
lost Ninja Boy,
Yeah.
one of their strongest assaulter, or
Right
the
up front.
entry fragger. If you don't have an entry fragger, how do you take the rest of your fights?
Absolutely. I mean, speaking of taking entry fights, I guess if I am somebody taking entry fights in a game, I want to look good as well. And I think for that, I need the Avalanche Exude, because without that, I'm going to be a very bad player. I am going to be a bad player with that cosmetic as well. But having said that, I think none of the pros who are playing inside of this tournament, they're not bad players. They're really, really good. I'm talking about not just Newman, not just 8-bit CS. I'm also talking about the likes of OST. You just mentioned this was a very, very big game for them.
True.
But what is the journey ahead? Do they go aggressive in the final game that they have, or do they try and go for placement points?
I don't know. It's hard for me to say, but just to confirm that OST might not be playing another game, and
Okay.
that was their last game to be played. So I believe that they have done the best of what they can, and now they're going to keep the fingers crossed, hoping to get the maximum chunk of that bonus points which they've attained for themselves. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys want to know where your favorite teams are standing, we have pinned in a comment, pinned in a specific comment for you
Yeah.
guys. If you click on that, you'll be able to go see your favorite team in the overall standings of the respective group they're playing, and then calculate the rest of the bonus points to come up, so it becomes easier for you guys to cheer for your team, and also allow them to prepare for the next weeks and come.
Exactly. I think cheering for your favorite teams is going to be extremely important. There are so many pros I know who come to chat themselves to interact with the audience. And speaking of interacting with the audience, there is something huge that is planned for the grand finals of this tournament. Of course, speaking of the Pro Series 2023 finals, it is going to be held in Ahmedabad. Johnny already spilled the beans at the start of the day. He said that it's going to be held in Eka Arena in front of so many people. Of course, for the 16 teams, in front of the 16 teams, there are going to be 16,000 people who will be allowed inside of the arena. Imagine the atmosphere. I hope if you are in Ahmedabad, just drop by, and I think you're going to have an experience of a lifetime, because this is BMPS 2023, and I can't imagine. The action already right now is scintillating. I can't imagine what's going to happen in the grand finals, Arka.
Even I'm just waiting, because it's
Yeah.
an open stadium. It's
Yeah.
going to be
Oh,
around
yes.
60,
Oh, yes.
16,000 people chanting. Just imagine you're one of the fans of Godlike and you're not there, and the rest of the people are just chanting Godlike's name or probably Soul's name, and they're telling that, we are here for you guys. So I really don't want you guys to miss those goosebumps moment. But yes, coming back, and now we're going to be looking at the next set of teams.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
The next game is going to be a very, very crucial crucial one, if you ask me, as Revenant, Insane, Marcus Gaming, all of them will be playing the final game. But before we speak further about that, let's look at the MVP of the previous game. And I do believe that the answer might be pretty clear, that it might come from the side of Team Hub O.
We'll actually have to find that out. I was expecting somebody from either Newman or 8-bit CS, but it seems like Lucifer 999, he actually has 5 finishes for himself, so just snatches away that lovely MVP spot away from his comrades in this one. But look at this, right? The top 5 players, you've got Clutch God. Again, a very healthy welcome for Clutch God back inside the top 5 players. I think he's been missing from the standings for quite a while, but hoping to see him a lot more. Not in this week, in the next week onwards. You've also got Mighty, but ladies and gentlemen, let's just transition into the point standings. 8-bit CS, 24 points for themselves, 9 finish points, and Newman with 20 points. I think these two teams, they've done phenomenally well, but Newman, I think this performance came a little too late. For 8-bit CS, this was the key performance to give them so many extra bonus points.
Since you're speaking about latecomers, I do believe that GE on the 7th position is also one of the latecomers of this group. But guess what? They'll be learning the lessons the hard way, and they might be bouncing back the strongest when it comes to the second week, because their aggression and their synergy seems to be building up, as they've got 7 points for themselves, whereas Vintage are slowly losing themselves as they've got just 3 points. Look at that, 7 to 8 position, you just have 3 points.
Yeah, it seems like consistency has been a case for Team Vintage, to be honest, and especially after the first 2 good days, it seems like Vintage suddenly has taken a massive downfall in terms of performance. And of course, on the other page, we've got some big names and some big disappointments. You've got Forest Apes with just 3 points, Godlike with just 2 points, and you've also got OR and TWM with 1 and 0 points respectively. Arka, I want to know from you, what do you think of this performance? Of course, it hasn't really been according to the standards, not according to the standards of the teams, but also not according to the standards of what the audience and the fans expect from their favorite players. How do you come back from a situation like this inside of week 2 when you know where you could not even get any bonus points in week number 1?
For all the fans who was watching out there, you guys shouldn't be disappointed, because the format is designed in such a way that each and every team is going to have equal opportunity and a great opportunity. Let me put it in a simple words. If a team has got 100 points in week 1 and they fail to get around 20 points in week 2, and then you have your team who have got 30 to 40 points in week 1 and they catch up in week 2 with 80 points, they come to equal grounds again, because 110 points and 110 points is already caught out there. So what they'll have to do is just forget about the past as a bad dream, look forward for something good, and somehow make the best of all the 5 games they get in week 2. Use it as a comeback week, and week 3 will be yours to fight.
I think the group reshuffle can also kind of help you, right? You will be able to sort of play in another lobby. The lobbies are going to be different. The groups are going to be different. There's going to be a massive reshuffle happening. And I think it's also pretty important to let the audience know that the group reshuffle is going to be posted in Crafton India Esports social media handles tomorrow in the morning. So when we are going to come back tomorrow for the broadcast, it is going to be the start of a fresh week. It is going to be week 2, of course. New groups will be made, so do not forget to just go out there, follow all the important social media handles for all the news and updates. But having said that, I think it's still far away. We still have 3 more games left to go. I'm specifically talking about the maps of Sandhawk, Vikendi, and Erangel. I'm so super excited for the map of Sandhawk, to be honest, because some crazy names are going to be competing against each other, Arka.
Oh yes, and they're going to be competing for the last time, like the side of Revenant. We have Insane, we have Marcus Gaming, and Marcus Gaming, since they did not have such a great run, they'll be looking forward for something big to occur in this game as well. Hyderabad Hydras, TWOB, Error Esports, these are the few teams I would love to see perform really well. Whereas we have Group 12 who have 2 more games in hand, and they were sitting and watching all the other teams play out the first 2 games. So it becomes easier for them to strategize now, as it's going to be Mayur Gaming, growing strong, who have been very promising lately in the recent past. We have Burnex Official, we have the side of Psych, and then we have Invincibles, then we have Stellar, Mayhem, and Downhill. Now with a little bit of switcheroo on the desk, we're going to have Johnny back.
Yeah.
Johnny, an interesting game of Miramar if you ask me.
Oh, yes.
What did you feel when you saw snipers being used in a final circle of Miramar?
I was very happy, to be honest, because it's been a while since we've seen those bolt actions in action. But finally, on the last day, the teams from Group Red have delivered. And this is what you expect from Group Red. I mean, the competition has been so cutthroat in this group. And especially on the last day, it feels like everyone unanimously decided, let's kick things up a notch.
Yes, and also, you know, on the other receiving end of things, there was a player, he's healing himself, he's jiggling, and he doesn't know from where he gets shot at. It's just one shot which connects of the AMR, damages your helmet or vest completely, and then you're knocked out as well.
That is one moment in a competitive lobby that literally everyone can relate with. This has happened to everyone. Doesn't matter if you're new to the game or you're a veteran. It happens on Miramar and there's nothing you can do about it. That is why the topography of this map was always notorious for. That is what it was notorious for. Those long distance bolt action moments that we used to witness. But over the years that faded away. Players got more mechanically skilled. They started honing their skills on those ARs and just lining up that laser precision spray beyond 150 meters, 200 meters. Is what these players are used to on a normal day. But still, they were so phenomenal. Just making sure that at least they have vision. 150 to 200 meters, they're going to try and maintain that vision, see if they can connect something. But anything close to 100, it's just going to be like the entire clip on the target.
If you ask me, that was one of the most clever move from the side of 8-bit. Because they knew that, you know, the shack region, if a player is coming out, it becomes easier for them. When players are jiggling, it becomes hard at a long distance. But in a short distance, you know, I've not seen many people think that way, and they thought right.
I mean, if you're going into specifics, I mean, the huge man advantage that they had also kind of played into their hands. I mean, we saw that final push coming in so aggressive for no reason at all, almost risking it all just to take down that last play. But hey, it was worth it, right? I mean, playing your last few matches, you have to go all in. 8-bit CS definitely went all in that one.
So the next map, where we have several teams playing the final one.
Yes.
There are some big names coming up like Revenant, Insane and Marcus Gaming, where you have somebody who's trying to strike a balance when it comes to 4HM, HH and Error. Who do you think might have a greater chance to be in the top 3?
I would say Revenant, and I'm not going to be going with top 3. I think Revenant needs to win this game. They need to win it because it is their last game, of course. And along with that, that chicken dinner is the only thing that's lacking. They're sitting on the second spot. If they win this match of Sanhok, then no one will be able to challenge their supremacy on the overall rankings. But ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, we have the plane hitting the skies, and here's the flight path starting from the southwestern edge of the map from the city of Sami. It goes towards the central northern part, just west of Khao.
Now, if you look at Group 12, there are some interesting names as well who wants to start off the day in a good note because they've got 2 games to be played. You have Growing Strong, who have been growing strong, if you ask me. Then you have the side of Burnex Official as well as Psych. These 3 teams showed us that they can be wonderful when it comes to close range battles. So with a map like this, we can expect them also to be performing better. But Insane, since they've got 2 chicken dinners for themselves, in case they get another one over here and end the day on a good note, probably they'll be the only team in week 1 to register 3 chicken dinners for themselves because Blind went away with just 2.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see where Insane ends up after that because as we started the day off, they were there with 66 points. If they finish the game, a chicken dinner, 5 eliminations, 20 points, that's 86. You add 25 for the bonus points. It equates to 111, I believe, if my maths is correct.
Yeah, almost.
Yeah, almost 111. But still, all of that aside, it still, I believe, is going to leave something lacking, and challenging Hydra from Group Blue is going to be a challenge for these lads. But anyways, we are hopeful. We hope for the best results for the team, and we're going to hope to see where Insane challenge Hydra for the first position and for the competition to be extremely close. But talk about things being close. There's no one in this map closer than the players of Team Invincibles and the players from the side of Hyderabad Hydras. But this time, the Invincibles, they live up to their name, and they start things off with the opening knock.
Now, can they continue this assault is going to be the big question because Preet, no helmet. He's got the deadly AKM. I understand he's trying to push forward. Whereas HH on the other side, they're trying to regroup and then take the fight against the side of Invisibles. The clever thing for teams to do right now is fall back. In case you've got a knock, register that to a finish, fall back and go in for some further loots. And HH coming in from all different directions. Can they pull off a wonder over here?
It's going to be a challenge. I mean, there's no recovering their fallen comrade. He fell down behind enemy lines. So it was definitely going to be difficult for Hyderabad Hydros to recover. And as we look at the players on the map, it seems like they also realize this, that it's either now or never in terms of escape options. Either they escape now or they just all go down. Bob Dope, this is an interesting move. He's trying to take the fight, has that level 1 helmet and armor, just 1 first aid on him, no utility available even for the escape. And I think with that being said, even Bob Dope is going to be taken out as the entirety of the Invincible squad is charging forward towards him. Damage was dished out to Glocky, but Glocky retaliates in kind. An impressive knock, and Team Invincible all of a sudden, they have a 2-man advantage against the side of Hyderabad Hydras.
No, I don't think so. It's going to be easy for them to continue their assault. Madman is going to tuck his tails, take that vehicle and try to run away from this very location. But while doing so, he might attract the side of Burnex official not far away to involve themselves as a third party, and that could injure the side of Invincibles.
And maybe, let's see, it sounds like a plan as of now, but Madman, he needs to be extremely careful. Octavius, he's trying to close in. We see him running downhill from that flank. But Madman, being a madman himself, lives up to the name, wants to take the fight, has dished out damage on 2 individuals from the side of Invincibles as well, but needs to be a little bit more careful. It is a 1v4 approaching his direction. Jump peeks the wall, sees the player running towards him. The nade is going to be lobbed. The jump shot from the opposition not really connecting. And Madman, oh, the DBS not even being utilized for a second. Abhi charging forward with the UMP, finds the knock and the finish. And with that, Hyderabad Hydras, they're down to their last man in the match.
Octavius, a man who's going to be the last ray of hope, would put points on the table for the side of Hyderabad Hydras. Whereas I really love the execution coming in from the side of Invincibles, because one thing which they did is allowed one guy to grab all the attentions of that solo man.
Yeah.
And that is how a man advantage can go your way. But Revenant Esports, look at how they want to converge towards the side of this Samhe region or the Camp Charlie region. And I really like this approach coming in from the side of Sensei.
Over the last few months, we have seen the shot calling style of Sensei completely change. From a man who was focused on rotations, becoming a man focused on those finishes, along with his entire team, Revenant Esports. They aren't looking to back off from this one. They have the players of Error Esports basically surrounded from every single side of that Camp Charlie area, and they're just waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike.
MJ being one with the nature. I like that approach as well, because MJ lately is not able to produce much as an individual himself when it comes to those frontal battles. I know that his support is Assaulter every single time, and that's why we've got Apollo being the top contender of the MVP for Group Red. But yes, this was the fight. A very, very clever move from the side of Invincibles. It seems like Error Esports have a vague idea that someone might be close to them.
Yeah.
As Apollo's helmet might be visible through those watchtowers.
I think they might have just seen the parachutes drop as both the teams exited that plane, and they're just being extremely cautious so that they aren't caught off guard. But now that is what you call an actual stalker. Krypton from the roof of the shack is just making sure that he's aware, or at least he's informed about anyone inside of boot camp right now. He's making sure he's aware of the positions of the players of Team Mayhem, relaying all of this information to his teammates in the back lines. But 4 Horsemen, their objective is simple. They're going to play a little bit of slow approach in this Sanhok this time. They want to play for points. They weren't really having a fun time in the overall ranking, to be honest.
I guess that's why they want to stick to the center of the circle.
Yeah.
Pick up some early knocks and finishes. Probably take boot camp under their control. But I'm looking forward to see what Marcus Gaming is going to pull off in this game.
One more thing that's extremely interesting about this Sanhok is the fact that for the first time we see Camp Alpha in control of just one team. Usually you would expect on Sanhok there's going to be like 3 or 4 teams on that particular island, but this time it is just Stellar Titans and Hatin.
That's because Marcus Gaming, who went in for a split towards that Hatin and the Camp Alpha region as 2 men, got ample amount of loot, and they understood with a circle like this, it becomes a little hard for them to rotate in the later stages of the game. Good to see that Scout is kind of giving the right kind of calls right now to prioritize this circle, which Marcus Gaming lately was not being successful with.
Man, all that experience is definitely going to come in handy for the players of Marcos Gaming. And especially, I mean, the entire team is built different. Oh, no. Octave. Was he hurt? Did Fierce hear the man run across down the hill? I mean, with the way he's crawling, it feels like he wants to just move forward, get behind that rock, unprone, stand up on his feet and see if there was anyone lurking close to him. If he spots out Octavius, it's going to be the first squad wipe of the game. But Insane, they're going uphill and they aren't going to be aware about the players of 4 Horsemen. Oh, Blaze, he sees his target. Shots fired, but doesn't really connect. The accuracy fails him. And it's going to be Insane kicking things off. They have the opening knock and the finish secured. But 4 Horsemen, they retaliate in kind. It's going to be a nade that takes down Adi as well. 4HM, they have the numbers advantage to work with. Insane, they're down to 2 players. Make that 1 as Harsh is the last man standing from the side of Team Insane, and the unfortunate series of events continue for the side of Insane. Reload for Frozen, runs forward, and there's the finish. The last game for Team Insane, and they're the first team to be eliminated.
Team Insane, they had a great opportunity if you ask me. All he had to do was rotate around that rock, come in from the other angle, make sure Frozen is the person who's taking that uphill battle rather than they themselves try to take one. But ultimately, since they already failed, it's a ship which is going to be sailed far, far away when it comes to dominators of the overall standing. That gives an opportunity for the side of Revenant.
Exactly. And we move on to Revenant next. I was just about to say that along with that fight ending, so do the hopes and dreams of Insane finishing first on the leaderboard. But Revenant, their hope is still alive, just like the players themselves, and they're doing a phenomenal job right now. Apollo, what an impressive knock. Electro in his crosses, and even he falls. Error Esports, a massive error in judgment, thinking they could take on Revenant like this. And now it's just the last man who is being hunted down. And look at this Revenant, they're charging in Camp Charlie. They know where he is. Sicko Gamer with a 6 shot off his own with the DBS secures the knock, still alive in this fight. But will he be the chance for his team's redemption? Nade being cooked. This lands perfectly. Even MJ is going down. But MJ is being careful.
Now, somewhere I feel they were waiting for Fierce to come in closer because they understood things can be wrong. But MJ, that IQ play coming in. No wonder Revenants have been phenomenal in the recent past. And look at that. As soon as he understood, he played mind games with the opponents. I mean, this is what I was speaking about. MJ has been that center of attraction for the side of Revenant for a long time. For such crazy gameplays which you can bring on board.
Oh man, I just feel bad for Sicko Gamer over there. That was, what a move. Just closes the door. Yeah, you want to lob a nade? There you go. Just phenomenal. That is what you call minimal effort, maximum result.
Yes, and Sensei being knocked out, his responsibility was also there to make sure the opponent doesn't push and also secure that finish as well. It's done an amazing job for now. But yes, Revenants, how much more can they put on the table, as now they'll have to prioritize the circle, make it inside the circle as well, as it's going to be MG. They're in the crosshairs of another team altogether. TWOB, since they're on the receiving end of things, MG can actually secure some knocks and finishes.
Well, they have started things off with a brilliant knock, but still, TWOB, it's the terrain, it's the foliage all around the map that has protected them all of this time. But Soul from the side of MG, not willing to give up. In fact, Yeti goes ahead and secures another knock. Alright, that was a revive. The player has been knocked out again, so there's still pressure on the lads of TWOB, and they're still very desperate for that push towards this compound. It is not going to work out for them, Arka, is it?
I don't think so. Because in the map of Sanhok, when you're trying to overpeak, you always get shot at.
Yeah.
But again, looking at the map, you can get to know on the eastern side of the map, there's another team which might come closer to them any soon with them having that control. It's going to be STLR on the receiving end of things. One player already down. The second one also goes down as Psych seems like they've also been psyched out to get some finishes out here.
I believe Psych was caught a little off guard by the players of Stellar Titans as they went for a push from Hatin, trying to breach the main island towards the eastern side. But Psych, even though one of their players was knocked out, they were able to recover, and they have now in their hands a good advantage to work with, since Shadow is the last man surviving for the side of Stellar Titans, and all he can do is just hide behind this UAS in the water and just watch the players of Psych loot the crates of his teammates. But Horseman just coming back from the success of that early team fight win against the players of Insane. They're going to look to take on the players of Burnex now. Millen knocked out, Ernie and Device in the backlines. A lot of utility being lobbed towards 4 Horsemen. Some of it for cover, some of it just to delay the push.
Now look at how much they have left out in their bags. Ernie has not got any kind of throwables left. Whereas far away, Device is going to be the only person who's got 3 grenade, 1 smoke and 1 Molotov to work things around with. In a panic situation, you need to understand it's all about you covering the blind spots and not randomly throwing smokes every look and corner to avoid the opponents rushing in towards you. But yes, Burnex official, I'll be loving to see how they're going to continue looting in the further circles to come, as it's going to be hard for them to fight and loot at the same time.
What do you think from the perspective of 4 Horsemen, though? I mean, that fight against Insane was definitely quite impressive. But to be fair, they were also hiding in wait for a long time for that to happen. And as soon as the players of Insane moved up north from that Painan area, they were just caught off guard. 4HM took brilliant advantage of that entire situation. Here it is. Look at that. They secured the first knock, but weren't really aware of the players lying in wait all around them. And that is why Team Insane was punished. But now Burnex, they have all the information to work with. They know exactly where the players are, and yet 4 Horsemen, they stay out into the open and are still playing that 4-man widespread.
Now, somewhere I feel that 4 Horsemen, they shouldn't have lost a player, especially Blaze. His trigger discipline was so bad when he was one with the nature, immediately gets knocks and finished off. It should have been a better execution, if you ask me, against the side of Insane, who had no idea, as you correctly pointed out. But yet, Team Insane, that was a very, very healthy fight which they gave back. They had 3 knocks. It was just that 1v1 which was taking place. Again, as I said, an uphill battle is always the one which you're bound to lose.
Oh, but we just have an update, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that circle shift. It's up north in the middle of nowhere. And that sort of forces the standstill that was there between 4HM and Burnex to break. Both of the teams are going to look to push up north. And so will the teams present towards that quarry area. In fact, Revenant and Invincibles, look at them. They are looking to move up north as well. But both the squads need to be a little bit careful from each other. Revenant, they see the players of Invincibles in the distance. Shots exchanged from either sides. Damage dished out to Glocky, but it's going to be the Invincibles who find the opening knock. Revenant with the trade. Sensei doing the job as Abhi from the side of Invincibles is going to be dropped to the floor. Now, the distance between the teams is the only thing separating them from each other, but that will all change because, again, the wall of death is closing in.
Now look at how Revenant cleverly used those smokes to revive one of their teammates. They understand the value as of, how to make it inside the circle with all 4 men standing. With a circle like this one fight is going to depict the future of Revenant.
Especially it is Stage 3, that's going to be quite a lot of damage, but 3 players from the side of Revenant tanking the damage from the blue for a while. They have the opening knock secured. Jod did go down. Sensei almost taking a lot of damage, almost getting knocked out, but still managed to survive. Revenant still in this fight with all 4 players, but Team Invincible, they haven't lost their man as well. There is opportunity to bring him back. Glocky right next to his teammate. Jord, oh no. As soon as he was looking to cross, he got finished off. Not a single utility committed to let that man cross from one boulder to the next.
With this, Apollo might be equivalent that of Psycat from the side of TTE to be the highest fragger of week 1. But yes, look at that rotation coming in from the side of Revenant. But Sensei is going to be detected. He needs to heal himself as well because the blue is not going to be that friendly with a circle like this.
For sure, it's not going to be forgiving to anyone. MJ realized that as well. Backs off. Sensei has the boosters running 5 first aids to work with. But now they have the second opening, Revenant. They find out Glocky, and that will allow Sensei and MJ to gain more map control down that slope. Fierce secures the finish for his team's Invincibles, pinned out in the middle of nowhere. They're tanking the blue damage. They're tanking the damage from the Revenant side. And MJ, he has gotten too close for comfort now. Nade is cooked. It is lobbed. Will it land perfectly? Because, oh, it's on the other side of the rock, but doesn't matter. Sensei with that M4 secures Preet's knock and finish, and now Invincibles, they are down to their last player. Abhi is spotted out, surrounded from every single direction. The nade from NJ inside the smoke, and Abhi, he's almost on the verge of getting eliminated, just a sliver of HP, and here comes the push, not even required, as Apollo is gonna hammer the final nail in the coffin, and Invincibles, they aren't that invincible in Sanhok.
Now with this, Revenant are looking the strongest when it comes to this group. Probably if they end up with a chicken dinner, they're going to have so much points. They might outnumber the previous team which was holding that record.
Yeah.
Hydra with 100+. Now I know with this, Revenant are clearly making a statement that they want to be on top of the table no matter what and retain to be in Group Blue. As of now, Marcus Gaming's rotation, if you ask me, Johnny, has been phenomenal. Yes, that one rotation is what Scout called out for, but that has worked out to perfection, if you ask me.
I mean, it has, but it will also make them the center of tension towards this northern circle. But gatekeeping still an option for a lot of these teams, and right now Hyderabad Hydras, they are being gatekept by the players of Burnex, but this last man, Octavius, has made sure that he's not going to go down without a fight. Few players from the side of Burnex taking the brunt of the damage, of course, getting backstabbed by Octavius. The knocks are secured. It's going to be very difficult to secure the finishes. He's moving forward slowly and steadily, crawling forward to be a little bit more precise. Needs to be careful. Both the players that were knocked out have been recovered. Oh, Device exposing himself for a few seconds. And now Octavius has an idea of where he needs to aim.
Burnex official, since they have regrouped, since they have revived themselves, they're still aiming to make it inside the circle. And that has to be the priority, because 150 meters are not going to be easy. They have water in front of them as well. So it's important for Millen to clear off Octavius, who's trying to run out in the open. Just in case Burnex come out in the waterways, there's going to be retaliation from the other side. Even before I complete my sentence, there's a knock which comes in against them and a finish as well. And that is going to be from the side of Mayhem, a solo owners of the only island inside the waters.
Well, and it's going to be difficult if the circle actually abandons them. But ladies and gentlemen, Hyderabad Hydras eliminated from the game. In the meanwhile, we move towards the eastern edge of the safe zone, where we have 4 horsemen duking it out with the players from downhill. Players spotted out, but Max, he does secure a knock. Fluid in the backlines does find the trade for his team, but downhill esports, they still managed to survive, as Evil OP was there for the rescue for his team, finishing off the 2 players from the side of 4HM and securing the points for his side. But job is not done. Look at the radar. There's MG waiting for them in the distance.
I mean, Johnny, I know you're going to be shocked by this. If you can look at the map and tell me where Revenants have placed themselves right now, you'll understand that they've come right to the dead center of the map in the waters, and they've understood. They've done the job when it comes to finishes. The final circle will be rewarding them with some more, but all they have to do is have all foemen standing. Marcus Gaming, the circle still in their favor. The one corner hard compound still in their favor. Let's see how much more can they rake up from that very position.
It can be a challenge for Marcos Gaming, though. I mean, the hill just north of that road where we see the players of Mayur Gaming and growing strong, that hill control can definitely be a priority. But as of now, the priority for Marcos Gaming 0 is finish points. Dark Lord secured a knock. Orzi was knocked out from the side of Psych. He's looking for that finish as well. It's going to be a little bit difficult. The distance a little too much for him to handle. There's no clear vision of the opposition.
Syed's position is something which I love, if you ask me, because he's making use of that high ground or probably the roof of the house. But one problem is he can get backstabbed by the side of Mayhem if they see him out there. But smokes are being covered well. Mayhem on the receiving end of things. Scout gets another one in his name. But this knock needs to be converted into finish as well. Good to see Scout as a frontline assaulter all of a sudden. But Again, the concern is going to be this. Has he got enough bullets for the rest of the game?
Oh man, the ammo still running low. 40 in the mag, almost 40 in the bag, 39 to be a little bit more precise. But still, oh no, this is even worse than having no ammo. Your teammate, the man who was responsible to deny any push from the opposing side, goes down. Syed OP on his knees, and Marcos Gaming 0 put under pressure. But the players of Mayur Gaming, Mother traded out. Kunal is going to fall as well, and Mayur Gaming on the wrong end of the stick. Surya is going to take a massive hit. Last man left standing. We have Sanchit. We've seen him pull wonders, but that was on a different map this time. Things are not looking that great for the side of Mayuru Gaming, especially Sanchit is still in the blue zone. You see him right there from the back lines. He's trying to approach, but I don't think he's going to make it.
Marcus Gaming, the way they've converted this fight into their favor was also amazing, because they were getting shot at from two different directions. It was almost like candle burning on both sides, but still they were able to put off one side of the fire, and now we're aiming to put off the second one as well, as the circle goes far, far away. And for the first time, we'll be able to find a pond inside the circle, which is very, very rare for us to see in the map of Sanok.
Well, it's going to be very interesting to see how that terrain sort of plays out for these players. As of now, though, there are just two teams inside the circle. We have the squad of MG and, of course, the players from the side of Psych who were sitting on that northern edge of the circle. But Marcos Gaming 0, I think this is going to be the end of their story in this map of Sanox. The top 6 finished. There are 4 eliminations on the back. Dark Lord with just 1 first aid remaining. And especially, look at this. The players from Revenant squad, they're right in front of him. They will have a line of fire available to take him out. Dark Lord, he managed to survive. Fierce, extremely close, too close for comfort, in fact. And as soon as Dark Lord tries to make a move, he's going to be finished off by Apollo. MG was knocked out in the process, but we did talk about MG and their control of the zone. They are being challenged now, but the players of Growing Strong, and Growing Strong, they've lost Eclipse. But from the flank, Godbot and Sparky, they are looking to push. Pari was knocked out. 2 more players left. And Soul, this nade better be perfect. This better get 2 knocks. Otherwise, Growing Strong, as they grow strong with every single push, it's going to be such an easy squad wipe for them.
It seems like that is a squad wipe, but guess what? They're going to have the perfect opponents for this final battle to take place. Apollo and Fierce, 2 great assaulters. He's got 7 in his name already, Apollo, and he's looking the strongest possible in this lobby. The way he cleared off the side of, I do believe it was TWOB, who were trying to make it inside the circle, was also phenomenal. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think it was, a fight taking place just when...
I'm sorry, it's Psych who cleared off. But yes, there's going to be a trade coming through. Apollo can look forward to do this 1v3. He's got the deadly DBS waiting for Sparky to come forward. He's going to be jiggling, trying to do his best. He does the damage against one person. But it was way too hard for him to pull off another wonder. But ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe the fans of Revenant are going to be looking very, very proud in their eyes when they look at their team. Finishes and placement points already in their name.
I mean, first position on the overall leaderboard. This is what this game gets them. But now the question is, 2 more matches left and Revenant is not going to play a single one of that. Have they put in enough work to secure that first overall leaderboard ranking? But, of course, congratulations to the players of Growing Strong. This is their second chicken dinner of their week 1.
Yes, and they have another game to be played.
Yeah.
Unlike that of Revenant. And I'll be looking forward to see how Growing Strong is going to be executing their final map. But Revenant, the most important thing for us to see is they've got 61 points. And it becomes easy for us to now make the math, because 12 points, I do believe, for the second position, and almost another 12 points they had in the name of finishes or more. 24 more points, I think they might cross the Hydras who were on the top.
At worst, let's just give them 20 more points. They had 63 at the start of the day. So that's 83 points already secured, plus the bonus points. It's going to be exciting to see what the end of the journey for Revenant is going to look like, especially. But ladies and gentlemen, we have exciting stuff for you guys as well that we have a look at every single time we come to an end of the game. And guess what? This time, it's not going to be anything different. We have more fun things in store for you guys, and we are going to witness one of those right now. Are you guys ready? I'm ready. Are you guys ready alongside with me? Here we go. Freaky Fiesta. I hope you guys are ready to get freaky once this new RP is out, ladies and gentlemen. But we're going to bring ourselves back into the action because final 2 games left for Group Red Arca, and anything can happen because the teams at the top aren't even going to be playing.
Yes, and since we're going to have the next set of teams play their final game as well,
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to see how they're going to perform, because in the map of Vikendi, it's not going to be easy for you to get those finishes. We have been seeing there was just one team who could actually put a lot of points when it comes to finish points in the map of Vikendi, and that was Hydras holding that Villa region where they cleared off Gladiator Esports, and then it was a cakewalk for them.
Yeah, it is going to be exciting to see how the story for this group unfolds, and we're going to draw parallels to the teams from Group Blue as well.
Yes.
But one more interesting fact is the next 2 games for Group 10 specifically, that is Midwave and their group, is going to be a back-to-back endgame scenario. So they will again have the opportunity to climb up the rankings in one go, and they're going to be challenged by teams from Group 11 and Group 12, of course. But a little bit of a breakdown of that Sanhok run. One impressive move from the side of Revenant. Of course, we keep talking about their fighting capabilities and how many finish points that they have. But for me, the most impressive moment was that sprint from Query towards that Hearth-in bridge. There was no stop the entire way.
Yes.
One position where they could have been challenged was Marcos Gaming 0, as they were holding that compound close to the Hearth-in bridge. But that did not happen. Revenant just bolted, jumped with their vehicles inside of the river, and they just swam across, came in from that northern side for the end game.
I mean, they also challenged the side of Psych, who had some hard covers to work out with, and you have to thank Fierce. The way he was able to restrict all those players, a single man taking all that responsibility and making sure that he has his teammate inside the circle was also phenomenal. Whereas Sensei was concentrating more on the eastern side of the map.
Yeah.
And I do believe that Sensei has got the perfect equation right now to get a trophy in his hand.
Psych was, you so correctly said, Psych was more worried about the team towards that northeastern edge of that final game, a team that was playing the same slope as Psych. But to be fair, that will always be the case. You know your back is covered from the ridge. But we'll break down the game as we look at the highlights, ladies and gentlemen, of the previous match. Hyderabad Hydras. I don't see a way back out of this, to be honest. I really don't.
When you have Invincibles in their prime, I don't think so it becomes easy for any team out there. But this was one of the moments of brilliance, if you ask me, for HM Frozen. This man was also replicating what exactly Apollo was doing on the other end. But as I said, not many people would have expected Apollo to be picking up so many frags in a single game.
That is true. Plus, look at how precise he was. One peek, one knock. Peeks again, gets the second, makes things easier for his teammate. And then this is the best move of the game, ladies and gentlemen.
True.
A man looking to lob the nade, and you just close the door. It bounces, goes to the corner room. And MJ played it very smart. He opened the door again. He was ready with a shotgun, prepared for the second peek.
The second one, yes, he was cooking up a grenade, and MJ was like, wait, I know you're going to come out of that room to loft that grenade. I'm just going to wait for myself to capitalize that. And he does it to perfection. So there are several gameplays out there which teaches us every single time we watch them. And Revenant have been one of those teams to set an example for us to learn how to play amongst the pros.
Yeah, this was a phenomenal game for Revenant. I think they also realized that, alright, it's now or never, so they just went all in. The top 2 finish is definitely going to be helpful to them. And this is the team, again, downhill, a little bit of an inconsistent run throughout their journey in Week 1. And this, with this game, I think even their journey for Week 1 does come to an eventual end.
You know, it might sound a little sad, but as I keep saying, it's not as sad as we think it is. Because by tomorrow, when we start Week 2, everybody all will be in the same grounds or equal grounds. The table is going to be 0, which gives them a great opportunity. Yes, Sard was the only person who could damage the side of Revenant, but then on the final moments of the game where MG had a great opportunity, but they run out of resources to heal themselves, and due to which they had to subdue to the assault of GS.
Yeah, MG, I mean, they tried their level best. As I said, Soul's nade, had it landed perfectly towards the 2 players pushing from the right, they could have actually come back, because then GS would have been down to the last man who was towards the right-hand side, and it would have been a 2v1 situation on that flank. but unfortunately it took down Eclipse. He was lining it up for Eclipse, that isolated guy. And Sparky, along with his teammate Godbot, they utilized that opportunity perfectly. Just flanked from the side, took down both those players, and in the end also picked off the side of Revenant Esports for that chicken dinner. But that isn't the end of the journey for us anyways, ladies and gentlemen. We still have, as we keep mentioning, 2 more maps left, a game of Weekendy and a game of Wrangle. And one more thing, ladies and gentlemen, let's not forget about this mini game that we have for ourselves. Who gets their hands on the Fool's Blessing? Do go ahead in the reward section of the game. Do make sure you check it out, and do make sure you let us know what reward you're getting for yourselves. But let's move forward. Weekendy, Arka, last 2 games, you have been very analytical about all of these teams, very critical with their performances. Who do you think has the highest opportunity of climbing the leaderboard in the last 2 games?
Midwave.
Midwave?
Yes.
All right, we'll see if that comes true. In the meanwhile, though, let's have a look at the individual stats, and let's have a look at the MVP of this game of Sanhok. Which individual? I think you have made it pretty clear. There's a high possibility it's going to be Apollo from Revenant.
Yes, it has to be him. Look at the moments of, brilliance from the solo guy from the beginning. 8 finishes, man, on a single game.
Yeah.
And even though I'm impressed, I still feel that I'm expecting more from this guy. He can go double digit very easily. Look at that sprays. Tell me one spray which was not aiming the head, or how many bullets he would have missed in a single match.
Yeah. I mean, he was very precise in this game, and it was very impressive to see all of this action unfold from the side of Revenant as well. But unfortunately, I mean, as we ran towards that final fight, there was just one thing lacking. That was numbers. Had they had all 4 players, maybe they could have finished off with the chicken dinner. But we also have the top 5 players from the previous match. And Apollo, he's going to be followed by Godbot from Growing Strong. We have Fierce from the side of Revenant Esports. We have Faith from Growing Strong and as well. And of course, on the 5th, we have Frozen 77K from 4 Horsemen.
Yeah, who did an insane gameplay against the side of Insane. This is where he raked up most of those points with his deadly close range S12K. But, nevertheless, we'll have to look at the points standing to see what actually the amount of points Revenant have put on board. 26 points to be specific, 11 finishes, 15 possession points. Make it 61 plus 26. I think they're going to be crossing a huge number of 87.
Yeah, they will be able to cross that marker, and it is going to be exciting to see where they end up on the cumulative leaderboard. Red plus blue, where they end up on that leaderboard in terms of points. I think they will be in the top 3 one way or the other. It is going to be an exciting set of affair, but that's going to happen at the end of the day. We're going to have to wait a while because more matches remaining, as we keep saying. But in this game, Growing Strong, they grew strong. Psych, I'm quite happy with their run. Marcus Gaming 0, though. I mean, Arka, you were talking about that brilliant rotation. They could have done better.
Yes, 14 finish points and 12 points in position. Revenant Esports. Marcus Gaming, I'm kind of disappointed with the position they were holding. They could have done much more better, but it seems like that controlled aggression become more controlled than they expected it to be. But I'm on the bottom of the table. Error Esports, HH, Insane. Specifically this one team. I'm very disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, even they are going to be disappointed because this one game that did not go their way, this is going to change so much in the overall rankings for them.
5 points, 5 bonus points is what they're going to lose.
Not just 5 bonus points. I mean, the tumble is going to be massive because they still are in that sub 60 marker. They haven't, I believe they haven't crossed that 60-point barrier. Yes, they haven't. It's going to be 67 points on the board. And I said this in the morning. 67 points at the start of the day kept them on the 13th or the 14th position in the overall ranking. Now the other teams are going to climb up an insane spot in the top 16. Even in the top 16, the cumulative rankings is going to be up for a toss.
Oh, very much. And this is why consistency is the only way for you when it comes to the pro series itself, because all the pros out there, every single point they gain, they're going to be rewarded with double the amount of hard work they have done, all thanks to the bonus points as well. But as we keep saying, if you really want to make the calculations yourself, if you want to understand if your team was in group blue and you want to understand how many points they put up already and what challenges they're facing, all you have to do is look out for that pinned comment in the comment section, and you'll be able to do the math yourself.
Or simply head on to Crafton India Esports' social media handle. You can find every single update over there as well, including about this beautiful Avalanche X suit that is coming soon in the game, and you can find out exactly when it comes out on the official social media handle of Crafton India Esports. But with that being said, we've looked at the overall rankings. We've talked about Insane and their unfortunate series of events that have happened yesterday and today. Your faith in Midwave. And their climb. One last word from you, Arka, before we move to the next match. Along with Midwave, which other team would you like to see actually make it through?
Glitchex and Genesis.
Yeah. This is, I'm asking what your heart says, not what your head says.
Glitchex.
Glitchex. All right. So we're going to see where these teams end up, specifically Glitchex and Midwave, because both these two teams are going to be playing in the next game, ladies and gentlemen. And the next map, by the way, it's going to be the map of the IC Tundras. We're going to move to the lands of Vacandy, where we have Group 10 going up against Group 11. So we have Midwave, we have the lads from CK, Liftcraft, 7 Habits is going to be there, Grind 1 Esports, A2K, Rippers, and Galaxy from Group 10 taking on Glitch, 4 AM, who have been struggling throughout the day, to be honest. But Glitch, they just had an impressive start to the day. They had an impressive win on the map of Erangel, coming back from the verge of eliminations in game number 1. And when that historic moment came, I had my partner in crime with me. So we're going to bring him back on the panel. Salty is going to be joining me again. Salty, how are you doing? How was the break?
It was nice. I mean, it's always nice because, of course, the action has definitely taken a toll on us, considering that we've had first-hand experience. I'm pretty sure the audience also must have had to take multiple drinks break in between. Keep yourself hydrated, ladies and gentlemen, because otherwise things might get pretty hot on the screen, especially when matches are like this, especially when Apollo himself is feeling the heat inside of him. 8 finishes from that last game. I don't really know what exactly he's had for breakfast, to be honest.
I mean, whatever he has had, he needs to make sure that that is being cooked every day, because that was something else coming in from the side of Revenant. But we also said, I mean, their journey does come to an end from here. In Vacandy and Erangel, we're going to have different set of teams playing their matches. And in Vacandy, especially yesterday was yesterday's Weekend was filled with a lot of awkward engagements from every single squad. Do you think this one is going to be a little bit better?
Again, every single weekend is filled with awkward engagement. It wasn't really a different occasion, to be honest. But yes, for sure, this weekend will also be filled with awkward engagement because you've got different priority sets. For teams like Glitchex, I think they're in a massive question mark situation right now, because at one point you might see them contesting against Revenant Esports. A good game might put them in contestation for that number 1 spot instead of Group Red, of course. But if they kind of tend to go the natural route, then maybe Vikendi is not going to suit them. So there will be contradictory patterns, and I think that will lead to some very, very abrupt gameplay. But why are we even theory crafting? Why aren't we jumping inside of the game already?
Well, give it 1 second. It's going to happen right now, Salty. Your wishes are going to be fulfilled because the plane has just hit the sky and we're about to head towards the desired map of Vacandy, which we have been waiting for so long. And this time we're going to have an even more exciting trajectory for the first time in this Group Red. It's going to start off from the western edge of Dobro Mesto and sticking. It's going to stick towards the northern side in a straight line going towards Peshkova. Now, anyone looking to land towards Volnova, Hot Spring, Winery or Milnar, they're going to be in a very precarious spot deciding where they need to drop and where they're going to find those vehicles from.
Absolutely. I mean, finding the vehicles is going to be the key, of course, but it seems like the BGMI gods, Johnny, have taken a little bit of a backseat, not really working hard with those flight paths, to be honest. Just giving us
this straight line.
A straight horizontal flight path is all that we have. But I'm just going to find out if there are going to be those usual collisions. But to be honest, enough of jokes. I think I was hearing what Arka had to say about Midwave, and I absolutely agree with him. I think they have a massive opportunity for themselves as well, as the first circle does pop out in front of our screens.
Yeah, it is going to be centered around Villa, smack in the center of the map, and we know since Vacandy does not have a lot of hard shifts, these teams will have an opportunity to gain that map control as early as possible, find a good compound towards the center, and then just hold on and pray for dear life. But as of now, there are 5 teams outside the circle. I'm not going to count Midwave because it's just Aru who's outside the zone. Apart from them, there is Liftcraft present towards the Muvatra Dino Park area. You have the players of Grind 1 Esports towards Port. Genesis, they've gone just a little bit northwest of Krichas. And then you have Rippers and Dragon Esports playing from that eastern edge. But We do see the players of I Am Official on our screens, and of course we did notice A2K quite close, but I don't think there's a possibility for engagement. Both the teams are going to prioritize their safety.
I mean, speaking of safety, I think I'm officials and definitely not safe if you consider the tournament perspective. I mean, they've had bad performances after bad performances, so staying safe will not be in their agenda, at least for now, though. They will have to go in for some finishes. I mean, this is the same conversation we were having today, right? I mean, when you have just one more game remaining, you know, right, your other games haven't really gone your way. One opportunity, you might not be able to kind of restabilize your position on the overall standings, but at least get your mental back together up. I think getting that mentality back up, getting that confidence back up in your morale as well will be a big boost, and I think that is exactly what I'm officials will be looking out for. But one thing which I noticed, Johnny, Team CK, another team who didn't really have the best of journey so far, are in greener pastures right now, especially in that Villa region, right? Almost at the back center of it. I think the circle might help them get some decent positioning on board.
For sure. I mean, being in the center of the early stages of Weekendy does have its own benefit, but you need to be prepared to reap that reward as well, because it does come at a cost.
Yeah.
Teams are going to be focused in on you. Everyone's going to be looking forward to snatching that safe haven away from you. So you will be the center of attention for a while inside of the game, and you have to be prepared for it. We will find out if CK, they're prepared for it or not. In the meanwhile, though, let's talk about this team. As I was saying, one of the most impressive wins I've seen on Erangel coming in from the side of Glitch earlier on in the day, and it was quite exciting to witness how just 2 players made it all happen.
2 players made it all happen, and that too without this team's primary IGL.
Look at the map. Look at the map. There's a clash. NON approaching from the rear. They see Chris OP.
Oh, they got turn ways. They completely heard you, Johnny, over there, and they're like, alright, fine, Johnny, you just took away our stealth factor involved in this fight. And they were like, since our...
Sounds like it looks like a cab shot over there. He's just sitting in the back pane. Yeah, good sir. Drive me inside my castle.
Yeah, but his driver wasn't really that good. Just crashed
Crashed
straight
into
into
the
the
wall,
entrance.
man.
Yeah, he needs some sort of training. But coming back to the Glitchix conversation once again, I mean, you mentioned how 2 players single-handedly carried their team. I'm the only thing I've got to say is that Glitchix Reborn, they've done phenomenally well, even without Roman OG at the helm of things. Duke was being a standing IGL for this lineup.
Oh, wow.
And in spite of that, I think Scuba being a new player, Ralph, of course, has proven all across BGIS, but Scuba being the new player and Ralph together making this work, that was a phenomenal attempt.
Yeah, we just had this conversation yesterday, how Roman's absence was definitely being missed, but I think we take our words back. Scuba was incredible in the game today, and he's definitely showcased that although the start might have been slow, the man has not given up. He has a lot of potential, and he will deliver eventually. And I think today, Glitch, this is going to be there. They just need to convert this game. But we switch focus. A2K, we talked about them a few seconds ago. They were quite close to the players of I Am Official, but now that's not the only team that's close to them. Midwave, they've been closing in from the northern side, and A2K, they need to be a little bit more careful with how they position themselves.
I think this is where you get to see a lot of these initial collisions. Now the man of the hour, of course, Scuba, we were talking about this player, and once again, all of a sudden, he's found that knock for himself out of nowhere, and it's just about converting it. But I think Glitchix Reborn, they're going to hold themselves back from going out on an all-out ambush, just because I think Scuba is the only player in this particular vicinity. The rest of the other 3 players are still in the boundary of the circle. So it was a scouting effort, but I'm not really sure if the support from the rest of the team is going to come by.
I mean, it was a scouting effort, but now it might just be an all-out war. But here's the saving grace for the side of Glitch X. Look at the radar. There's another team closing in from the northern side. It's going to be exciting to see, are they willing to take the fight against the players of 4 aggressive man? Dragon Esports, they have their own compound, and this one is on a little bit of a high ground as well. Jimmy, Superboy, Toxic on our screens. We see 4 aggressive man in the distance, and further beyond is where Scuba is from the side of Glitch Reborn. And I do agree with you. Glitch Reborn, they need to back off. That is a big 1-3 split they're working with. The distance between Scuba and his teammates, look at that.
Yeah.
That has to be a good
200 meters at
more
least.
than that.
I think 200 to 300 meters is what the difference is. Now, I understand why the split is there. They still want to get that real estate from the mainland, of course, where the circle is. But like you said, right, I think the players will have to follow up, if not the entire team, at least one to kind of stabilize things a little bit for Scuba, give him a little bit of a support. But the fact that Scuba has given his position out and the fact that two teams in the vicinity, not really good news. Neither is it for Clown as well from Team NON, who has been knocked down by the lads from Team Hyper Legends.
Yeah, and he's just hiding behind one small little brush in the open. Clown, luckily for him, the players from Hyper don't even have the angle to check for a pixel that they can spot. But that's not going to be the only knock that NON are going to take on the feet. Did you notice Scuba? He's not stopping. He might be alone, but he doesn't care. He secures one more knock from the side of NON. And now that massive cluster in the center, it's going to force a war, an all-out war between all of these squads. But over here, Grind 1 taking on the players of 7 Habit, and the nade from Tony.
He knocked himself out.
Did he?
He knocked himself out. I'm not really
no.
sure what exactly happened over there. Why did it happen? But the fact that G1 have lost a play puts them at a massive disadvantage, especially against a lineup like 7 Habit. And now look at them come charging in. Rego and others, they're here for war, Johnny.
It was Kratos from the side of 7 Habit taking down the imposter on the other side. But that nade, that's going to be a finish. And it was from Manav. Grind 1, they're finishing each other off. They're knocking themselves down, making things easier and easier for 7 Habit Esports. 7 Habit, they will take this opportunity, grab it with both hands, and they will look to move forward from here on out. Manav looking to recover from the mistake that was made earlier. Tony in the sidelines is just bleeding out. There's no one approaching his position to look for a revive as well. Kratos, he has been spotted out. Manav has an opportunity to line up that perfect nade, secure the trade, but Kratos moves away.
I mean, so many nades being thrown at the opposition.
This is done.
This obviously is done. I mean, Jugga OG goes down as well now. It all comes down onto Manav. And 7 Habit, so far, they didn't even have to break a sweat. I mean, could have been cleaner, especially Charan's knockout should even have been there. But look at the amount of respect that 7 Habit is providing. I mean, in spite of it being a 1v4, they still lay down the smokes. Flanks coming from the other side. And now it's all down to Manav, and the DBS isn't really going to be enough.
Yeah, it wasn't going to be enough anyways. One man against the army in the form of 7 Habit. But to be fair, 7 Habit, they didn't have to do much in that fight.
It was, you stole my words literally, to be honest. But
Wait,
on
what?
the other side, it's 4 aggressive men. And they have found another squad wipe for us to actually talk about. It's Team Rippers, who have been completely finished off.
I think Rippers were the ones who charged this compound. I think 4 aggressive man, they're still in the same position. Because we still see the players from the side of Dragon Esports up north. I do still see Glitch Reborn, Scuba lurking in the backlines. All right, it's Ralphie has swapped positions with the teammate. Scuba has now gone towards the eastern edge of the circle, so they've just gone for a switcheroo amongst themselves. But for Aggressive Man, they're still holding on to the same compound, and Rippers, that slam of theirs not really working out.
No.
Another exit, another squad wipe in this match.
We've seen this being done in BGIS quite a lot as well. 4 aggressive men, their hold on compounds and the defense is actually pretty strong. So I think Team Rippers, they didn't really do their homework, especially in finding out which teams to charge against, and definitely suffered the brunt of it. But now look at the radar. What on earth is happening? Team A2K so close to the lads from Team Genesis, and of course Genesis having that high ground, having the topographical advantage will give them the upper hand, and this upper hand is exactly I was talking about. Gyrogod finds the first knock.
Yeah, the first knock has been found, but Gyrogod, he's not done with it. Hero on the flank as well is looking for a few more. Oh, Bunny, he sees the pixel move. Wiki spotted out. Oh, that jump is going to be risky. Bunny's just waiting. He's waiting for an opportunity to just line up those 4 shots right on the head, so that it's going to be an easy knock, and Genesis, they can push forward towards the building and take that compound cover away from the players of A2K.
Now, A2K, since they're already at a disadvantage, Johnny, I'm not really sure how they plan to make a comeback, because considering the fact that I'm Officials is also very strikingly close to the situation, even if they win this particular fight, they have to think of the consequences later on. Genesis, at least for them, good news that they're not really striking hard. And from the back lines, the IM officials, the team that I was talking about, they come in with a third part in Team Genesis. They've suddenly been thrown off their foot.
I am official. This is all they have. This is the game. They need to make sure that this counts. And Genesis, since they have made sure that the opposition was caught a little off guard, I am will have the opportunity to have the upper hand in this fight. Dome, he's there running around just with around 60 HP on him. Needs to be careful. But so does Lucifer, who's the frontliner for his team. Hero, he has the high ground advantage from the top of that boulder as well. And I am official information. They have none, I believe, Salty.
They certainly do not have any information, to be honest. I am officials. I think the judgment in this one is also pretty good, right?
Yeah.
They understand that they were walking into uncharted territory, so just kind of fall back, disengage from that particular fight, and reset once again. Of course, they have to cover the massive frozen lake of Goroka as well, so they might actually try and go for a longer rotation. But on the other side,
It's
you've
open.
got so much of a cluster happening, Johnny. What exactly is your observation? Everyone trying to go for the center?
As of now, I mean, everyone is targeting the center, specifically 7 Habit, who are quite close to the players of CK. Along with them, you have the players from the side of Hyper, Galaxy towards the center as well. Dragon Esports, they are there holding, I believe, the same compound as they were 5 minutes ago towards the eastern edge of that main island, just south of Mount Kresnik. And Midwave, they've taken control of Mount Kresnik, but look at this. All of the players from the side of Grind 1 Esports, just one mistake after the other. I think Kratos was also wondering, like, what happened to my knock?
You also missed the late Diwali action as well, as Tony just blew himself up because he just cooked the nade way too much.
Oh.
It blew him off his feet as well. So that was a little unfortunate, especially for G1. Not really sure what's going on in their camp. Players knocking themselves out, players knocking each other out.
I got a little confused. I thought that nade came from the opposing side, but as you correctly pointed out, it was Tony's nade himself.
It was unfortunate, to be honest, but it's fine.
Could be he was bored. He's like, alright, the fight looks too easy. Maybe you guys can handle it, and then Manav messed up. Maybe.
Possibly. That kind of happens, to be honest, but especially in a pro series like this, I don't think that's going to be the case, Johnny.
3-4 guys, let's go. We can win this. You guys don't need me.
Yeah, they're like, alright, fine. I think the rest of the people can actually do the job. But doing the job, look at Inferno. Barely surviving. Shots were coming in, but thankfully he was at full HP. His helmet has been tagged quite a lot, to be honest.
There's one question that I have to ask you, right? Normally it's advised when you run around out in the open, you're supposed to zigzag or run in a zigzag path.
Yeah.
Are we still seeing players run in a straight line? It's so easy to line up that spray.
To be honest, true, right? Especially when you have the opposition so close to you.
Yeah.
Mistakes in the basics once again. But talking about the basics, it seems like Team A2K are preparing for their basics of throwing throwables. Beautifully done. But Lucifer on the flank, Johnny, what exactly is happening?
Doesn't want to trade the utility. He's like, we'll fight head on like men. And Lucifer with the DPS is going to take a nasty hit to the face from Noisy. 2 players from the side of I Am Official knocked out. In the trade, A2K just took 1 knock. It's going to be such an easy revive, such an easy recovery from this fight. And I believe they know exactly where the other 2 players are. So they can look to finish them off, look for a squad wipe, 2 extra points in the bag.
A2K had so much space to move about, to be honest.
Yeah.
They had so much space to not just throw their throwables, flush them out of the compound, switch their focus on the players who are out in the open, shoot the first player down, and following up, right? If you prepare the timeline of that particular fight, it seems like Team A2K were just working with too much time, and I'm officials not figuring out what exactly happened to them. And that is one of the reasons why they've been struck quite hard, 2 players of them being completely wiped out. But once again, a good decision making, I think, to just back off from that fight and trying to survive.
Yeah, but they have nowhere left to go, to be honest, because towards the northern edge of the circle, you have the players of Genesis, you have the players of Midwave, and Arm Official is trying to stick. I mean, we saw them move towards the eastern side along the northern edge of the circle, and from there, there's only the space between Mount Kresnik and Post Vosto, the one road that goes from where they can make it through. But they will get spotted out by Midwave. And as soon as they enter the circle, then there's the threat from Dragon Esports, there's the threat from 4 Aggressive Man at the same time. So it is going to be definitely a tough challenge for them to survive in this game from here on out. But we switch focus, ladies and gentlemen, towards the players of Hyper, who are smack in the center of the zone. They have a good compound to work with. There's just one team towards the south in the form of Galaxy. I'm sorry, it is Galaxy down south from Hyper's position, but I think Galaxy also does not really have any.
Wait, what?
You gotta teach your teammates a lesson, man. Sometimes, you gotta do it.
This is banter within a family. I think
No.
they are settling their differences.
Just teaching him a lesson. You better drop that scope, boy.
Oh. I mean, this is a scope warfare. If this is a scope warfare, then I'm pretty much accustomed to it. But getting back in the replay of things once again, just looking at how Game Hub have been playing so far.
What a calm run over there. So peaceful. Just slowly coming to a halt right after he finishes them off.
Man is a very calm and calculated driver, to be honest. And I think he's shown glimpses that he can certainly try and race out other players inside of the lobby. But it's not about being a race. It's a race to the title. Race to the very top. It's a race for being the best of the best.
Exactly. This is the Pro Series. This is where we find who is the best in the entire BGMI scene. And it is going to be such an exciting journey. Right now, we've seen these teams improve every single game they play. And that is not going to stop. But one more thing that's not going to stop is Weekendy and the awkward hard shifts that we have in mid-game. This time moving towards the western side of the map. And look at how close it is towards the southwestern edge of the previous zone. This is also another rare site. But Glitch Reborn, they're exiting the zone towards the eastern edge. They're moving towards the cement factory, and that leads me to believe, you know what they're going to do? They're going to move down into the blue towards Volnova, take that bridge, and then re-enter the circle from Tovar.
But there is Lifecraft present, right? They might actually try and
they're
enter
going
through
to
Castle. As well. But even Castle, as a matter of fact, there is Galaxy present. So both those choke points have been held already. But in the small screen, of course, you can witness that there is a little bit of a clash happening. Team 7 Habit might be under attack. And the ones who are charging against them is going to be the men in blue. It's going to be Midwave trying to iron them out. But it seems like they've sort of taken the exit from the fight. Bullets from Team 7 Habit finally unsettling the opposition, denying them any sort of space to try and push through.
And Midwave, they've charged for the center. It can be a risky move from their side. Drago, in the meanwhile, did spot out one more player from the side of Hyper. Now, this can be a very tricky decision for Drago to make, because now he has relayed his information. I saw 4 vehicles go through. There's one more man in the compound. There's 2 teams that are about to fight it out. We have the perfect chance to third party. And if the players from the side of 7 Habit do in fact third party this fight, trust me, they will get a lot of points from themselves, especially considering Hyper, they've already lost 2 players. And even though one of them can be revived, getting Arian back in this fight, it's going to be extremely difficult. But over here, what is going on? Genesis with a push on the players of A2K. Bunny knocked out. But even in the backlines, you have A2K down to 2 players, Nosy and Zanil trying to take the fight. Doom. Oh, that nade did not really connect, but still A2K, that extra bit of S that they have inside the circle can definitely reap them a few benefits in this fight. Just one more man to take care of, and Doom, he's trying his level best to make sure that his team survives.
I mean, for Team Genesis, I think this was almost inevitable, to be honest, because
True.
when you are trying to enter a circle and you have a wall like A2K standing in front of you, you are supposed to take that head-on collision, and you are supposed to suffer a similar fate.
Look at those 2 lads.
They're not even caring, but it seems like out in the open, they've taken a massive hit. This is bad news for Team A2K. 2 players being taken down. One of them being confirmed, and even Vicky, as a matter of fact. But finally, Zen coming in and saving the life for this team. Both of these players are going to get resurrected, but this was a very close call, Johnny.
Yeah, it was a close call, but A2K, their plan was just to bait the players of Genesis into the crosshairs of Vicky, who was all the way towards the western side out in the open. And as soon as they were able to successfully bait the opposition out, they knew that Zen from the backlines came in with the flank, was able to secure the finishes. But with 5 eliminations on the board, it is going to be extremely difficult for the lads of A2K to survive from here on out. But talk about survival and 4 aggressive man. What are you doing? That slam towards the players of Midwave, not working out. Karan instantly knocked out. They find the trade on Atanki, but down assist along with Snacks. They are still there in the midst of this fight, and they are also waiting for an opportunity because out of nowhere, Glitch Reborn. What is Glitch doing in the center?
Exactly
What?
right. Glitchix Reborn. They find that entry point from Castle, and all of a sudden, they're at the smack center of the circle. Perfect positioning to actually go in for the third party. I love what Duke is doing. I love that he's going on the flank already. Extremely outrageous over there. But for Midwave as well, I think they need to stabilize themselves, reset, get together, possibly take an exit from this fight, because this is a trifecta of death. And if you do not have the man numbers, you wouldn't be able to survive.
Yeah, definitely. You need all 4 players alive to gather all the information and, of course, defend your compounds. Even with 3 players, it's going to be a very difficult challenge. In the meanwhile, NON falling in front of the challenge that was there for them. The players of Dragon Esports, they have taken 3 players down, but Liftcraft from the flank also providing some sort of suppressing fire. And Dragon Esports down to their last man. They are Toxic, hiding inside the smoke. Still alive for a few seconds while Jimmy just crawls behind that cover. Toxic, if he can make it through behind that rock, can actually give a revive and make sure that instead of just all 4 players wiped out, they still have 2 remaining in the game.
2 remaining in the game, but what can those 2 do? Of course, that is going to be the big question. Livecraft still trying to clear down the shorelines, and I think this approach is quite nice. They know that Dragon Esports have been hurt, and there might be somebody else lurking in the back lines. Look at that. IM officials in the radar. They're still in the vicinity as well. They might hurt either of these teams. So it's extremely crucial for Livecraft to secure this vicinity first. Toxic is going to go down to I think Raydox, and now there's just 1 player left.
Yeah, it's going to be the end of Dragon Esports as we know them in this map of Vacandy. The nade is going to force Jimmy to come forward, and Omega is again and again trying to flush that man out so that he can finish him off with the DBS, but the refocus was required. I am official in the water, and it's going to be the end of them. Omega turning around in the nick of time and finishing both the men from the side of I am official off in a matter of seconds. Another one, another nade cooked and lobbed for Jimmy specifically. This one does a lot of damage. In fact, he's there with a sliver of HP left.
Nice!
So the next one is going to be the end, and just with the utility, Mega finds the finish for his team. And look at that, 9 on the board already for Livecraft.
All of a sudden, Livecraft, good decision making, gives them 9 finish points on the board. You mentioned it exactly right. Now the fact that they have the backlines cleared, I think Livecraft can finally focus on the front lines. And look at that, not really a lot of distance that they have to cover. Approximately a drive for about 100 meters, and Jadoo has already secured the southern lines of the circle for themselves. Meanwhile, Glitchix Reborn just trying to duke it out against 7 Habit. Possibly can take a backseat from that particular fight, maybe just allow 4 AM and 7 Habit duke it out between each other, but it seems like Glitchix, they're taking some big hits right now, Johnny.
It's going to be the last player, I believe, remaining from the side. Oh no, the Molotov also burning the lads alive. An absolute disaster from the players of Glitchix. Scuba taking a hit as he tries to go for the rescue for his teammate. The energy ring, oh, he was trying to use it. Prone's down with the DBS, he is ready for the assault. And that's an easy finish. That is Scuba just getting lucky. I'm not going to deny it. He was just lucky in that one that Zen wasn't focused on his position, or he didn't hear Scuba approach indoors.
Nothing is lucky, Johnny, in this warfare, of course. In the Battle of Vikendi, it seems like Glitchix Reborn, they have finally found their footing once again. All of their players are going to be back up, but look at the radar, look at the commotion, look at the carnage that is happening all outside this particular compound. Meanwhile, Glitchix Reborn, they will be the driving seat.
I thought Glitch Reborn, they were running out of utility and also ammo.
They've got 4 crates lying down in the floor right now, so they are going to be refilling every single bit of equipment and utility. But speaking of utility, it seems like 4 AM, they need a lot of those because they're still at the edge and they at least have about 5 teams marking their position. Smokes and nades are going to be quintessential for them to clear their space and move centwards.
Yeah, but every single team towards the northern half of the map of the circle, in fact, they are just playing that tower defense, right? They're trying to protect their own building. CK, the very desperate push to enter the zone, do in fact make it towards the edge, but now they're going to look to move forward, try and see if they can gather some finish points. And look at this, Sangwan is there along with Believe, Ultron and Dreams. So there's going to be hope for the team in this time around, but Rensler from that first can actually secure a lot of points. I mean, Circle taking a southern shift, and this southern shift actually, Lifecraft, they have complete map control of it.
All of a sudden, yes, Lifecraft. And I think it is because of Jadoo and the fact that he cleared and secured the southern lines for themselves. But now look at this, Team CK, Cincinnati Kids. This team is back in action once again, and all of a sudden, it's an artillery warfare up against Team 7 Habits. A lot of these Molotovs were thrown. I'm not really sure if they are going to sort of do any sort of damage against the opposition. CK have a lot to actually move forward. These 80 meters, I think, is going to look like 800 considering you have so many teams trying to take you down.
Yeah, 80 meters of hell that players of Cincinnati have to crawl through, and Dreams, the first steps he take land him inside a landmine, and he's going to be blown up with a nade. Charan from the side of 7 Habit. He's looking to see if he can secure the finishes, but his armor is completely gone, so he's not going to be as confident running into those team fight. Kratos with a high ground advantage, panicking with House checking those windows. I'm pretty sure of it, because he's going to be forced to do multiple jobs. He has to make sure Seekin doesn't cross over. He has to make sure he's aware of the position of the players of Lifecraft and Glitch Reborn as well. But CK, another hit. Ultron knocked out, close to a finish. That nade did a lot of damage. Reams, right in the nick of time, runs indoors, barely alive with a sliver of HP.
CK being really ruthless with the way they have been using utility. I mean, Ultron knocking his own teammate out in that situation. Dreams barely surviving by the sliver of his HP. Now, I love what 7 Habit are doing currently. The split will give them the limelight, or rather the opportunity to mark different teams all by themselves. But it's going to be difficult to hold on to that pressure. On the other side, Jadoo, like I said, right, they have assigned this particular player to kind of try and take down the likes of Game Hub as well.
The nade did a lot of damage on the opposition, and the second one, if the man is close enough, even can be knocked out. But Jadoo needs to be careful. This is a little bit of over-aggression coming in from the players of Lifecraft, and that 2-2 split, they're looking to make it work. But is it actually going to work? That is the real question. Jadoo, another nade, another knock secured, and this time it's going to be GH, in fact, finished off on the other side of the match. We have Glitch Reborn still looking to survive, but they're struggling right now. A lot of damage taken, players knocked out. As 7 Habit, they charge forward. Chris OP is going to be the last man inside that building, and even on the low ground, 4 aggressive man and CK duking it out within themselves. If this is how things are going to go, Lifecraft will have a very free chicken dinner.
Exactly. I mean, to be honest, this entire region of Tovar has turned into the highway of hell for every single team right now. It's the graveyard of bodies. Glitchix Reborn on that second floor, possibly trying to stay safe now. This is a good idea, especially when you have the DBS equipped as well. Chris OP does have the circle for himself, so does not need to move out. Can create that choke point from the staircase, and 7 Habit know that. And this is one of the reasons why they have been holding their position. But for how long will they be holding the position? If CK trying and invade, I think Team 7 Habit, they are going to be down and out.
Mafia is such a nice guy. He saw the feat of Skillful, still was waiting for more pixels to be visible to take that shot. But finally, more damage is dished out. Skillful is still standing though.
And he's healed himself. So
Just
he's
lob a nade over there. Jump throw. I think, no, it's too much distance. Although I think with a jump throw, you can go all the way.
You've got to be LeBron James to actually try and do that, to be honest. But at least Omega is close by. He will be able to throw his Molotovs.
Yeah, he can actually do the alternative just from the point blank range lob utility on the opposition, but still doesn't even matter. Lifecraft, look at that. They have come alive indeed in this one. 14 eliminations on the board, all 4 players still standing. See, Nate goes that distance, and he was able to connect, in fact, making things easier for Jadoo with the damage, the splash damage dished out on the players of 4 aggressive man. Skillful knocked out, last man left standing, and even he's going to be finished off. Down to the top 4 teams. Lifecraft looking to secure this chicken dinner for themselves. 15 eliminations on the board. They have 6 more possible points remaining on the map.
Absolutely, but Omega in the front lines, especially against 3 stalwarts from Team CK, it's going to be extremely difficult, but I love the split coming in from Team Lifecraft, especially Mafia and his partner Jadoo from the high grounds and the back lines will be able to provide so much cover fire and support fire against Team CK. And all of a sudden, it seems like things have come to a standstill as both Lifecraft and Team CK just wait for each other.
Lifecraft, they're coming down. Mafia running behind the smoke as well. This is a brilliant move from Lifecraft. They've made it all the way right next to the players of CK, and they have to deal with them first.
Oh no!
Redox with a nade. If this connect, Dreams is definitely going to fall. It's cooked decent enough, but goes off a little too soon, and Redox just runs forward, expecting the damage to be there. That wasn't even connected, but still from the flank, Jadoo was there for the recovery. Now CK, they're down to their last man. Dream still alive, along with the Dream for the team, but he's going to be finished off. Mafia finding the pick. 19 eliminations for Lifecraft, down to 2 players, and they just have to finish off one last man. Maverick fighting for his life, and he falls. 21 points and 15 for the Chicken. 31-point win for Lifecraft in the last game.
You miscalculated, Johnny. That comes to 36 points from just 31 points. Sorry, 31 points. 16. Wait, it's not 16 finishes. It's 21 finishes.
I think so, yeah.
21 finishes with 15 points from the Chicken. And I was right. 36 points is what we have right now.
Oh yeah, you were right.
So it is absolutely phenomenal. A little bit of a math going here and there, of course, but when it actually comes to BGM analysis, Johnny will never go off the track. Johnny, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if I mess up, you're there to save me. If you mess up, I'm there to save you. That is how a team functions, and that is what the players of Lifecraft also put on display, to be fair. I mean, we saw Mafia. It wasn't like every single individual was from Lifecraft squad was just playing perfectly. They made mistakes. They made a lot of mistakes. But as I said, if someone messed up, the other player was there to cover up for them. Specifically, Jadoo. I mean, we understand he's an experienced player in the lineup, and he was recovering, or in fact, cleaning up so many errors for his teammate, like holding the flank in the final moment, making sure that even if one of his teammates went down, especially Redox, he was there to recover. He was there to trade the knocks out.
Absolutely. I think for a while, I felt like Glitchx Reborn, their rotation was perfect. But then when I saw what Lifecraft did, I think that was even better, to be honest. Especially clearing out the back lines, securing that one player to secure that southern flank, and then making that entry. We saw when the circle shifts outward, they had so much real estate. And this is what happens when you have plans in the back room, of course. But it's all about not being default and thinking outside the box. And I think when it actually comes to not being default, I think we have something for you guys. Just watch it out.
Well, now, we are not going to be default as well, because, ladies and gentlemen, this is the last game that is about to happen for this group red. But before that, that fake indie performance, it was so phenomenal. We talked about Lifecraft, Glitch Reborn. To be honest, I'm a little bit let down because I expected a better result. I understand there was a top 6 finish for Glitch Reborn as well, but still they could have done a lot more. All 4 players were there. And the reason Glitch Reborn went down was 7 Habit. That push from 7 Habit was just... it was so flawless.
It was a chef's kiss, to be honest. And 7 Habit have proved to become a team who are absolutely ruthless when it comes to invasions. I think 7 Habit, we always talk about how Glitchx was kind of the find of BGIs. I think 7 Habit should also be... they demand the same respect, basically. That is what I have been talking about. And if you look at 7 Habit, I don't think they did something crazy with the rotation. They just went with their gut, made simple rotations, but their gun game, I think, backed up for all the troubles. Surviving that situation, which was created at Tovar and all those compounds. Tovar is an extremely complicated place to actually fight out, considering the topography. You've got buildings up at an elevation, you've got staircase, you've got small little dips. In spite of all of that, I think 7 Habit made it absolutely work.
Exactly, 7 Habit, they made it work quite nicely for themselves, and were patient at the right nick of time as well. But ladies and gentlemen, a recap of that Vacandy map, and yeah, this was one awkward moment, but this sort of also gave, I believe, 7 Habit the confidence to push further inside this match.
Exactly. I mean, 7 Habit, for them, a lot of things work together. But like you said, I think the first fight sort of built up the confidence, and then they knew that, all right, fine, we can just absolutely abominate the lobby. And speaking of abominating lobbies, A2K in this particular fight against IM officials, that was... Wait, what just happened?
They tried to slam and the vehicle just betrayed them. Or maybe I think
Did we catch this during the broadcast? I think this is a replay that we are getting to see right now. I don't know. I don't remember seeing this moment. It was absolutely brilliant and tragic at the same time.
I think it was more tragic than brilliant over there. And we did see a lot of tragedies happen, to be honest, in this map of Vacandy. A lot of people foot slipping, hand slipping, everything. I mean, the ice forcing them to just keep themselves warm with the utility that was there. But Lifecraft, as we talked about them, this is, I think, where I thought, alright, this is one point where Lifecraft could have been in trouble, that open fight, because they could be backstabbed by the players of IM, but that did not really happen. They survived that, moved further, took control of that western edge, and from there, we all know what happened.
We certainly do know what happened, but Glitchix Reborn in this one as well. Scuba once again showing his solo potential in that situation, just surviving for his team, but bringing his team back up. That was a phenomenal attempt, even for CK, to be honest. I feel like the fact is that they kind of made that sneaky entry inside the circle, thought that nobody else would cause any problems, but Lifecraft had other plans, and especially that split. You've got to talk about the split. Two players standing on top of that little bit of a cliff out there, providing suppressing fire and backup fire. Omega in the front lines at the face of the opposition, throwing utility consistently, not just nades but also molotovs. And then of course you've got one player just lying in the mid ranges, just trying to spot down other players and figuring out what the situation is like. I think that was perfectly orchestrated.
Yeah, it was perfectly orchestrated indeed, because they needed to pin down the players of CK before they tried to focus the players of 7 Habit. 7 Habit had that concrete cover, but CK was out in the open. You will always go for the easiest picks inside of the game. That is how you prioritize your target. And from the perspective of Lifecraft, it was a 3v4 where Lifecraft had the advantage in terms of utility, they had the advantage in terms of positioning, they have the advantage in terms of information, everything just laid out for them. But still, that first nade being missed was the only flaw of that entire fight. Had Redox's nade been perfect, even he would have not gone down, and it would have been a final 4v2 against 7 Habit.
You know, speaking of Lifecraft itself, I think their gameplay, you can't really call that flawed, to be honest. That was, in my eyes, absolutely flawless. When you have 20 points from just finishes itself, and then add another 15 from the chicken dinner. But that brings me to the question, when you get 36 points from just one game itself, in a week of 5 games, where does that game place you on the overall standings? Because I'm pretty sure this one has made Lifecraft massive jumps.
Yeah, but you realize they have one more game left, so the opportunity is not over. There's still hope for Lifecraft to take that massive lead and figure a way out inside of the top 8, or maybe even the top 5 at this point, because 30 points, 35 points from this game now.
Yeah.
And imagine, last game, last wrangle, another 20 finishes, another 15 points for the win, 35 points again. That's 70 points from 2 games. It's going to be historic.
Too much to ask for, Johnny. I think you're just going overboard right now.
At this point, Salty, why not?
I mean, for sure, why not? Especially even for you guys back at home, when you actually see this beautifully pretty Fool's Blessing Scarel, which just popped out at the bottom of our screen right now. Why not get it? Because why be default? Like Johnny said, at this point, why not?
Yeah, why not? Just go at reward section, check it out. It's a simple process, and you spin the wheel, you win something, at least something. You will win, of course, but we keep saying, do let us know, like, what are you guys receiving? And if anyone gets the Fool's Blessing, Salty will have a surprise for you.
Absolutely. There is going to be massive surprises. Not massive, small little surprises. But anyway, speaking of surprises, that surprise entry inside the final circuit, Team CK, I really wanted this team to do something, to be honest. Because, you know, when you've got players like Believe, and you've got players like Ultron, you've got Dreams, you've got Sangwan, all legacy players, in my opinion, have been playing in the competitive circuit for at least 3-4 years right now. What went wrong in terms of communication? You see players knocking each other out with the nades. I understand high pressure situations like these, but it's like they've been in these situations for 4 years now.
Exactly.
So you are supposed to be the first ones to figure out a solution to this problem.
I have no idea what's going on with the side of CK as well. I mean, it's extremely awkward, because we saw them in the city of Tawar. I think that was the one moment we saw them trying to see if they could find some cover for themselves. They ran into one fight and then just instantly died. died.
Yeah, instantly died. I'm officials as well. But in this one, of course, the MVP for this game was gonna be Aircraft's Omega. 7 finishes on this, that 35% finish contribution. Like, this is insane when you get 7 finishes in one game, but your finish contribution is just 35. Just goes to show that the entire team was firing on all cylinders, Johnny.
Yeah, the whole team was pretty awesome in this matchup. But again, I mean, it is going to be the team's cumulative performance that will be important, and we have the top 5 players on our screens. Omega, he gets followed by his own teammate. Jadoo on the second with 5 eliminations. Skillful on the third with 5. We have Su from Hyper with 5 eliminations, and Mafia. Mafia, I have to give him mad props. I mean, the man was there in awkward positions, but he was one of the reasons as to how much breathing space and movement space Liftcraft had in certain fights. He was drawing all the attention to himself, and then Jadoo and Omega were able to capitalize because of that.
Absolutely. And also, you've got to give credits to, I think, Su, because he's been the solo performer for his team so
That
far.
is also true.
But also, speaking about the point standings, ladies and gentlemen, 20 finishes and 15 position points. You're seeing at a mammoth 35 points acquired from just one game, and then look at the other point standings. When you look at the other teams dwindling down, 21 points, 14 points, it's still good, but it just gets outshined by the highest ever performance in BMPS 2023 so far.
See, normally if a team won a game and then showed up to the next one with a decent average, you would say, all right, this is a good performance. You can make sure okay, consistent climb is going to be there, but 35 points from a game. This is just one game. There's a massive leap for Liftcraft on their overall leaderboard ranking, but 7 Habit will also take a good leap in that ranking as well, and they were already doing quite decent.
They were doing quite decent. I think, if I'm not mistaken, they still have that one game, extra game in hand that we are talking about. But for now, of course, on the next page of the standings, you see that little bit of a disappointment, especially from Midwave Esports. That is not what you would have expected, especially on how they were positioned. We were considering this team to be one of the top contenders for Group Red, but that debacle, that downfall that we get to see from Ramon, I think that has sort of changed the situation for Midwave all of a sudden.
But opportunity is still there. At least they can figure out a way to finish in the top 5. If they drop 35 points in one game, when I say drop, I mean secure 35 points from one game. I mean, they can actually take that leap into the top 5 or worse, top 8. I mean, that is, I think, a more achievable goal for Midwave at this point.
I think, speaking of goals right now, every team, right, they are looking at bonus points in the picture. Every team on the 48 point standings, I think, they're just looking for the 25 points. Do we have contenders apart from Revenant?
I think we have a few of them, because I believe 7 Habit, they have been consistent enough to take the lead, but it is going to be important that they do well in the last game. Best case scenario, just chicken dinner win with what Liftcraft was able to do. 20 points. If not 20, maybe 15. I think that should get the job done.
Oh, you're being so considerate, Johnny. Wow, that was great. If not 20, get at least 15 finishes. It's easy.
Easy, very easy, right? Especially for a team like 7 Habit. We have seen that from them in the past, by the way. So it can happen. You know, it can happen. But one more thing that can happen and will happen, ladies and gentlemen, is this beautiful Avalanche X suit. It is going to be out soon, so do make sure you're following Crafton India Esports on their social media handles so that you're updated with all the information that they are putting out, and of course the new stuff that's being introduced in BGMI as well. But along with that, what I was trying to say was Midwave, there is an opportunity. 7 Habit, there will be an opportunity for them as well to challenge the reins of Revenant on the overall leaderboard. But let's not forget that this group Red, they're not fighting within themselves. At the end of the last game, we're going to have the cumulative rankings. That is Group Blue plus Group Red, and depending on those rankings, your future is going to be decided.
Exactly. And you and Arka were having this conversation, Johnny, about who stands atop. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I think, of course, there is a link which has been pinned in live chat, ladies and gentlemen, which takes you to Crafton India Esports, where you can check all the standings from Group Blue as well. But quickly wrapping up this conversation, Hydra Esports, Group Blue, #1 spot. I think Revenant, they've already passed that if they get the 25 points.
My prediction is Hydra is still going to be #1.
All right, then. All right. But, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, we transition into the teams who are going to be playing the last game of the day. It is going to be Group 10 and Group 12 duking out. Of course, there is going to be a massive opportunity in 2 teams in particular. Like Johnny concluded, either Midwave or 7 Habit, they are going to get an opportunity. Lifecraft, after that game, I think momentum is going to be there. Growing strong, as a matter of fact, have been absolutely brilliant, especially after the chicken dinner. They're also setting themselves up for success. In this last game, I think if they perform well, they also stand a chance for the #1 spot, Arca. I mean, let me just kind of introduce you into the conversation we were having. We were talking about the bonus points and, of course, what is going to happen in Group Red from the last game itself. But having said that, I think there has been massive changes in terms of that, right? You've got 7 habits in the midst of things. A2K, as a matter of fact, has been absolutely brilliant. Team Rippers also. So, I mean, I'm going to be kind of talking about which team do you think in particular for that #1 spot is there?
If you ask me right now, I do believe that Revenant is already on the top. Because if we have done the calculations right, but yes, growing strong. They are also having a great opportunity. Livecraft out of nowhere. Yeah, such a phenomenal performance coming in from their side. They'll also have a fighting chance in the final game.
Fighting chance in the final game for sure. And speaking about it, it is the map of Erangel. It is the basic map, of course, and gives you that little bit of a homely vibe because you've played this map the most, of course. But as we come to the last game of week 1, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, the goal for every single team, every single player out there will be the bonus points, isn't it?
Oh yes, obviously. As I said, just 3 positions lesser, you'll be losing almost 15 to 20 points, which you do not want to. And all that hard work. It's just that, the officials have designed the format in such a way that if you do the hard work, there's going to be bonus points supporting all of those hard works.
It's not just bonus points also, Arca. As, of course, we approach the end of Group Red and the games as well, the 96 leaderboard is also going to be prepared. And I think teams, they are going to be looking at their positioning. They are going to be looking at where exactly they stand. Now, since we already have Group Blue standings, there are going to be multiple teams from Group Red who think that, all right, fine, we are going to be inside the top 16. So being inside the top 16 gives you that little bit of a safety cushion. I think that is also going to be one of the goals in this game itself. But before we actually move forward, Arca, one last thing from you. Prediction for the map of Erangel. One last time. Choose one team at a time.
Oh, come on. It's going to be so hard because everybody are fighting to finish. And I really don't want to sound wrong, but the 3 teams I would love to see in the final circles have to be Midwave. And then Invincibles. And somewhere I feel it's going to be Livecraft will try to do their best to stay until the finals.
Alright then, momentum is what we are talking about, and momentum is what is going to be taking our aircraft up in the skies, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be the last game of week #1, the last game of Group Red. It is going to be the map of Erangel, and finally we have that big aircraft back in the skies. I'm going to be your pilot for the day, and our destination for the night is going to be starting from Query and ending at Lipovka. Of course, once again, a look at the 16 teams inside of the competition. Arca, I'm going to come to you with the flight path in contention. Do you think it's the best flight path that we could have seen for an ending game, for a concluding game?
I guess.
I guess
because those teams heading towards the northern side of the map, since they're going to have a little bit of a trouble near those spawn regions, I wanted a healthier competition, if you ask me. But again, since it's do or die situation, there's going to be very few teams who would want to extend beyond their reach and make mistakes. But rather, I would love to see how they'll be performing over here. But those teams, if they're able to reach the northern side of the map, the first circle is going to be very, very interesting one.
The first circle certainly will be very interesting, to be honest, because if it does drop on that northern side, like you said, Arca, possibly there will be a situation where multiple early battles do happen. But speaking of early battles, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving straight towards the corner of the map. We're moving towards Primorsk, where 2 teams, Team Invincibles and Team G1, are going to be there. Now, for G1, we saw last game was a massive debacle. I mean, Tony just blowing himself up with his own nade, Manav knocking his teammates out with his grenade itself. Some very awkward collisions happen. In this one, do you see Team G1 making corrections for all the mistakes that they have done?
They'll have to do it. I mean, they have learned the lesson the hardest way possible. So I do believe that in Pro Series, these pros will be able to, somehow replicate not their mistakes but rather their good games, and I'm hoping to see something like that. But Invincibles right now looking forward for some early hammering as Jagga is running out in the open. That is the first guy you would want to target when it comes to the side of G1. If you put him down, it becomes much more easier for you to execute the rest three.
I absolutely agree with you, and to be honest, I think Abhi is in a very good position to kind of try and do that, because it seems like G1 Esports, they have no idea of where the opposition is, to be honest, and where the opposition can be. And like you said, players venturing out in the open, they just running around in the middle of nowhere. I think that is one of the biggest mistakes that you can do. You've seen the parachutes land on top of Remorse. You know there is a Cold War situation. And I think Preet is already at an advantage. But look at this, Jagga does have the nade being cooked in. No reaction whatsoever. He has flipped the switch himself. And now first contact has been established. It's Team G1 who take the early lead.
Team Invincible, not the right kind of start they were wanting. But again, as I said, they have to target that solo man Jagga, or else it's not going to be easy for them to take this G1 team down. But with this, I think they'll be waking up and they'll be thinking of falling back from this fight. If they continue to fight, they might get a knock, but the finish is going to be very important as well.
I mean, as soon as that knock was confirmed, Arka, it seems like Team Invincibles were like, alright, fine, we're prepared to head back and let's just launch our nukes. And that is exactly what happened, a 1-for-1 trade. But Team G1 Esports, it's kind of unfortunate to see that in spite of that good move from Jagga, they're still not capable of keeping up the lead in their arms. But speaking of lead, I think another player has been knocked down. G1 just returning the favor, and Abhi has been taken down. The fact that the flank has been taken down means that there is so much responsibility on Glock as well as Jord right now.
The rotation has come through, if you ask me, from the side of Invincibles. They've gone in for the revival, so Glock can't do anything much. He's just going to be a spectator to wait for the opponents to make a mistake. But it seems like G1 have an idea that Glock is not far away, and that's why they're trying to, push in over here into this 3-story building. He's got the deadly DBS. Now, until this very moment, he's not made any mistake of giving away sound cues. But the TPP is going to be something they can take into their advantage. G1, they need to be careful somewhere far away. Abhi also gets knocked out. Team Invincibles are on the receiving end of things, and they might get eliminated if this man goes down.
They might get eliminated, Arka, but it seems like his teammates, of course, will sort of get eliminated as well, because man just got finished off, wiped out of thin air. I mean, as soon as he heard the fact, as soon as he saw the fact that his teammates were knocked out, Glock was like, alright, fine, I've had enough, let me just go take care of business. But man could only jump out of the balcony, and as soon as he jumped out, he got not a hero's welcome, but a hero's exit. Wiped out of thin air. G1, they could have done this much cleaner. They could have avoided the loss of Tony, the MVP. But still, I think now the road is clear. They've cleared off the corner of the map from Primos. They have the little bit of the circle for themselves as well. Just try and bank on the 4 finish points that you have, isn't it?
That's easier said than done.
Yeah, certainly.
And I do believe that, they'll be learning from their mistakes as well. But the way they bounce back in that fight has also been phenomenal.
Yeah.
I've not seen anybody remove a flanker so quickly and then send another flanker
True.
to remove the person going to revive that flanker as well. But all of that is already passed by, as now we're going to look at the side of Going Strong, one of the other teams where all the spotlights are going to be on.
Yeah. I mean, for sure, right, the spotlight has been on them because of their performance. Now, courtesy to the fact that this team has consistently bagged big numbers and also has gotten, I think, if I'm not mistaken, 2 chicken dinners to their name, they are going to be one of the contenders for the very top spot. I mean, one good game in this map of Erangel, I think this team will sort of also will be looking at a 100-point mark possibly. Of course, we'll find that out when we look at the overall standings at the end of the day, but for now, it seems like there are 2 teams on the lands of Yasnaya Polyana, Stellar Titans and Growing Strong. We just witnessed that, but I mean, we know Yasnaya is a huge city. There's no troubles whatsoever. 2 teams can survive without any troubles.
Very much, but what's more important is how the circle is going to favor this region. The only issue teams are going to have is that the spawn locations of these regions are kind of unique compared to the other places. So when you go in to get those vehicles, you will come in contact with one another. It's going to be the point of converge where two teams will be forced to take those fights. And hopefully we'll be able to see them not take those fights, but rather make it inside the circle. As yet again, I can see a lot of teams towards that school region. But in case the circle betrays them and goes towards the quarry region, then things can be much more interesting.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you can never really predict where the circle is going to head us. But that massive cluster towards the center is what I'm talking about. You mentioned it correctly, the school region and the Rozhok region. You've got 7 Habit in Rozhok. You've got Team RPS and Mayur Gaming in the midst of things as well. And then on the other side, you've got Team DH. So the distance is still there between these teams. They're not really going to fight it out, at least in the early stages, at least in Circle 1. But as soon as we transition on towards the second circle, there might be massive fights breaking out. And massive fights should break out on this camp as well, Midwave Esports. What are your thoughts on their performance today, Arka?
A little disappointing if you ask me, because they're worthy of something bigger than what they are showing us right now.
Yeah.
So even in the map of Vikendi, that late rotation and trying to rotate amongst a group of people and getting shot at, and Aru losing himself at the early stages of the game was one of the major reasons for the side of Midwave to take that early exit in the map of Vikendi. But this time it seems like everything is falling place for them as they make it inside the circle with no one to challenge them on the eastern side of the map. But the most interesting thing is this: can they make it into the next one?
Can they make it in the next one? As we speak of the next one, we do have a massive hard shift, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that shift on towards that left-hand side, completely taking away Shelter, Farm and Milta out of the picture. Rozhok is no more in the picture as well. You have to shift focus on towards the left-hand side of the map. It's going to be extremely difficult. Team CK Sansanati Kids, they already have control over Gatka, and I think from there on they will be able to sort of get a little bit of shots fired against any other team rotating. Meanwhile, we do have some fast and furious action between Team Rippers and Team Growing Strong, if I'm not mistaken. But Rippers have taken a way out. They were like, alright, fine. We have no business being involved in this comedy of errors. And even Growing Strong, as a matter of fact, they must be feeling like, oh, damn, we just lost 4 finishes.
I somewhere feel that, you know, they would have thought otherwise, and they would have been like, you know what, let's avoid this fight because we still have 15 teams alive, and during these rotation clashes we can expect somebody to be attacking us. But you know, 2 rotations I want to bring into picture over here. Midwave Esports, they were on the southern side of the map, made it towards Pochinki where they could have gone into the quarry region, whereas GS, who could have gone and held that big mountains next to Georgopol, are now taking that southern route to head towards the ferry region. So 2 different teams, 2 different rotations. Let's see which team will be successful to hold the final ones.
I mean, we had a similar situation in the map of Vikendi as well, where we highlighted the rotations of 2 different teams, Glitchix Reborn and Livecraft. And it seems like Livecraft had the more successful rotation out of both these teams. And speaking of this team, we do have the corporate squad once again, Livecraft, just back inside the game, 4 vehicles for themselves. And this is something which I like, right? Moving with confidence and moving with intent. They do make sure that they enter the circle from the southern hemisphere. They landed on top of military base, but now finally they are back in the mainland. And I think this time around they're just messing around with each other, just colliding their vehicles.
I mean, they're having fun.
Yeah, they're having fun.
It's all about them doing the hard work in one game and then have fun in the other, so that they don't feel that pressure of being on top of the table. Sometimes you need it. And I wouldn't say this is the right time.
Exactly, right? This is the last game of week 1.
But the reason why I'm telling you, right, it's the rotations which they're taking, which is supporting them. So they're confident about it, but there's another fight taking off. Burnex official might have made a big mistake stopping over here.
Might have made a huge mistake stopping right over here, but Sangwan still looking to connect the shots. and hasn't really been successful, especially with that Scar and Burnix. I think I see intent in their eyes. I see bloodlust in their eyes. But Sangwon from the backlines. It's lovely to see that TBS back in action. They've been hit back once again. The trade comes through, and it seems like Sangwon is going to go down as well. Team Cincinnati Kids, how do you give up on a lead like that? Burnix official burning down the floor for the opposition, but believe coming in with the hand of God. The grenade itself is going to make things work, but it's not going to be a tough job for Ernie. And basically easy pickings for Burnix officials to clean the floor, to wipe the floor with Team CK. But the action does not stop right now, because you've now got Galaxy Esports in the mix of things as well. And I think Burnix realize that. They're trying to run away, but Milind, will he be able to hold them back is going to be the question, Arka.
A good grenade cooked, if you ask me. Milind might give that opening for the squad. A lot of damage has been dealt by the opponents. It's going to keep them at bay for now. But
Yeah.
Novo coming in a bit more closer. Gets that knock against them. Device. He won't be alive anymore. He'll be down on his knees in the weakest point possible. But now Burnix official, can they pull off another wonder? Because the way they took down the side of CK was phenomenal. With so many smokes here and there, they've got an opportunity to strike. And guess what? Melodies pulling the right cards right now, showing that he's going to be the best man in the house out there. The last man standing is going to be Ernie.
Yeah, it is going to be Ernie, the last man standing. So many hopes on his shoulders, and Burnix official really did not have time to celebrate, especially on how beautifully timed this push was from Galaxy Esports. It was absolutely phenomenal. They heard the gunshots in the back lines. They heard all the commotion that was happening between Cincinnati Kids and Burnix official, and they knew instantly that this is time to pounce. And speaking of time to pounce, there might be another fight breaking out. It's Team Rippers versus Team 7 Habits. It seems like 7 Habits, they're well prepared. Nades being tossed in multiple directions, trying to block the fence. It seems like there was an exchange, an awkward exchange, but Drago has sort of taken a big hit, and Team 7 Habit at a massive disadvantage. Charan also moving away from its flank lines, and all of a sudden Team RPS, they're just flooding in, and they finally do it successfully. Every single player from every single facet of this fight is going down, and Team 7 Habit, they never really stood a chance. How beautifully orchestrated was this fight. From the backlines, D-Power was the final one to survive. But it seems like Team Rippers, they never really lost control. It was absolutely brilliant, Arka.
But the most important thing for us to see how Midwave Esports have got their crosshairs set against the side of Rippers out here. And they might actually do some damage, as they have to take down just one man right now to get that squad through completely out of this lobby. But what's more important is how Rippers distributed themselves in that terrain.
Yeah.
A perfect execution, if you ask me. They made sure that it's the divided attention of the opponents which put them down. Midwave Esports rotation as well has been amazing again. From Pochinki to the center of the circle, I would love to see how much more execution of finishes they're going to have by the end of this game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, how many finishes do they have, Midwave Esports? Now the fact that they hold a very open area, I think they are going to be under fire, especially from the distance. Look at that, Stellar Titans. They're taking some pot shots against Snacks and have been massively successful. His helmet has been damaged quite a bit, and even his HP was not really stable, as a matter of fact. But the only thing which is working in for Midwave Esports is the 2-2 split. 2 players inside of the circle while the 2 remain outside. An ideal gatekeeping situations up against Stellar Titans. And I'll be waiting to find out how do Stellar Titans react to it, because shots are being taken. For Stellar Titans, I think the goal still remains the same. Try and take down maybe the vehicles, if not the vehicles, their utility. And then flush it out, because when they try and pounce, they will face a weaker Midwave Esports.
Now, the most important thing is the gatekeeping scenario which Midwave Esports can hold off for the side of Stellars can backfire against them. Because I somewhere feel that Midwave, in those Snacks is the only person in the crosshair, the rest of the 3 players will now find angles against them. But yes, this was the fight. D-Power's rotation at the final moments is going to be rewarding them to survive for the longest time possible with the circle under their control.
I loved how Rippers played it throughout, to be honest, because as soon as the first player went down and Charan left his flank angle, you knew that Rippers were being given the upper hand. You knew that Rippers, the influx of manpower was visible, and Team 7 Habit, they completely lost their formation in that fight. So it was always supposed to happen. But where does it take, where does that fight take Rippers from that point on is going to be the question. Where are they currently rotating? Where are they currently heading? And speaking of heading, it seems like Livecraft Esports, they're still in a nice little spot. Galaxy might just be knocking on their doors right now. You look at the army, you look at the absolute cavalry of vehicles on the radar, and it seems like they have no interest in finding Livecraft right now. One of their players has taken a massive shift. One of them has been knocked down. Saurav as well as Nova will be looking to kind of restabilize things. Jump coming in from Mafia at the wrong time. Almost could have been punished, but Galaxy Esports still haven't really pressed the finish switch. Still trying to look for the opening, going in for the flank. Nova 21 just trying to make the utility work for himself, but he has been caught napping. Man was not paying attention to the audio cues, and all of a sudden Team Livecraft, they have the upper hand in this particular fight, Arka.
Redox doing everything right. He's restricting the opponents from making that move from the center of the circle. And guess what? Omega's Molotov is going to burn down the opponents as well, as they've got another knock. And it's important for them to hold on to this, because Stellars are now wanting to be a part of this. As from far away, Clever is trying to do his best. The last man amongst the smokes is going to have a little bit of a hard cover, due to which is not going to be taken down anytime soon.
Absolutely, but Jadu from top, of course, just trying and spot down the player through the smoke itself. We've seen this happen for quite a while right now. Players trying to use the hit markers to their advantage. Shotguns equipped up close and personal. Jadu goes down. Influx of two players. Invasion inside the compound. It seems like Galaxy Esports have done their homework, and Livecraft dreams come crashing down. Or do they? It's Mafia still up against Team Galaxy Esports. It's a 1v1 against Galaxy. A sliver of HP on this man, and he's still going ring around the rosy. But it's not going to help him. Galaxy Esports finally put the trigger, and they have done the tough job. But once again, Stellar Titans, you mentioned about that team, possibly could have been a spoiled sport in this particular fight, haven't they?
Now, the most important thing is Clever gets a line of sight against the opponents over here. He can put an end towards the side of Galaxy, but the recovery coming in from the side of Galaxy was amazing.
Yeah.
Because two people down on their knees, but still went in for the revival, stuck to that, strategy, then came back so strong that they almost finished off the opponents. Guess what? They just didn't almost finish them off, completely eliminating them from the overall standings as well, allowing the side of Revenant to hold that very top position which they have right now.
Top position for sure, but look at where it's growing stronger. They are definitely at the best spot inside the circle so far, having the high ground as well as the pole position at the smack center of the circle. It does not come easy, and might actually give them a chicken dinner to work with as well. On the other side, you've got Team A2K trying to fight out against Team G1 Esports. And nades and smokes have been lobbed in open terrain, of course. And this is going to be a guerrilla warfare. We've seen a lot happen on the map of Erangel so far. Not just today, but every single day. Teams just trying to go on a gang war, not having information, just 4v4 fights, fair and square. But for G1, I think it's not going to be easy, especially when they start the fight with a disadvantage. A 3v4 situation is what they have to deal with, and I think they understand the fact that this is not good news. Oh my god, what is that trap?
No, you were speaking about the teams out there, and then suddenly had an eye on the rotation of Midwave Esports, where they're going to be, losing a player out there, and it's important for them to survive for the longest time possible in the open fields, a little bit of a high ground, and suddenly this place is going to turn into a war zone, as now Rippers are just going to watch the opponents take down one another. DH still wanting to get those finishes confirmed, as GS have a view on the side of Midwave as well. Now Midwave, did they walk in to the jaws of death? Will they be finished off?
I think they might actually be. It's not just Midwave as well. There is so many other teams, and every team, they're just trying to take down anybody in their line of sight. And it seems like, I think growing strong, they have the best position out of it all, because not only they have the high ground, but also they have the center of the circle. Look at the minimap, look at the radar, ladies and gentlemen. You've got so many teams in contention, and everyone came in with at least two players. Gunshots being heard left, right and center. But as of now, I think it's a battle to survive. They will have to survive the carnage which is happening, which is coming all across the board. The finish feed going absolutely frenzy. Players dropping, bodies fall. Even Mayur Gaming, as a matter of fact, they have nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. And it seems like the demise might be inevitable as well. And amidst all of this, it seems like Midwave and Growing Strong, they've sort of steered away from the aggression and they're just trying to survive, trying to block angles with the smokes and trying to move away with the vehicles itself. And that is exactly what they have to do. Look at the radar once again. It seems like the circle has betrayed all these teams, Arka.
Midwave Esports now can actually evade this fight. It's an unnecessary one which they're trying to push against the side of GS. Just make it inside the circle. Forget about that fight. Make sure that you have some hard cover for yourself. Galaxy wants to snatch away the only hard cover inside the circle from the hands of Stella as they push in towards them as well. Mayhem, Rippers, as well as JS. A three-way Mexican standoff. Let's see who comes out successful out of this.
Who comes out successful? I think only one team is going to be successful in this one, and I think that might just be Growing Strong. But Godbot, somebody who has sort of carried the mantle for this team from the backlines, has taken a massive hit, and it seems like Team Growing Strong, they're sort of tumbling, especially with the circle shifting. I think their advantage has sort of been neutralized, but how do they respond to this situation? I think this is where champions are made. A little bit of a visual on top of Mayur Gaming, and shots were being fired, and I think out in open Kunal, you don't really do that. The high ground advantage, the ridge is going to protect him for now, but for how long? Sparky is an absolutely phenomenal aimer, and it seems like that might just be the case. And from the backlines, oh my god, Kunal, he was just being overwhelmed. Sparky from top, Atanki from bottom. There was no way he was allowed to survive.
Now with the next circle forming up, Atanki and Aru, this rotation is going to be the most crucial one from their side for the side of Midwave Esports. GS, yes, they're still going to hold on to that drop location or to that high grounds which they have for themselves, as Mayhem are getting ripped apart by the side of Psych as well as themselves. Psych, the dark horses of this lobby, can they pull off another one over here? Amongst the noses or under the noses of GS, can they pull off a chicken dinner?
Can they pull it off? I mean, that will be a big mystery, of course, Arka. I mean, Team Psych, just like you mentioned, they have the periphery of the circle itself. And nobody saw this rotation coming. Nobody saw a four-man team inside of this particular final circle. But it seems like Team Psych have actually made it work. But Growing Strong, like I said, the only disadvantage is going to be the fact that they have been spotted out. They were the center of attraction. Multiple teams were taking shots against them. And the fact that they have so many finishes means that they have been the center of the limelight. And that is one of the reasons why Team Psych know exactly where to shoot at to find those targets. And that leaves us with just 3 teams and 10 players inside of the final circle, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be an absolute end game of a finale, to be honest. But Team Psych, they haven't really been left unhurt, to be honest, because Orva has been completely finished off. Orzi is still knocked out. Team Growing Strong, they're actually pretty going strong as well.
Galaxy, as I said, they took away this hard location from the opponents, and now they're going to be reaping great benefits out of it. 11 finishes and counting. What they're going to do right now is just stick to the location they have. They know that they have 2 crosshairs set, one towards the side of GS, one towards the side of Psych as well. So it becomes a little bit easier for them. But what's more important for us to watch is how Psych is going to make it inside the circle.
Yeah.
Because there's another hard cover which I can see, which could be taken by any of these teams out there, as GS wants to damage the side of Psych as they make it inside the circle. Striker is going to be on the receiving end of things as he gets knocked out. Probably will be finished off as well. But how will the side of Psych make it inside the circle?
They won't, Arka. The answer is they won't. They will get wiped out in the face of the earth. And right now, Growing Strong, like I said, even this downhill curve, this downhill run for them just turns out to be easy because everything they turn seems to turn into gold right now. Galaxy Esports, they will have their faith high, especially with 11 finishes on their cards. It seems that they've stopped Growing Strong dead on their attacks. Even Godbot, as a matter of fact, wouldn't really be able to do much. Shots being exchanged, but look at the blue zone. I think Godbot will be electrocuted pretty soon. Man is still trying to heal himself up, but the circle, it has betrayed Growing Strong after the entirety of the game itself. And now it's a 2v4 situation, 2v3 in fact. just Sparky all by himself trying to spray down Rafta. But Galaxy Esports, they are going to be cleaning up the squad of Growing Strong without any troubles whatsoever. What a brilliant winner chicken dinner inside of the final circle. It was an absolute carnage happening in that one. But Galaxy Esports, calm, composed, and not giving in to the pressure, I think, was going to be the key. Growing Strong, they had too much going on for this particular team.
I mean, if you remember how Galaxies were almost taken down at one point of time, and then they come out of that fight, they become successful with just 3 men standing, and then the IGL gives the perfect rotation for them. As I've always said, in the map of Erangel, if it's an open ground fight, if you have the hard compound for yourself, it's going to be an easy chicken which you can snatch away from the opponents, or rather have around 10 to 15 finish points, because you're going to be having a view of all the teams out there in the open fields.
Exactly, and I mean, speaking of the hard compound, Growing Strong had that little bit of a topography. We talked about they were at the smack center of the circle, but then 2 back-to-back hard shifts towards the south, which meant that that high ground was no more inside of the circle. That was because of which we saw Godward was taking damage from the blue zone. They were struggling to come down, because as you come down, you are in your vulnerable state. You cannot really do anything to protect yourself. And I think Galaxy Esports just wonderfully made use of that particular advantage and shut them down. But it has been a fabulous effort from both these two teams. I mean, I think 12 finishes on one team and about 10 to 12 finishes on the other. First and the second positions respectively. We were talking about how Growing Strong will be a possible contender for the number 1 spot when you consider the overall rankings. Arca, especially after this game, do you think that has been achieved? Because they got a chicken in the game they played previously. Now a second position. This team is taking consistency to another level.
I mean, it's the Pro Series. We cannot expect lesser than this from all the teams out there. But yes, they have a fighting chance to be on the top. Revenant Esports and Growing Strong will obviously have the first 2 positions for themselves.
Agreed.
But what's more important is who's going to have the 3rd and the 4th position, because there were a lot of contenders. Livecraft have done a great job throughout the day. Then you
GlitchX Reborn.
Yeah, GlitchX who got a chicken dinner for themselves when we thought that they won't be able to pull off something good, because they were not having that great of a momentum comparatively. But still, it's been a great games, if you ask me, compared to Group Blue, because the fight was so close to one another.
You know, since we are drawing comparison against Group Blue, you've got to give it to the fact that Group Red was still very dicey and nobody could predict what is going to happen till the end of it. So Group Red has been a very competitive affair, because up until last day we thought the team insane. They're on a roll.
Yes.
They might get 100 points, but then comes the roadblock. Then comes the arsenal of the other teams out there. And so many other teams have showed up. It's not just Revenant Esports. You've got a little bit of an underdog team, inexperienced teams like GlitchX Reborn, like 7 Habit, like this particular team Growing Strong as well, just coming into the picture and absolutely ripping the competition apart. But speaking of competition apart, being ripped off, I think this exactly was the moment when I felt like G1, they kind of ripped the competition apart. Team Invincible just had nothing to do in that situation.
I mean, laying out in the open and going in for a revival without covering yourself. If you make such small, silly mistakes, obviously it's going to backfire against you. But again, the replay is going to show where Galaxies actually started things off. They came in and struck against an opponent who was very weak, and then they held on to that very position at the bottom left. Yes, Rippers at one point of time were looking very good until 7 Habit came really close to them and did the damage, by putting at least one player down. But yes, it was D-Power's dominance which put an end for them.
Yeah, it certainly was D-Power's dominance. And look at this, right? This was another fight that we were talking about. And I think this was the fight that you were referring to, right? Between Livecraft and Team Galaxy Esports, where they barely managed to survive that 1v1 encounter. And from that point on, getting a chicken dinner, it just goes to show how much of a mental toughness you are made up of. But once again, Midwave Esports has been a debacle of a performance, Arka. You were talking about this team getting a chicken dinner. For the first time, it seems like your prediction has not really gone the right way.
I mean, if the teams who have got the capability are not able to perform, making mistakes like this, it was really hard for me to see that two players of Midway were present and they're trying to take the fights in the open and an uphill battle.
Yeah.
The textbook basics is going to be completely against you regarding that. And I don't have to blame myself for that. Especially the side of Invincibles as well. The silly mistakes which they pulled off in the beginning became a great advantage for the opponents to finish them off as well. So I somewhere feel that, even though my predictions have gone down south, I'm kind of not disappointed with myself.
Alright then. I mean, I'm pretty sure none of us are disappointed with you, Arka. I mean, because this is probably the first time when your prediction did not really go their way for us inside of BG.
I was not prepared for a prediction, if you can.
It's perfectly fine, man, because in the entirety of BGIS, we were here for about a month and a half every single week, but none of our predictions went. At least you are getting close to what we even dreamed of at that particular time,
See,
but
sorry to cut you off, but somewhere I feel it's called predictions. It's not called, seeing the future. Predictions is something where you just place your bets on somebody, or you place your bets on the knowledge you gain, and then you're going to be like, okay, this might be the team coming up front. So, we're
Absolutely.
happy, man. I've seen you also bring some predictions true before, as probably this is the best we can do.
Probably this is the best we can do. I mean, praise is from the man himself. But coming back to the topic of the game itself and how all of these big names just could not really do much in this particular matchup. You were talking about Midwave, of course. I'm also talking about teams like Livecraft, who had a fantastic outing in that one. They tried to go up against Galaxy Esports, but that did not really work out. Now, we kind of felt, especially after a 35 bomb from Livecraft, that maybe another follow-up performance will be good enough. But now, where do you see this team go? I mean, potential is there in terms of getting finishes, but it seems like they're very, very inconsistent.
It's just week one. Let's give them that as well. And as I said, week one, it might look that your favorite teams are not actually performing well, but suddenly when it comes to week two, and they can strike the balance between the points when it comes to week one and week two put together, week three becomes much more interesting. So I'm just going to keep my fingers crossed for teams who are not able to perform in week one. But again, the format, it's just phenomenal. I just love this format, and I hope that, the officials maintain this format for a long time now.
For a long time now. I mean, to be honest, it's not just you, Arka. Even the community has sort of shown a lot of support towards this format as well, because it might actually come across as a very complicated format for a lot of viewers. It's not actually complicated, to be honest. If you simplify it down, teams just play according to their groups, whether it is Group Blue or Group Red, and then, of course, Group Red is subdivided into 6 subgroups, to be honest, and they play amongst each other in a round-robin format. And since we are already at the end of week one, of course, there will be the overall standings that we have to talk about. Overall, 96 teams are up. They have played 5 games each. We have constantly been mentioning the fact that throughout this tournament, every single team will be playing 15 matches individually. And from those 15 matches, all that they have to do is end up on that top 16 to qualify for that LAN finals in Ahmedabad. Of course, just a reminder, we have talked about it initially. It is going to be in Eka Arena. It is going to be in Ahmedabad on the 15th, 16th and 17th of December. But let's just talk about the man of the hour for now, of course. I'm talking about the MVP from the map of Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. Also, do make sure in the live chat you try and predict. Meanwhile, we'll try and predict. In fact, before we try and predict, he's already in front of our screens. Sword of 999. No delay in the entry. Man just came up with a huge celebration. And as you can see, his finishes, of course, 7 finishes from this individual person, from this individual player. What do you think of Galaxy Esports right now, Arka?
They allowed their assaulter to do the job,
Yeah.
and since they've got the best cushion to play things around with, they've done a great job. Rippers on the other side, this is the only game where they showcase what they're capable of in the entire week.
Yeah.
And ending the week on a good note is going to boost their confidence to do much more better, as D-Power18 has got 4 for himself. Galaxy, Saurav is going to have one of his other friends joining him at the 4th position with 4 finishes for himself. But the point standings, the most important one is Galaxy walk away with 29 points, 14 finishes and 15 position points. a good one, a good ending.
A very good ending, to be honest. 29 points is not too shabby, even for growing strong, to be honest. From that second spot, they've gotten 25 points, Arca. And if you add that up to the chicken dinner, I think growing strong have certainly broken barriers today. Have a fantastic outing. You've also got to give it to Team Psych. I think 17 points is also pretty decent. And then you've got the massive jumps. You've got Team Mayhem, Midwave as well, getting just 8 points. You've got Rippers, who were good in that fight initially, but after that never really looked good. You've got 6 finish points and only 2 placement points. I think this is one of the facets of the game where a lot of these underdog teams can improve the position points.
Probably these teams might not have a smile on their face as of now, but they can look forward for something great from tomorrow as week 2 starts. 7 Habit, CK, Invisible, Stellar, DH all walking away with almost 0s to 2s consecutively.
Yeah.
But yes, A2K and Livecraft, these are the two teams who's going to be on the two ends of the spectrum, as A2K is going to be more disappointed with the performance throughout the week, whereas Lcraft, they're going to have a bit of a breather for the kind of chicken dinner they got previously.
Yeah, to be honest, I think even 7 Habit, as a matter of fact, with 0 points from this particular game, they're not going to be too happy about this performance. I mean, I understand how they got taken down in that particular fight. It was a very even Stevens affair, but you kind of look at 7 Habit and you expect that this team to perform. We've seen them perform in the past. We've seen them perform in the last 2 days as well. And 7 Habit looked to be one of the teams who was not only very consistent, but also very confident in the way they approached their battles. I mean, Kratos, what a wonderful young player. And man has single-handedly led his team in gunfight and taken his team out of danger as well. So I was truly looking forward to 7 Habit. But it's all done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen. Week 1 is over, of course. And that just means we are going to be waiting for just one thing right now. And that will be the overall standings and the bonus points. And meanwhile, since all of these, a lot of complicated calculations are happening in the back end, Arca, let's just talk about how this entire week has sort of unfolded for us. I mean, initially it was Group Blue. We saw some amazing teams. Group Red, giving them tough competition, and now then there's going to be a reshuffle. Do you think the reshuffle is going to change anything for us, or tomorrow we are going to be back with some scintillating BGMI action?
Yeah, it's going to bring a little bit of changes because obviously the strategies will eventually change. The drop locations is going to change according to your new groups, and then your gun power, you're just going to depend on being a little more controlled comparatively, because Group Red was more controlled compared to Group Blue was more controlled compared to Group Red.
Yeah.
But the competition was cutthroat when it comes to Group Red. And since now there's going to be a huge shuffle, I can expect Group Blue this time to have the same kind of a fate which Group Red had.
I mean, speaking of fate, I think every single team will be looking at their counterpart as well. Teams from Group Blue, who is at the number 1, will be looking at the number 1 team from Group Red as well. And it's not just the competition is not between Blue and Red. It is a cumulative standings of 96 points that we have been talking about. So that is something which will clear the air, especially when that conversation is taken up and we see those point standings in front of us. But for now, though, let's just have a look at the bittersweet, nice moments that we have had from Group Red. Of course, we've seen some amazing teams, some amazing action. One moment which I'll always remember was that snacks grenade, Arca. I mean, that was on the map of Miramar, was my favorite, was my absolute favorite, Arca.
Yes, but how things started off, it seems like, Godlike was the team to dominate throughout the group, but they fell a little short because of the rotations, with wrong rotations, which the IGL took, but nothing taken away from him, because the 2 games which they performed well, they've got decent amount of points to fight for week 2. But Psych, Striker, this was the moment against the DBS. You have a Scarl in an uphill battle and you win it. There's going to be a lot of spotlight which is going to be coming on you.
Certainly. I mean, maps of Sanhok have given us some amazing moments, and this was one of them. Genesis was the one who actually got the chicken dinner on that map, and it was a massive collision happening between multiple teams, even growing strong, as a matter of fact. I mean, this was not the only wrangle where they have performed, ladies and gentlemen. I will like to inform you where this team has sort of transitioned into a top dog right now. The kind of domination, like Arca said, that we expect from the likes of Team Godlike, maybe we're getting to see from Growing Strong. And wow, he is a very heavy driver.
Oh yes, but it seems like both the drivers had to get taken down by the hands of OST. OST is also one of those teams I'm impressed with when it comes to this group. They've got a very, very decent average. They'll be in the top 4 or a top 5 position if things has gone the way they want it to be. With that, I believe that Godlike might drop down to somewhere between the 5th to the 10th position.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just Godlike. There will be a lot of big names who will be dropping down, specifically talking about Forest Ave, specifically talking about OR Esports, whom we witnessed today as well. Team Insane, I think the biggest storyline, the biggest headline from this particular group will be the fact that that team also did not make an entry into the point standings where they exactly expected. But this was the nade that we were talking about, Snacks, throwing it at the wall, bouncing back, and his enemy did not anticipate it. It was a 200 IQ gameplay, ladies and gentlemen. And Forest Apes.
Yes.
I mean, that was one good moment, but they've had very few good moments, Arka, to live with.
I would say that they're learning. I mean, since it's a new team coming up together, so I'll be looking forward to see. I would rather not say the complete team is new. I would say that the addition, the 4th player who's coming over here, is taking some time to gel up with that quick waltz, which the other three can actually, live up to. But coming back, yes, GS again, another game, another game of brilliance in the map of Vikendi, and they end up on an amazing note when it comes to the last day as well. But before that, this is where I somewhere felt that Hedge could actually do a lot of damage against the side of Revenant.
Exactly. I mean, we were talking about big names who sort of missed out on the competition, and it seems like Hyderabad Hydras completely skipped my mind. I mean, honestly speaking, I have been very critical of their performance. I've been very vocal of their performance as well. And Hyderabad Hydras, the story still remains the same for this team. I mean, I said it previously as well, it's a new season, it's a new lineup, but the same old problems are still there, where it's only Joker Top J who is helping the team get to a nice little spot, who is trying to bring his team back from slumber, while the rest of the players are caught napping. But this map of Miramar was one where I think Newman Gaming also performed. It was way too late for them to actually come back inside of the tournament. They acquired about 20 points, but that was about it. Newman Gaming is going to be another big name, Arka, who might just miss out on the bonus points that we have to offer.
Yes, very much. But Revenant Esports, this is going to be another history which is going to be made with no chicken dinners. In case they end up on top of the table, it shows that consistency is the key in the game of BGMI, more than you getting those chicken dinners and then having a bad run in the next game itself. But yes, this was the map of Vikendi where I never ever expected Liftcraft to perform so well.
Yeah, I mean, neither did I, but look at this, right? This was another game. Which was extremely exciting. I mean, Livecraft and Team GlitchX Reborn just finding those great rotation paths, but that final fight in Tovar where Livecraft absolutely dominated, that was absolutely brilliant. And then finally, this was the one, G1 as well as Growing Strong. All of these two teams, I mean, in the map of Erangel, it was extremely chaotic, especially when you have circles on the western part of the map. There aren't really a lot of compounds. It's just those Gatka compounds here and there, and that's about it. No hard shelters for you whatsoever, but still Growing Strong. They were about to hold on to for a very long time, but that's done and dusted. We have talked about it already. We were discussing about teams, and we mentioned how Forest Apes and OR Esports haven't really done their homework so far. Even Hyderabad Hydras, as a matter of fact. I want to know from you, which new team, in your opinion, has sort of surprised you the most from Group Red, and we might be expecting some great gameplay inside of Week 2?
Growing Strong, obviously,
Of course.
because they have done so well, and I would love to see Growing Strong and team together in the single group, because that is going to make things very interesting. Because from Group Blue, they were one of the dark horses who came out of nowhere and became the new favorites amongst the pros, and here we have Growing Strong, who have done a great job. Livecraft, nothing taken away from their performance as well, but still somewhere I feel that Livecraft can actually give that support, or give that cushion for themselves. If required, they can also bounce back to be on the top.
Absolutely. Now, speaking on the top, right, we have talked how Group Red has sort of shifted in terms of power dynamics, but let just all the theory craft take the sidelines, because right now what we have to offer to you is going to be the overall standings for Group Red. To be honest, it's going to be 48 teams, and right at the very top you've got Team Growing Strong. I mean, they've broken 100-point mark, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is without bonus points as well. So there is going to be a massive jump. Growing Strong, what a consistent display so far. Revenant Esports miles behind, 87 points. Arka, I want to come to you directly and ask your opinion on what do you have to say about this, because nobody expected such a huge difference.
Yes, an average of 20 points in every single game is something really good coming in from the side of Growing Strong. They've set an example out there. Yes, the chicken dinners have also been there, but Revenant Esports, again, without any chicken dinners, 87 points. They'll be in the top 3 when it comes to the overall standings, and we can witness all these 3 groups to be there in Group Blue, and that is how they're going to be arranged, because they're going to be in the top 3. But Livecraft, again, a good job from them as well. With them was GlitchX, 75 points each for both of them.
Yeah, they are, and that is also going to be added with bonus points, right? But on the second page, of course, you've got Midwave Esports. Midwave did not really have the best of outings today, and from the first page they are going to drop down on towards the 9th rank, and I think, Arka, this is going to hurt, especially with 56 points. They were looking for a lot more, to be honest.
Yes, but as I said, disappointments might come as of now, but second week is going to be the week of comeback. But coming back into the game, we're able to see that OST is going to be on the 18th position after performing so well in several other games. But yes, Newman Gaming is going to be accompanying them with a decent run, and not much disappointments, if you ask me, since it was an experimental phase for all these teams. But I'm a bit shocked to see that Dragon Esports are out here.
Yeah, I mean, same
Just
here as
14
well.
finishes.
And Newman, as a matter of fact, I think that last game has sort of saved them a little bit. They are still going to get some sort of bonus points for themselves. As we transition, ladies and gentlemen, from the 25th spot onwards, there's not going to be any bonus points whatsoever. So these are the teams who you can say are in that danger zone. They do not have anything to work with. And if you see, there are going to be some big names. Of course, you've got Marcus Gaming Zero, you've got Global Esports as well. Global Esports, very surprising, to be honest. They've got 24 finishes to work with, but only 12 position points, Arka. The constant error that I was talking about, the fact that rotations are not coming through, that has resulted them. You've got Forest Apes, you've got Team G1 as well. None of these teams have ever been able to find the momentum rolling throughout.
To add on to that bad news, they're going to be walking away with 0 bonus points. From the 25th position to below, it's going to be just 0 points. OR Esports, another disappointment if you see from this group. But I don't think so that it's going to be easy for them to actually make a comeback in case they continue the same kind of run they have right now. But A2K, CK as well, one of the most experienced teams, were able to find their footing in just one game. That too a little bit, as they get 13 position points in total and just 6 finish points. That's a bit disappointing.
I mean, the biggest name, Arka, that you missed out here is going to be Hyderabad Hydras. Out of the 5 matches that they've played so far, only 2 position points and 15 total points. That is going to be a disastrous performance, to be honest. And their fans will be expecting them to come back. But look at this. I mean, this is the page where I think a lot of things will be working in the back room. There will be burners midnight happening, because these teams will have to do their homework and come back in week 2. Nothing acquired, absolutely. 5 matches from 14 points for Downhill Esports to 6 points for I'm Officials. There are some big names in the form of TWOB, the World of Battle. You've got Team TWM as well. And finally, you've also got the likes of Team Invincibles. These teams, they have performed in the past. They have been brilliant in the past. TWM, as a matter of fact, they have performed in an international LAN in INKR Invitational as well. So I'm not really sure what is not going right for them. But for sure, a lot of things are going wrong at this point.
I heard that few of the players were not feeling well this week.
All right.
So hopefully, they will recover themselves. Forget about this week as a bad dream, which I've been saying. Teams need to understand this, that they need to reset immediately. Probably it's Group Red after the formation of all the groups, then they'll understand as to where they stand. If they place themselves in the group blue, then they'll have to wake up on an early note.
Absolutely, but coming back into, good news that we've got to see from this group. I mean, we do have the number one team on the overall 96 leaderboard without doubt whatsoever, because growing strong, 106 points without bonus points being added, which means 25 points are going to be added to that total.
Yes.
They are going to reach a grand total of 131 points. Arka, I want to know from you. Of course, we haven't really spoken of cutoff so far, and I'm not going to go there because it's just week one. But do you think 131 points acquired inside of first week, they've got one step inside of the grand finals?
No. I don't think so, because if they can do that in 1 week, someone else can replicate that in week 2.
Very valid point.
Yeah, it's just a peak which has been conquered once. So since many teams are able to conquer this peak every now and then, so probably the cutoff might reach somewhere between 200 to 300, which I've already spoken.
Yeah.
Even for all the teams out there, if they have to find an average of 10 points in the 15 games they've got, I'm just telling an average, it's 150 points.
Yeah.
So there's going to be several teams who's going to be aiming beyond that average.
Yeah.
So somewhere I feel that the cutoff might fall between 200 to 300, but if it falls below 200, then that's going to be a fight to finish. There's going to be several teams who's going to be losing that 16 spot with just 1 or 2 points.
Absolutely. I think we have seen it already. There isn't really a lot of difference on that point standings between multiple teams. In fact, there are so many teams who are at that similar spot. We have
Yes.
spoken about growing strong. Let's just speak about Revenant Esports and their consistency, right?
Yes.
You love to talk about Sensei and his rotations, and it
Very
seems like
much.
this time it is paying off. Without a chicken dinner, of course, this team has performed massively.
I mean, the more I praise this man, the more small I feel, to be frank, because every single time, just imagine the kind of squads he has led before. And Fierce is the only man who has stuck to him from the beginning till the end.
Yeah.
Now, 2 new assaulters comes in. As an IGL, you look forward to rely on your best possible person rather than the other two. But Sensei says otherwise. He says, Fierce, I know what you're capable of. Why don't you give some space for the others as well? And that is where Apollo and MJ have started to show wonders out there. And that hidden treasure, Fierce, in case he also breaks out, then I think they can convert more chicken dinners in days to come.
Yeah, speaking about chicken dinners, I think there has been the players, the orchestrators of those chicken dinners as well. We're talking about the top 5 players, ladies and gentlemen, and you mentioned correctly, it's Revenant Esports at the very top. Once again, Apollo with 22 finishes. Man has just blown the roof off when it comes to breaking standards. A single player, not just Apollo, you've got Godbot, an underdog player, coming up and matching up with such a great fragger in terms of Apollo. I think there's been some amazing competition so far. I want to know your thoughts about both these two players, Arka.
I'm really happy to see Godbot out here. It's not like I'm shocked, because the first game he played and he shows their brilliance, I was expecting to see him over here. But that one person who did not expect to see in the top 5, but was vouching to see him perform well, has to be Spider Jot from 4 a.m. If you see where his team stands when it comes to the overall standing, it's not that great. But still, this man alone has given all that what he possibly can, and he's overcome God like Jonathan, who had a great start, if you see, when it comes to the first day of this group.
Absolutely. I mean, godlike, since you've brought that topic up as well, for them, this has been a massive downfall, especially from that first game itself. We kind of had a lot of expectations, especially with the lineup changes, especially with how they performed in that first game. 16 finishes. I still remember Jonathan being at the very top of the MVP standings.
Yes.
But all of a sudden, it seemed like Godlike were completely starstruck. And you've mentioned it, obviously, week 2 will be another shot at redemption. But Godlike, I think in spite of the downfall, Godlike have still managed to keep themselves safe. They are in that second page of the overall
13th
standing.
position.
13th position. It's not too bad, is it?
No, it's not. As
Yeah.
I said, if you have an average of 50 to 70 points and then you have 100 in the second week coming up,
Yeah.
you're again contending for the top spots.
Yeah.
Or, it's that it's that top 16th position which you need to aim at.
Yeah.
But one thing which I love about the new IGL of Godlike is that he accepts his mistake and he apologizes for it and immediately learns from it. And that is what the fans need to cherish over here. The assaulters are doing good. Let it
Yeah.
be Aditya, let it be Jonathan. They are doing great. Sometimes you have seen that Jelly is able to rotate his team perfectly when it comes to the map of Miramar, which was his weakest forte before joining this as well. So with the strong back-end team of Godlike, I do believe that they can bounce back really, really well.
You know, it's not just Godlike who need to bounce back. We've talked about multiple other teams. Since we are talking about Godlike, for Newman as well, right? On that 42-point mark, it doesn't really seem like they are in green pastures right now. They are very comfortable on the overall standings. I still feel they are going to get some bonus points. I feel they're on the 20th spot, if I'm not mistaken. So four bonus points is what they are going to get right now, and that's not going to be enough. But for Newman, I think a big lineup like this, when you've got great players in the form of Clutch God, great players in the form of Shadow as well, I think they will be looking to kind of redeem themselves inside of week 2.
Yes, and since you have two IGLs and both of them have been the ex-IGLs of Godlike, I do believe that, they might sit on the drawing boards and they're going to be like, you know what, this could be the case, this could be the case. Having a filter in your team is a great advantage. He can sometimes rectify you to get you the best decisions to be made. And that's where I was expecting Snacks to be, a little more supportive to Aru. But yes, coming back to the topic, it's going to be Godlike. The players of Godlike in Newman, I think they're going to do wonders when it comes to second week.
Consistency has always been a problem for Newman Gaming. Like this particular game on the map of Miramar, on the map of Vikendi that we just witnessed, we know, right, Newman have the capability of getting big numbers, of getting 20 finishes, of getting 15 finishes in a game. But somewhere down the line, consistency has never really been their forte inside of BGIS as well. So that problem, I think, has occurred all over again.
See, we are not looking at one more side of the coin where players or the team in the middle bracket do not want to show out their strategy completely. Probably they're like, you know what, let's experiment and see these things in week 1. In week 2, we know what's the successful part of our team, so let's bring that forward on week 2, and week 3 let's dominate and show whom to be feared when it comes to the LAN itself. So I am making sure that I keep myself on high hopes for the experienced teams out there and also to the fans out there, because that is what they'll also be looking out for.
Speaking of experience, I mean, does remind me of one name, very interesting name, Cincinnati Kids.
Yes.
I kind of expected this team to be one of my favorite teams, of course, because of the players they are, right? Believe, Ultron, Sangwan, great players in their own right. Experience, they probably have a cumulative experience of more than 10-12 years in esports right now. What do you think is a problem happening in the team?
Do not allow Sangwan to be the first point of contact. Make the experienced players play behind. You have Ultron, you have Secret, who are really good when it comes to frontal battles. They will give you the right kind of opening. But also, it's important for your experienced players to then dominate from there on, to grasp those, knocks out there, convert it into finishes. We have seen several teams out there make the same kind of mistake. They'll have 3 men knocked out, but still they would have gone in for the revival rather than first finishing them up, picking those 3 valuable points and then getting the revival through.
Yeah, we've seen Team CK, since you just said, right, to not allow someone to take early contact. We have seen Team CK take multiple approaches. At times they have tried to be aggressive and tried to take early battles, versus on the map of Vikendi today, where we saw them trying to sneak inside the last circle and trying to take that fight. None of those approaches have actually worked in, and it seems like the firepower is lacking in spite of all this experience. Do you agree with me on that? I think Believe has sort of been the one who has been winning the duels, but Ultron and Sangwan, I think they have to sort of catch up, have to do a little bit of a catch up.
Yeah, very much agreed on that point, especially the last map of Erangel where we saw Sangwan was above that, rooftop. He just missed those first few shots.
Yeah.
And in case it had connected, the story had been way too different. So that's why I said, rather, he's very good at his throwables, and that's his strongest forte.
Yeah.
Just like how Mavi is an experienced player who can put some really good grenades. I think Sangwan and Ultron should be on the back end trying to give that support to throwables, whereas Believe and Secret, I mean, these two wonder kids out there can do something really, really great. But again, I also have to point out the point where they always end up meeting the apes here and there every single time, and that love story seems to be brewing up here as well.
That is a love story and a half, to be honest, because that was a fairy tale which ran over for 2 years, to be exact. A lineup
Yes.
not being changed. I'm specifically talking about Team X Orangutan, because that was obviously they had great performances together.
Yes, yes.
But now that the lineup has parted ways, believe part ways with that particular lineup,
Yes.
that ape love story is still there. We saw that fight on boot camp on Sanok for the match, if you remember, and we saw that apes absolutely dominated that particular fight.
Yes, and I would love to see Apes rumble again in the forest, because Sanok has been their strongest forte sometimes. Because in those close range battles, they have done some great job picking up those finishes. We saw Visgoth's brilliance, right? He was one of the top contenders when it comes to the MVP itself. So I would love to see whether Visgoth will be able to execute some more as an IGL. If he's able to do so much, then his teammates can also do a great job in those frontal battles.
Absolutely. I think Forest Apes, they've got one of the best players in the form of Visgod.
Yes.
I think they've got one of the best, in my opinion, they've got one of the best IGLs in the form of Ash and AKOP. I want to know your thoughts on AKOP and his performance, as well as Phoenix, the new addition. Things haven't really gone in the right direction for Forest Apes, but I think if they work together for a while, this team definitely does have potential.
Yes, AKOP is more of like the catalyst of the squad.
Yeah.
He's just like MJ of Revenant. He will be doing so much of damage in the backlines that you won't get to know what he's capable of. But when time is required, he also turns out to be that knight in the shining armor for the squad. He'll come out of nowhere, pick up one or two, do a 1v2 or pick up one or two finishes when the team requires the most, and then ultimately brings his team to one position. But the new addition, since I don't have much information about this person, I'll just try to, hold back on my words and just give him that element of doubt to perform better in weeks to come and establish himself, because he's amongst the best out there.
He certainly is amongst the best, but I think to kind of establish his position, the entire team will have to perform. It will not be guided by individual performances.
Yes.
And since we're talking about individual performances, the only team which comes in my mind, Arka, will be Hyderabad Hydras, and Joker Top G kind of trying to individually carry the team, while the rest of the players, it doesn't even seem like Hyderabad Hydras, they kind of stand a chance against the top teams in the competition right now.
See, as I said, the first week, it's a little hard for us to judge on them right now. But I understand you being a person whose heart has always gone out for this squad.
Yeah.
Every now and then I've seen you point out exactly as to how they play and how Top G has always carried the team, shows your interest to this team. And there are several fans out there hoping that,
Yes.
they'll be able to see
Yes.
the rest of the players watch out as well. So if you're for you, it's evidently visible that it's Top G, the lone man, doing the hard work. And if the fans are also able to see it, I'm 100% sure the IGL himself is seeing it.
Yeah.
And he's going to work on that drawing board very well. And the next weeks to come, we can expect them to do much, much better.
Much better. I think that is going to be the case, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we still wait for the top 96 teams, in fact the entirety of the overall leaderboard to kind of being shown. And I think this is where the action boils down, because this is what we have been looking forward to the entire week, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the overall scorecard of the 96 teams. The team at the very top, there are going to be no surprises. It's going to be growing strong at the helm of things aloft everyone else. 131 points, Arka. My calculation certainly was correct, and Hydra following up closely with 108 points.
Revenant on the other side with no chicken dinner is going to be getting 107
Wow.
points as two team together, 96 points, and they're going to be accompanied with Livecraft. So we were speaking about these three teams, Team Together, Livecraft and Glitch, as three of those new pros building up fans on the background are also doing wonders when it comes to the cumulative standings.
Absolutely. I think Glitchix Reborn, what a journey it has been for them, and even Team Together Esports, 96 points, absolutely brilliant. as we do tend to have a look at Blind and Team X Park. You've got 85 points and 79 points respectively. An opportunity to hit back, and of course, the second page, you've got big names in the form of Gladiators, in the form of Soul, in the form of Insane, and amidst all of this, you've got 7 Habits and Gen X FM.
Yes, 7 Habits after that bad run in the final game. In case they had performed a little better,
Yes.
probably get another 10 to 15 points, they would have been on the top of the table or probably in the first page itself.
Exactly, but of course you've got Entity, and I think this is a healthy addition, Arca. I love the fact that Entity has found back form. They are having those 75 points to work with. Kudos to Kamla Boy for bringing this team back up to its absolute limelight. 8-bit CS was also there, but let's just focus on the teams from the 17th to the 24th rankings. Once again, you've got a very hot-blooded competition right now. The difference is only 10 points, 68 for Medal and 58 for Autobots, Arca.
Autobots, if they can pull off a wonder when it comes to the next week and they get a 30-pointer, guess what? They'll be in the first page of the cumulative standings.
Oh.
That how close is the point standings looking like right now. Yes, we're going to be stepping into the next page to see how things look like for the side of Godlike as they hold the 28th position with 52 points. They're going to be accompanied with another new pro that's going to be Hindustan Gaming.
Hindustan Gaming for sure. I mean, they have sort of been in the limelight for a while right now. 54 points. It's not too bad. It's not too good either. 27th position, like you said, Arca. I think there certainly will be opportunities to make comeback. And then, of course, in the 32nd spot, there is going to be ORB with 49 points. Now, I think from this point on, teams will sort of have to work a little bit harder. This is the 33rd position onwards, ladies and gentlemen. There are some big names. You've got Team Newman, you've got Team Mayur Gaming, you've also got Team WSB who has sort of performed initially. They do have that chicken dinner, but I think the consistency Arca is missing.
45 points, a decent start if you ask me for word 1, because we still have another 50 more standings to watch out for. So we are almost to the middle of the table. We're able to see that silly mega stars. Then we have Dragon Esports, all of them trying to be as consistent as possible, even though they had bad runs. It is a little bit shocking to see that Reckoning are hyper over here as they've got one chicken dinner for themselves, and those are the only games where they've done great when it comes to position points.
Exactly, and I think surprises keep on coming because, like I said, you had Reckoning and Hyper Legends with one chicken dinner. Here as well, Genesis with one chicken dinner, but only 34 points from the 5 games that they have played. Inconsistencies over there. Marcus Gaming Zero and Global Esports as well. These big names in that particular region, this does not make any sense, especially on how their fans are expecting them to perform. On the next page, of course, you've got another big name in the form of OR Esports.
Yes, 56th position was God's Reign, just putting a point out here. But again, as we step further, we'll be able to see that from here on, we can expect some other new pros to be there who are still on the learning curve.
Still on a learning curve for sure. I mean, you've got 4 Hungry Men, FFE, you've got TWH as well. A Road to Glory on the 16th position. I did not really expect this to happen as we transition on to the next page standings, ladies and gentlemen. You've got Team CK in the 74th spot. Hyderabad Hydras, this is what I was talking about. 15 points from 5 games. Great esports. You've got Redemption Crew, some big names here as well. Sansanati Kids we have been talking about, DOD we have been talking about. Not a lot of consistency, not enough consistency whatsoever.
Now, before we step into the last page, we'll have a look over here at the side of ASG and Invincibles as well. Those silly mistakes which they made have been placing themselves over here. But guess what? I can see that EXE has got a double-digit finish and they're the only teams to have that over here.
Absolutely. You've also got Lucknow Giants, one big name inside of the competition, but still not performing at its absolute best. And ladies and gentlemen, here we have it. The last page of the cumulative standings from the 89th spot to the 96th spot. It is going to be the highway to hell. I'm Officials, TWM, OGs, TWOB, Error Esports. We know these teams. We know they are absolutely brilliant. But sometimes things do not really work out the way you want to be. And I think true champions are made when they can overturn bad situations and make it theirs. the stage is set for teams like these. The stage is set for teams like the World of Battle. The stage is set for teams like TWM. I think if they make a comeback story possible from here on, they are going to be writing their script in the history books. But overall, from an analytical perspective, I want to know your thoughts if that is actually feasible.
Yes, it is feasible. It is doable because we're speaking about the Pro Series.
Yeah.
All of them have already proved their mettle in BGIS, showing that, you know, they are capable of having a 100-pointer by end of a week or a 5 good games.
Absolutely. But ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, we do come to an end of some amazing BGMI action. It's been so much that Group Blue, Group Red coming together. 96 teams have played 5 games each, but it does not stop here because BMPS 2023, it's going to be a very long journey, and we are going to be coming here every single day with better action and better fights, and I'm expecting tomorrow is going to be a phenomenal start to week 2 as well. But with that being said, I think it is time for me to actually bid goodbye. It's good night from my side, and we'll see you soon tomorrow, same place, same time.
स्वागत है आपका, कैसे हैं आप?
हेलो, आप कैसे हो? मैं बढ़िया।
बहुत ही ज़्यादा बढ़िया, और आपका तो गेम देखने के बाद खैर और भी ज़्यादा बढ़िया। और मैं जानना चाहूँगा कि आपका सीक्रेट है क्या, कि जिस तरीके से आप अपनी टीम को गाइड करते हैं और इतना बढ़िया रोटेशन और वो सिनर्जीज जो बाकी टीम्स में थोड़ी कम दिखाई देती है, इंडिविजुअल गेम प्ले जो बाकी सारी टीम्स का आपने इतना बेहतर करवाया है, सीक्रेट क्या है?
बस मतलब हम पूरा एक दूसरे पे बहुत ट्रस्ट करते हैं, मतलब आपस में बिल्कुल भाई जैसे हैं हम लोग। बस वही उसी चीज़ का फायदा होता है हम लोगों को, एक दूसरे को जितना ज़्यादा समझते हैं उतना ही ज़्यादा अच्छा खेल पाते हैं।
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। ट्रस्ट की आपने बात की तो हम बात करते हैं सिनर्जी के राउंड भी। क्या लगता है आपको एक एडवांटेज कुछ टीम के पास जिनकी ऑलरेडी हमें लाइनअप देखने को मिल रही है, बहुत टाइम से वो खेलते हैं और फिर अभी रिसेंटली हमें बहुत सारे शफल्स भी देखने को मिले रोस्टर में, तो आप इस चीज़ को किस तरीके से देखते हैं?
आई थिंक मतलब जो लोग मतलब जो प्लेयर्स ज़्यादा टाइम से स्टिक कर रहे हैं उनके पास मतलब एक अपर हैंड रहेगा, जिन लोगों का नया टीम फॉर्म हुआ है उससे।
जी डेफिनेटली वो हम देख भी रहे, बट अगेन मैं सवाल पूछना चाहूँगा कि पहले मैच से दूसरे मैच में काफ़ी ज़्यादा डिफरेंस देखने को मिला। एक मैच में आप बहुत ज़्यादा रुक के खेले और एक मैच में आपने फाइट की तरफ फैसला किया, ये पहले से डिसाइड था या फिर मैच के दौरान देखने को मिला?
नहीं, गेम के अकॉर्डिंग जैसे जैसे मूवमेंट आते गए हम उतना ज़्यादा मतलब पंप होते गए कि अब बस जितने ज़्यादा हो उतने ज़्यादा फिनिशर्स निकालने हैं, मोमेंटम बनता गया हमारा।
आदि जितने भी हम प्रो टीम्स को देखते हैं ना, कि उनका एक माइंडसेट होता है, एक टारगेट वो सेट करके आते हैं कि हमें इतना लेना है। आपकी तरफ से कोई टारगेट है कि आप पहले से सोच के आए कि 5 मैचेस में हमें इतना तक तो जाना ही जाना है?
हाँ, हम पहले से सोच के आए कि 5 गेम में हमको 100+ करना ही है, कुछ भी हो जाए।
चलिए, मेरे ख्याल से जब आपने ये सोचा है तो फिर आपने ये भी सोचा होगा कि 100+ हो गए तो बाकी के 2 हफ्तों के लिए क्या आपकी जो स्ट्रैटेजी है वो रहने वाली है, क्योंकि अभी तक जितना समझ में आ रहा है कि हाँ 150 170 के आसपास वो कट ऑफ जा सकता है। तो अगर ऐसा होता है जैसे कि आपने बोला और ऐसा हो भी रहा है कि आपकी टीम टॉप ऑफ द टेबल हमें देखने को मिल जाएगी, तो अब मूविंग अहेड जो बाकी के 2 हफ्ते हैं उसमें क्या कुछ बदलाव हमें एक्सपेक्टेड नजर आएगा इनसेन की साइड से?
अगर इस वीक मतलब जितना हमने एक्सपेक्ट किया है उतना हो जाएगा ना, तो फिर अगले 2 वीक में पूरा डोमिनेशन दिखेगा आप लोगों का हमारा।
चलिए, इन सब के बीच में मैं जरूर जानना चाहूंगा, आई एम सॉरी रावण, मैंने आपको कट किया, पर मैं जानना चाहता था कि जैसे हमने स्किप्स को पहले भी खेलते हुए देखा है, बढ़िया परफॉर्मेंस रहा था पूरे BGIS में, तो कुछ बदलाव जब आपको पता चल गया कि हाँ 2 मुकाबले आपने 53 पॉइंट्स निकाल दिए, तो क्या कुछ बदलाव हो सकते हैं?
एक्चुअली सच बोलूं तो हमारा जैजी से ज़्यादा स्किप्स के साथ सिनर्जी है, लेकिन उसको थोड़ा इश्यूज हो गए, मतलब थोड़ा फिजिकल इश्यूज हो गए, तो इस वजह से हॉस्पिटल गया है, वरना हम उसके साथ ही करेंगे।
चलिए, फिर भी ओवरऑल मुझे लगता है काफी अच्छा दिन रहा टीम इनसेन का। ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर द रिमेनिंग मैचेस और बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए।
थैंक यू सो मच।
पर अब उनकी तरफ चलते हैं जिन्होंने हाहाकार मचाया इस लॉबी में वीकेंडी के मुकाबले में। डार्क लॉर्ड की तरफ चलेंगे और उनसे कुछ बातचीत करते हैं और जानते हैं कि आज का दिन उनका कैसा रहा। डार्क लॉर्ड, स्वागत है आपका, कैसे हैं आप?
मैं बढ़िया, आप बताओ?
बहुत ही ज्यादा बढ़िया। डार्क लॉर्ड, पहले भी आप ऑब्वियसली बहुत ज्यादा अच्छा खेल भी रहे और अभी भी उसी लय में आप दिखाई दे रहे। ये प्रो सीरीज आपके लिए क्या मायने रखता है और टीम इनसेन के साथ जब आप हैं यहाँ पर, क्या फ्यूचर देखते हैं आप इस पूरे प्रो सीरीज में?
प्रो सीरीज तो मतलब हमारे लिए बहुत ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है, क्योंकि लास्ट जो BGIS हुआ था उसमें भी हम जो एक्सपेक्टेड था वो नहीं कर पाए अपनी तरफ से, तो इसमें तो मतलब फुल ट्राई करना है कि जितना अच्छा खेल सके अपना 100% देंगे।
बिल्कुल, और साथ ही साथ हम बात कर भी रहे थे कि अंडर गॉड्स को वो जो प्रो अभी हमें देखने को मिल रहे हैं BGIS में जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने खेला, तो मैं आपसे ये चीज जानना चाहता हूँ कि BGIS से क्या लर्निंग्स रही है और यहाँ पे आपको क्या लगता है वो प्रेशर थोड़ा कम हुआ है या फिर और भी ज्यादा एक्सपीरियंस होकर के थोड़ा ईज आपको नजर आ रहा है ये पूरी प्रो सीरीज के अंदर?
BGIS में बस हमसे वही हुआ कि खुद की गलतियाँ हुई, थोड़ा हम पैसिव हो गए और प्रेशर ले गए, तो इस बार हम पूरा प्रिपेयर होके आए हैं कि वो चीज़ नहीं करनी और नेचुरल गेम खेलना है और अच्छा ही खेलेंगे।
जी बिल्कुल, आप बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा खेल रहे हो। इनफैक्ट मैं जानना चाहूँगा कि लाइक मैचेस के दौरान आप IGL के कॉल के ऊपर ज़्यादा डिपेंड हो रहे हैं या फिर आपको फ्री हैंड में मिल रहा है मैच के दौरान कि हाँ जाइए जो करना है आप करिए?
नहीं, ऐसे हमारी टीम में कोई फ्री हैंड मतलब खेलता नहीं है, सब टीम के लिए ही खेलते हैं, तो अपने आप ही IGL की कॉल्स पे खेलते हैं सब।
नो डाउट, जब आप टीम के लिए खेलते हैं तो आपकी टीम बहुत ज्यादा ऊपर, और अभी इनसेन को हम देख रहे हैं कि वो टॉप ऑफ द टेबल 53 पॉइंट्स के साथ हैं। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया डार्क लॉर्ड हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, एंड ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर द रिमेनिंग मैचेस।
थैंक यू सो मच।
कंसिस्टेंटली ये खिलाड़ी बहुत ही ज्यादा बेहतर कर रहा है। और जब हम चर्चाएं कर ही रहे तो सीधे चलते हैं अपोलो के पास। अपोलो, स्वागत है आपका, कैसे हैं आप?
हेलो गाइस, हेलो हेलो
हेलो, हम तो बहुत ही ज्यादा बढ़िया है और आपको देख के और भी ज्यादा बढ़िया हो गए। मैं आपसे जानना चाहूंगा कि यही वो टीम्स है, लगभग यही वो खिलाड़ी है जिनके अगेंस्ट आप एक बार BGIS के अंदर भी खेल चुके हैं, अब आप लोग BMPS के अंदर इन लोग के साथ खेल रहे हैं। कुछ चेंजेस जो आपको कंपटीशन के अंदर, मेंटालिटी के अंदर, माइंडसेट के अंदर देखने को मिल रहा है बाकी की खिलाड़ियों की तरफ से?
नहीं, काफी अब तो इजी लॉबी हो गया और ऐसा लगता है, तो बस इतना ही होता है।
ओके ओके वो बोलने के बाद बोल रहे हो, ओ माय गॉड, ये मैंने क्या बोल दिया ब्रो।
बगल में सेंसे तो नहीं बैठे हैं?
ओह,
बगल वाले को भी दिखाना चाहते हैं। स्क्वाड गोल,
पूरी स्क्वाड इधर बैठी हुई है। ये सुनने के लिए बैठे हैं क्या बोल रहा है ये। खैर अपोलो, मैं आपसे जानना चाहूंगा कि जैसे आपने बताया भी कि बहुत ज्यादा इजी लॉबी हो चुकी है, तो आपने अपनी टीम में कुछ बदलाव होते हुए देखा है जो कि हमने BGIS और पूरे INKR में हमने नहीं देखा?
अब टीम और एग्रेसिव हो गई है, तो बोलूंगा।
ओके, टीम एग्रेसिव हो गई है। जी हाँ, काफी अच्छे तरीके से वो देख भी रहे हैं। आप खुद ही जिस तरीके से फिनिशर निकाल रहे हैं वो भी बहुत ज्यादा कमाल का है। लेकिन मैच के अंदर के सवाल में ज्यादा पूछता हूँ, तो उसी तरीके से अगर मैं आपसे जानना चाहूँ, आज का कुछ टारगेट था? क्योंकि आप देखिए अभी दूसरे स्थान पे हमें ओवरऑल देखने को मिल रहे हो, तो सिचुएशन क्या लगता है कि आप अपने टारगेट को कंप्लीट कर पाए हो या फिर नहीं?
नहीं है, टारगेट तो हमारा ये था कि एक चिकन मार ले, बट अभी तक हो नहीं पाया वो
जी।
जैसे चिकन मारेंगे हम हैशटैग बना।
चलिए अपोलो, मेरे ख्याल से मैं सिर्फ एक एडवाइस आपको दे सकता हूँ, सेंसे को आप सबसे पहले फिनिश कर दीजिए अपने ग्रेनेड से, उसके बाद एक फाइट भी पॉसिबल कि वो चिकन आपके पास नजर आए। चलिए
राजू, देखो क्या बोल रहे हैं।
अब मैंने कुछ नहीं कहा। हाय सेंसे, बाय सेंसे,
बोल रहे तुम्हें पहले मारना पड़ेगा।
चलिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अपोलो और पूरी टीम हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। सेंसे कुछ कहना चाहेंगे लेकिन हम उनको इग्नोर कर देंगे। मिलेंगे आपसे बहुत जल्दी, तब तक के लिए अपना ख्याल रखिए।
बुलाते हैं हमारे गेस्ट को, बिल्कुल उनसे जुड़ेंगे और उनसे बातचीत करेंगे और जानेंगे कि उनके लिए जो आज का दिन था वो कैसा रहा और उनकी जो टीम थी उन्होंने कैसा खेला। इक्लिप्स, स्वागत है आपका एक बार फिर से, कैसे हैं आप?
हेलो हेलो, मैं बढ़िया, आप बताइए।
बहुत ही ज्यादा बढ़िया। और ये ग्रोइंग स्ट्रॉन्ग का नाम जब से हम सुन रहे हैं पूरे बीजीआईएस से लेकर, आप लोग ये जो फिनिशेस निकालते हैं, प्लान आप करके क्या आए थे आज के दिन का?
प्लान तो हम कुछ करके नहीं आए थे, हम हमारा नॉर्मल गेम खेल रहे थे। हमने जो बीजीआईएस में मिस्टेक किए ना, हम वो इसमें नहीं किए वापस। हम वो सब दिमाग में लेके चल रहे थे कि क्या मिस्टेक करना है क्या नहीं।
ओह जी,
बिल्कुल, काफ़ी अच्छी बात है कि आपने वहाँ पे काफ़ी अच्छे तरीके से उस पर ध्यान दिया। बट एक सवाल रहेगा कि जब टीम ब्लू के मैचेस चल रहे थे तो उनके जब ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग है तो आपकी क्या थिंकिंग थी कि कोई टारगेट सेट किए थे मैच में आने से पहले या ऐसे ही आए और बस हो गया?
टारगेट सेट नहीं किए थे, बट ब्लू ग्रुप के पॉइंट्स टेबल देख के थोड़ा हम भी ये हो गए थे कि 100+ हो गए थे उनके। देन हम भी अब अच्छा खेले तो हमारे भी हो गए, तब कुछ लग नहीं रहा हमको भी।
बिल्कुल, बट साथ ही साथ मैं जानना चाहूंगा आपकी जर्नी के बारे में। जिस प्रकार से हमने देखा कि हाँ, बीजीआईएस के अंदर हमने ग्रोइंग स्ट्रॉन्ग को देखा था, वहाँ बहुत ही ज्यादा बढ़िया प्रदर्शन, जैसा आपने बोला कुछ कुछ गलतियां की, वहां से वो ग्रोइंग स्ट्रॉन्ग और वो एक्लिप्स में और ये प्रो सीरीज वाले एक्लिप्स और ग्रोइंग स्ट्रॉन्ग में क्या फर्क जो आप मेजर महसूस कर पाते हैं?
पहले हम थोड़ा वही कहूँगा कि हम न्यू टीम थे, हमने ऑफिशियल उतना मतलब ज़्यादा आए नहीं थे, तो हमारा फर्स्ट टूर्नामेंट था ऑफिशियल, तो हम थोड़ा वहाँ पे लैक किए स्ट्रैटेजीज में वगैरह।
जी।
फिर वो जैसे ही वो लैन मतलब बीजीआईएस हो गया तो हम वहाँ से थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंट हो गए, हम फिर फाइट में डरते नहीं थे। अब आगे कोई बड़ी भी टीम आई तो हम डरते नहीं थे, तो वही कॉन्फिडेंस हमारे को अभी काम आया थोड़ा।
पर इक्लिप्स, आपने इतने सारे फिनिशेस निकाले हैं तो आपका कोई तो प्रतिद्वंदी होगा जिसको आप मान के चल रहे हो कि हाँ ये स्ट्रॉन्ग है, जब भी 4v4 फाइट होगी थोड़ा कड़ा मुकाबला हो सकता है।
आरएनटी कहूँगा, आरएनटी एंड इनसेन।
चलिए, पर एक और चीज मैं आपसे जरूर जानना चाहूंगा कि प्रो सीरीज आपके लिए क्या मायने रखती है और आगे किस तरीके से आप देखते हैं अपनी टीम को?
प्रो सीरीज हमारे लिए अभी बहुत ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है, क्योंकि बीजीआईएस के बाद वही एक अपॉर्चुनिटी है जिसमें हम खुद को प्रूव कर सकते हैं। हमने बीजीआईएस में काफ़ी लोगों को निराश किया था, तो हम इसमें नहीं निराश करना चाहेंगे।
जी बिल्कुल, आप निराश किए भी नहीं। मुझे तो लगता है इस वीक में आप जैसे करके गए काफ़ी ज़्यादा खुश हो गए होंगे। बट वीक 2 के प्लान्स कुछ अगर आप बता दें, क्योंकि ज़्यादा टाइम मिलेगा नहीं, अभी ग्रुप्स बदलने वाले, तो क्या ड्रॉप आप अगर कोई ड्रॉप क्लैश आपको करता है तो आप वहीं रहोगे या फिर उसमें कुछ बदलाव कर सकते हो?
ड्रॉप फाइट से तो हम नहीं हटेंगे, हम ड्रॉप फाइट ऑब्वियसली लेंगे। एंड हम हमारे पास अभी थोड़ा अपर हैंड है पॉइंट्स की वजह से, तो हम फिर भी वही नॉर्मल गेम खेलेंगे, क्योंकि हम खुद को सेफर साइड रखना चाहेंगे कि हम डायरेक्ट क्वालिफाई हो जाए।
चलिए, ग्रोइंग स्ट्रॉन्ग काफी ज्यादा बढ़िया आप लोगों ने खेला है। इक्लिप्स, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए और ऐसे ही खेलते रहिए। ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर द रिमेनिंग मैचेस।
बाय बाय
बाय
बाय। 99 पायदान पर